going forward. After today, there really doesn't seem to be any reason for us to be meeting. We really don't have anything to do with COVID right now. And want to make sure that we're not putting any more pressure than they're already under to the administration. The two people that we asked if they would be able to come on with us today, this morning, are deeply involved in grant writing and other things, and so they won't be joining us. So we want to just make sure that we're working on COVID-19 for this month. I have asked Catherine to reserve a space every Thursday on these 2 time slots in case something does pop up that we need to deal with. Then we have time allotted to us on Zoom. So after today, we won't be meeting. Just keep checking your emails regularly, as you have been doing. And if something does happen, we'll contact you and let you know what's happening. So with that, we have Allie Richards, Ray Martin with us today from Let's Grow Kids. And I think what we'd like to discuss with you is the new dollars that are coming in from the federal government. I know there was some money they were talking about childcare, and how we can work together to maybe change this system going forward. So Allie?
Thank you very much, Representative. Good morning. Nice to see you all. For the record, Allie Richards, CEO of Let's Grow Kids, and Trey Martin and I are going to be tag teaming this. So let me just maybe do a quick introduction for you, and I'll hand it over to Trey and we'll go back and forth a bit. But I just want to say absolutely honored to have this opportunity to reconnect with you on this topic. We really hope that our conversations that we started earlier this winter will continue. And I think that what we're seeing right now, Chair, is that the conversation that you all began about the essential nature of childcare is pretty much becoming in stark.
Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I was standing in front of Mike yesterday.
Amy is the host.
Tomorrow. I said, hey, Mikey.
There he is. Say hi.
Mission accomplished.
We're thank you, Kevin.
We're live.
We're live we're on YouTube, by the way, live.
I got my webcam.
Amy, are you able to give me co-host?
Yes, Mike, let me get that for you. Hang on.
Committee, can you please remember to mute yourself while the witnesses are speaking so that we don't get any feedback and any other interruptions that might be in the background? Thank you. Okay, sorry, Allie.
Not a problem. And I'm actually quite glad that Representative Dickinson got that webcam. That is going to be great
Mike,
for this.
I'll get that going for you, Mike. Hang on one sec.
Thanks, Amy. Okay.
So pretty much as an overview and intro, Chair, what you all have said about, wow, if we're going to think about economic development in a deep way for Vermont, the world is seeing that in stark relief right now. Childcare is obviously not a nice to have accessory. It's the backbone of our economy. I mean, we are really reliant on it. And that's one fascinating part about this pandemic crisis right now, is that we are seeing that. So I want to tell you a little bit about what Vermont is doing as far as what you said about the federal dollars and even state dollars, which is crucial right now. We're actually a leader in the nation, which is going to get to your point. It's going to be what will allow us to open this back up when the dust settles, to actually have a childcare industry. And we're learning deep lessons right now that can support this. But I want to hand it over to Trey first to specifically sort of address your first question, of how should things maybe be redesigned going forward. Then he'll hand it back to me to go into some more specifics.
Great.
Well, thank you, Allie, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Trey Martin, I'm the General Counsel and Chief of Strategy at Let's Grow Kids, and really delighted to get the invitation to talk with you today. Allie handed this off to sort of address what we're thinking right now about the kind of rebuilding or recovery or redesign out 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 24 months from now. And I guess that the first place to the first response that we have is that we are right now thinking about our work in two phases. So we're really in a response mode right now. Ali, when I turn this back over to her, she is going to tell you everything that we've been doing in terms of that response. There's a current crisis and it requires emergency action. We've been doing our part in that along with a lot of other people, and we're delighted to have the opportunity to tell you about it. I think Ali also has some written testimony that she's done for the Human Services Committee that she's delivering later on. I will forward that to you all because it lays all that out in a written format so that you have it for your record as well. In the meantime, in the meantime, so we're going to shift to recovery at some point, or maybe we should call it rebuilding or resilience or sustainability. And we were already thinking with you about where we're going to be 1 year from now, or 3 years from now, or 5 years from now. But sitting here today on April 9th, I think we're still waiting, just like you are, to understand the state's fiscal picture for the rest of this year, what the picture is going to look like for fiscal year 22, 21, 22, and what that means. And I think we know a little bit about what the CARES Act has done for the childcare industry, but there's a whole lot of work that's happening in terms of the national response and advocacy to include more stimulus for the childcare industry at the national level in future packages. The amount that CARES Act provided was, I think, a couple decimal points different from what some of the national industry leaders suggested. And we think that what might come out of that, if they're successful in getting part or all of what they think is needed, is still going to be largely about recovery. Vermont has been way ahead in terms of taking care of this industry and pivoting to address current needs, but not throw away the future of the industry. Other places are not so lucky, and so I think a lot of the federal spending is going to be going to shore up losses, to shore up people's employee needs, or bank loans that people weren't able to pay back, or leases that they needed to be able to defer. We don't know yet whether there's going to be a national effort to really subsidize the cost of childcare for workers across the country. We hope that there will be, but we're going to need to monitor that closely. We will be back in touch with you, and we'll be talking to your colleagues in the other committee rooms who have an interest in that as well as that develops. Hopefully this is, I know you won't be meeting as routinely maybe in the next few weeks, but over the next few months, you will be meeting. And as we get to each of the kind of decision points and sort of timeline points of the response and the shift to recovery, we'd be happy to come back 2, 3, 4 times, over the coming weeks and give you updates on what we're seeing and hearing. In the meantime, we also started a conversation with you last month that's still very relevant. The PowerPoint that my colleague Sarah Kenny and I presented to the committee, and back it seems like about 4 years ago, doesn't it? But it was really only about 6 weeks ago. That's still really relevant. It reflects the best thinking that's happened in Vermont over the last 5 to 7 years. The Blue Ribbon Commission report, the think tank report that followed that, the work that the Business Roundtable did to think about the economic impact of childcare in Vermont. So that is everything that we presented there. I think is still relevant. We do in a future system need to think about governance. We want to think about service delivery. We want to think about how we support the actual cost of care, not the market cost of care, but what it actually costs if we were to pay workers a living wage, or better than a living wage, a wage that would attract people in. We still need to think about training and loan repayments for those folks. And ultimately, we want to be able to shift this to a conversation where this is part of the way we address our demographic challenges and our growth challenges in Vermont. And again, we will continue to do that. But right now, I think it is clearer than ever that this is the connection between employment, between family welfare, between the welfare of children and the future lives and productivity they're going to have, is that this is critical infrastructure, right? I mean, the fact that colleagues in this building, or in the building you would be in, as well as the administration, are doing so much to support the childcare industry right now is because we won't be able to get people back to work without it. At some point, those closure orders are going to be rescinded, and people who are able to return to their jobs are going to want to do that. And we need to be able to just flip the switch and get people back, get kiddos back into childcare. That's what we're really working on right now. If we do that well, we'll also be in a position over the coming months to think, okay, we've bought ourselves some time. What's the stepwise process we need to go through to address the governance, to address the service delivery, to address the actual cost of care? And we're very hopeful, I think, like you are, that the feds are going to help us to at least make a down payment on that. Block grants. I mean, to the extent you all are passing messages up to our counterparts in the intergovernmental structure, giving states some flexibility around that would sure be helpful. Tying it to big federal programs like Medicaid or other sort of HUD-related programs that do block grants to states who are ready to move in a certain direction and need some flexibility. That would be what Vermont would be looking for. Not something that's formula-driven and can only reimburse certain costs. Of course, we're trying to help our providers understand those federal programs right now. Do they go on unemployment insurance, or should they use the state's stabilization program, or do they want to use the Families First Act sick leave, family leave provisions, or is that somehow, does that not work with the stabilization program that Child Development Division has stood up? So I think Allie can talk a little bit more about what she's seeing in all those programs, but one example of something that we're doing is a webinar later today at 1 o'clock where providers can call in, and we've gathered our consultants and our lawyers, and they've been happy to join us on these webinars and answer questions from childcare businesses. What do I do about making payroll? What do I do about bank loans? What do I do if I need to defer costs? So that is kind of the reality that we're facing right now. And it's even more complex than that. And so why don't I, before going further down that, and maybe people have questions, but if not, I'd like to let Allie really flesh out the rest of that work, because she has spearheaded that for Let's Grow Kids over the last, 4 weeks, I guess, of pretty intense effort.
Great. Thanks, Trey. So I think we do want to open this up for conversation soon. So let me just lay out that context for you. First, thank you really greatly for your second question of how can we help? And so I think to address that, I'm going to quickly, as Trey said, just give you a little bit of color of what this response phase has been. Then I'm going to go to sort of the pivot of, if we're reading our tea leaves right now, what does the sort of future start looking like a tiny bit? So first, we found ourselves in a very unique position of being on the ground as sort of a private, nimble partner, and have been totally working hand in glove with the state of Vermont on this response mode, sort of filling gaps, being a conduit from the field, and employers and parents up to the state and feds actually, and back. So we were sort of thrust into this and happy to do it from the beginning. So what is this? What do I mean by the response for childcare? I think you probably all are seeing from your constituents and from following this 2 key components. One is basically supporting childcare to do emergency childcare for essential workers. It's been an incredibly important part of our response. And then 2, making sure that the childcare industry survives this crisis. So Trey touched upon this. Just to give you a sense of that, and this is what you all were getting, into with us this winter. As you now know, this industry is so fragile that usually they've got maybe 1-2 weeks on their margins that they could operate through something like this before going bankrupt. And I'm not trying to be alarmist. The National Association for the Education of Young Children did a survey, and the childcare industry would lose about 50% of their businesses within 2 weeks of this crisis if there are no measures to step in and support the industry. I have happier news for Vermont that I'll get to at the end of this, but that's the situation. So those are the 2 key components. A, can we actually dust off and reboot our economy when this is over with childcare there in existence? And 2, how do we support these folks who are actually doing childcare right now for these essential employees? So we've been in a position to support both efforts. So we've been sort of overall a translator of very complex guidance that's coming both from the state and from the feds, digesting that guidance and pretty much refreshing sort of accessible language for all the different groups, parents, providers, businesses, and that's all on our website for Let's Grow Kids /coronavirus, if anyone's curious to take a peek at what that looks like. But we've been really focused on, the essential workers, just so you know, one of the first things we did was we created an intake form for all essential workers and 211 extension 6. So it's the Help Me Grow call center. So the form and the center to basically have a public intake. Are you an essential employee? Do you have childcare needs? Let us know. And then we send that right to the state. We use our infrastructure that's already in place, which is a great sort of scenario. And through a referral system, and they match up families with childcare. So you all know, to get a flavor of that, 1,037 workers to date have used the tool, with 1,661 children needing care for both school age. So it's up to grade 8 and 0 to 5-year-olds. And that's heavily happening including school age in the 0 to 5 private childcare system, which also includes after school programs as well. So the after school, groups are also very involved with this. So that's a huge piece of this response. So in the meantime, we're making sure that those that are asked to go on the front line as childcare providers and businesses that are doing this work, and they're doing it well, they're doing it with all the supports and health guidance they can have. So we've been working completely with the Department of Health on what's the latest guidance to do this childcare safely right now. We've been doing webinars. We've been supporting them actually getting supplies. And this is a small tweak, that just so you all know, right now we're actually sourcing thermometers, masks, gloves, toilet paper, sanitizing supplies for these childcare centers that are doing childcare right now. They can't get these supplies. They're out of these supplies and they're doing this work. So we're trying to get the State Emergency Operations Center to add them to their roster to be able to access these supplies, especially masks and gloves, which they're not able to get right now. So we're sourcing them and literally delivering them all directly. So that's just to give you a sense of what the emergency childcare looks like. But honestly, the state is doing a fantastic job. Everyone's really doing their absolute best, and they're standing up programs that would have taken years, months at least, in normal scenarios to do. And we're happy to support that. The other thing that we're doing, just so you all know, is we're actually partnering with the state to do an informal system of care. Some people aren't comfortable in the normal childcare congregate setting right now. Some people can't swing it for a variety of reasons. So we're actually starting to work with UVM medical students who are already fingerprinted and background checked, and helping support get them into homes of essential workers through this childcare. So that's just to give you a flavor of what's happening right now in this field. That's a huge part of it. But let me pivot to sort of the punchline, which is, what about those that are closed? And even those that are doing essential childcare, they're only doing very, very small amounts of kids. What of this industry and this profession? Is it going to exist? And I have to tell you, Vermont is the first and only state to date that has said, we will not let the childcare industry die in Vermont, and created a stabilization program, which is one tool in the toolbox. And it is the absolute best in the country right now, to basically say, we're going to step up and continue your pre-K payments, continue your CCFAP subsidy payments, no matter whether you're open or closed. And we're going to pay 50% of your tuition for families, and families can pick up the other 50. Now, we know this is still a hardship on many families. The good news, such as it is there are many options. First of all, if families say, I've lost my job, I don't have income, I can't pay that, the state will pay 100%. So in other words, these programs are held financially harmless through this crisis. And they also have, as Trey mentioned, the ability to just, mothball their program for now and go on unemployment. We're supporting them through a weekly webinar with HR consultants, doing a lot of this work pro bono to help early childhood businesses navigate these, unemployment benefits, paid family leave, and et cetera, and what is the better choice for them and their bottom line, so they can pop up open. We also have an emergency fund that we've created. We know there are going to be financial gaps through this, so lots of Vermonters have said, how can we help? And they've been asking to give money, so we stood up an emergency fund, and we're also working with the Vermont Community Foundation, VCF, just so you all know, who is doing a wonderful, more generic response to make sure that we aren't losing basically major pieces of our industry and our society here in Vermont during this crisis. So the final thing I'll say is this quote from, let's see if I can find it here, of a child care program who has said, I feel incredibly valued and so appreciate living in a state that is helping providers by covering their lost income due to mandated closure from COVID-19. We will have a stable childcare system when we return from this mess, which will help folks get back that work that much faster. And that's to your point, Chair. We can't do recovery without childcare. And so, you know, I want to just mention there's a state and national sort of plan that you all can be part of. First of all, you can make sure that we can get this funding, you know, that the state has promised, both from probably federal and state sources, to ensure that we can stand, you know, behind this recovery plan, so that we can just literally flip the switch and go back to functioning when this is all over. The second thing is there's national momentum, and we're emerging as a state leader of that, to see what we're not going to just, you know, band-aid the system anymore. Like, we have to fix the system. And I think there's going to be a big national federal policy and funding push for that. And I could see Vermont being a really key leader in that. We're already starting to emerge as such with some other states that are doing really good work on the ground. But then there's also a state response, and you already alluded to it, Chair, which is there's going to be stimulus money. How can we put ourselves in this great position to really fix the system in a way that we need to? And one example is, you already started seeing our agenda for this year. You know, the IT system, for example, we have a dinosaur antiquated IT system for childcare. If we would have had the new system that we were looking for one-time funding for this year, it would have made the response so much easier. And it would be the sort of, it seems so simple, but it's the foundation of building a modernized childcare system. And so that's a one-time funding thing that we could start looking at together creatively in the coming months, and the time is right to see if that makes sense for us to signal we're serious about recovering with childcare as a cornerstone of this rebuild. And another example is the wages. You know, you all started working on that with us. Basically, it's this idea of people are going to be reshuffling themselves and their employment when this is all over. And if we can say we're committed to childcare as this key piece of our world and our economy, you know, and you started seeing wage supplements to recruit people into this field as we're doing this rebuild, this reshuffle, it would be huge, absolutely huge. So those are just some ideas to tease us. But as Trey said, it's too soon to really dig that deep into that conversation. Thank you so much for the time. I know that was a lot of information. I really appreciate the ability to debrief with you all. A lot has happened, as you can tell, over the last couple weeks.
Well, and three punctuation marks to put at the end of that is, what, you know, first is that I have sent in the testimony that where Ali really lays out the response activities. So I sent that to Amy and the chair and the vice chair for you all. Happy to have you look at that. Second, if you'd like us to be in touch, you know, as we continue to work and identify some of those opportunities, we'd be happy to develop something more specific to this committee's question and sort of say, okay, here are some of the opportunities that we see coming down the pike. In the meantime, as Ali noted, I just want to emphasize and ask that you all understand what is happening, and so that you can support your colleagues and help them think creatively about, you know, how do we make choices within the CARES Act, that $1.25 billion, or how do we look for opportunities where, you know, it has to be new spending and sort of new programming. It has to be related to COVID-19, and it has to be spent this year. We'd be happy to help think about some of those opportunities, and Ali just mentioned a few of them that we've already talked to you about. So I think with that, we have plenty of time left to have a conversation and hear questions and try to respond.
Thank you, Ali. Thank you, Trey. So committee questions, remember, raise your hands, and don't forget to put your hands down after you've asked your question. Charlie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Ali and Trey, I just have a question, because we're looking at unemployment rates that are going to be maybe 10 to 20%, and parents have been put in the position of being their home educators of their kids now for anywhere from kindergarten up to older ages. So, and it's unlikely that we'll have a rapid recovery in all sectors. So our unemployment rate is probably going to remain fairly high for a while. So the demand on child care centers is not going to be as great as it was even 2 months ago in terms of the number of people or the looking for employees. I'm just wondering if you are thinking that way and systemically or strategically as to what that looks like over the next 12 months, over the next 24 months, as to a change in the demand at that level.
It's such a good point, Representative. The main thing I would say is first of all, we're really not seeing that. A lot of the reason why parents are in some cases happy to continue to pay this 50% is because they know they need that childcare spot when this is all over, to go back to work. So we haven't started to see that yet, but I do agree with you. It's smart to project out that things will probably change over the next few months. The other piece of the puzzle is we've only been meeting the need 50% of the demand for childcare across the state. So these folks have wait lists, 7,500 kids deep. So I actually don't believe it's going to show up. That lack of demand will show up in the day-to-day operation of childcare businesses like it would in other industries, just because we're so under, the supply currently. So I don't believe it will shake out in a way that we're going to need to plan for as far as the business model, if that makes sense. But it's a very, very good point, and something that we've not fully turned our attention to, as Trey said, as to the recovery phase yet. We're still deeply in the response, but it's a very smart point for us to start thinking about.
Mute myself here. Other questions, committee? I think one of the pieces that came from the federal government was in community block grants, and it was a pretty small amount of money that they sent to us. But I did see that childcare was specifically named in there. Is that something that you all have been looking at and trying to figure out how to apply it to our centers?
Yes, and Trey, you can jump in here. I believe that, as Trey mentioned, the childcare industry, sort of writ large in the country, asked for, a denomination that was 100 times larger than what ended up happening for childcare in the stimulus in the CARES Act, and so we ended up getting, I think, $4 million, Trey. I mean, it was a pretty small amount of money given how much we're going to need to support just the stabilization program to keep the industry alive in Vermont. So I believe, Chair, that money will go directly to, this would be a question for the Child Development Division and AHS, finance office. But my understanding is they're certainly going to braid that federal dollars right into any other emergency money that they're using right now to just basically first and foremost do the stabilization grant. I will say the beauty of the stabilization program is that it's a very clean, comprehensive injection of funds into the field in a way that holds them financially harmless, as opposed to this tapestry of inefficient, supports that many other states are doing. So it's really the best in class as far as I know. It's still complicated, but people are already starting to, get the guidance and start to sort out what they're going to do as a business for childcare business. And this is really the most comprehensive plan. So it's a funnel of any state and federal dollars to directly to these programs. It's just not enough, so we'll be finding other sources.
But to underscore Ali's initial point is the money that came to the industry in the CARES Act is it could either cover the cost of emergency care and supplies and the health needs of those centers. And there maybe would be a little bit left over to support the stabilization program, but it's not a comprehensive funding source to get us all the way to the end of even this response period. So again, that's why, future federal action as well as, other creative thinking at the state level are just going to have to happen. $4.3 million is a few weeks of stabilization or less if you have to divert that into emergency childcare costs.
So this leads to a very, very good point, though, Chair, which is the expansion of childcare financial assistance that's happening right now is best practice. It's what the sort of national best practice, has prescribed, and we're one of the few states that are doing it. It's also what the Blue Ribbon Commission and all of our ground, work over the last many years on fixing sort of this industry problem has said. And so we're getting an interesting flavor of what it could look like truly stabilize and and have this industry fly into the future right now. It's an interesting sort of dimension of this month.
So, but I understand this money came through so that it's in the community development block grants, and there's generally municipal applications that have to be put in for that? Is there some type of waiver or some different directives from the Fed on how they get this money out?
I don't think we know all the guidance yet from Office of Management and Budget. They were hoping to get that out by the 13th, which is, the beginning of next week. So it has been, I mean, when you read carefully between the lines, or even what's on the lines, when the Joint Fiscal Office and others, Commissioner Gresham are talking to the appropriations committees, that they're saying that we're operating in a real dearth of guidance right now, or with a real dearth of guidance, and so they're counting on that. It could be a place, though. I mean, we have been looking at that too, or I've been looking at that too, and wondering, is there a way to for Vermont to kind of more creatively direct that money towards projects that people agree are the kind of high priority projects, as opposed to waiting for which applications come through the pipeline, which sometimes that's a great way to let the market drive need. But then the people who are best at putting applications together are the ones that are, on the receiving end.
Well, and I think it's going to certainly slow the way the money can get out quickly, because if we have to wait for municipalities to put in applications, and then we have to have the board hold hearings on those applications and make decisions on them, I think it's really holding things up instead of speedily getting the money out. So
absolutely. And again, that's why I'll point to the stabilization program. Part of the sort of genius of the state's response to childcare is they're saying, you know what, we're not going to have these thousands and thousands of small business have to wade through that process exactly like you just laid out, Chair, of applying for a grant, trying to figure out if UI is right for them, trying to figure out if it's a mix of the grant and UI and paid family leave. This is actually this one sort of shot deal where between parent tuition and the state support, it's a really clean and easy way to basically ensure A, that these businesses stay open, but B, to not have all these folks become unemployed. To your earlier point, Representative Kimball, the one part that we're not going to add to unemployment right now is through early educators, because you have to keep your folks on payroll. And to your earlier point too, Representative, about parents homeschooling, these folks now, the early educators who are still on payroll because of the stabilization program, are actually working with families. They're doing story times, story circles. They're supporting families and sort of coaching them through behavioral issues, helping them get routines for their kids at home. So they're actually doing quite a bit of service for these families while they're still on payroll and frankly, open as K through 12.
okay, we have Jean and then Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On another topic, prior to the pandemic, there was talk about the business community rallying with some ideas on funding. And that conversation, I think we need to continue to have that conversation even while we're getting through this pandemic. Are you talking to the business community at this point? Where are we with those thoughts?
Great question. Fantastic question. It was one of those projects that we felt would be absolutely, able to move forward. But I have to say, Representative Sullivan, we have paused that for the moment, specifically as to the funding sources, because I think we all are very much, waiting on the uncertainty of what our fiscal picture as a state is going to look like. I mean, hearing, about the loss of revenue, I think we are going to need to let the dust settle a little bit. However, to your point of calling this meeting today, frankly, for all of you, we have to also at the same time be smart and not be flat-footed when things pick back open. Positioning things like childcare, things that we've now seen are absolutely necessary through this crisis. Having a plan of action ready. So we can really move swiftly with state and federal dollars. So I think it's going to be a bit of a dance, Representative O'Sullivan. I think it's going to be a very careful threading of response and pivot to recovery when we start to understand that. But all that is to say, our business partners are still with us, and they're starting to, lean in different ways. How, like, ideas of how might we use stimulus funding to set ourselves up to have that conversation, quickly when the time is right, as opposed to thinking through, specific funding sources right now. But I'd be really open to your feedback. You all are seeing this closer to the ground than we are, on when is it appropriate to start that conversation back up again.
Well, that they're consistently part, that the business community is consistently part of your conversation now is very important.
Yes.
And yes, and you'll get the committee support on this because this is a vital part of economic development.
I greatly appreciate that. And just so you know, I have to call some of them out right now. Fully distributing, here's an example. They've been involved through the business roundtable, they're involved on the ground, and all of a sudden they are the only folks with product, janitorial
Wow.
product, toilet paper, because they held on to it to be part of the emergency response because they knew this was going to happen. And they've chosen to prioritize emergency childcare as one of their clients right now. So they are physically, personally, breaking open pallets and repackaging them and delivering them to childcare programs right now. To quote them yesterday, I want everyone to know you have a friend in childcare down here in Foley, right? That's one example. Twincraft, Michelle Ash actually just joined Let's Grow Kids board. She feels so passionately about this manufacturing up in Essex and Winooski, and they just started changing their manufacturing to do products to give emergency childcare. So just an example, businesses are seeing this, even now more than ever. We've actually had a close business partner called us the other day and said, I've always understood what you are doing, but it was a little bit abstract. And now I really get it. Not do I just get that we need a better system that's not so fragile and sort of like poorly thought through, but we also, need public funding support to actually have it work, which was really an eye opener, I would say, for us.
Well, that's right, Ali. And I think the only other thing to emphasize is that we've paused that conversation, but only for a couple of weeks or a month in order to kind of get our feet under us and understand what are the new opportunities and pathways that we should be moving down with you all and with those partners, and thinking about the goals that we had, which, as you said earlier, they haven't changed. But we may have to take a slightly different route to get there.
Yeah. Jim.
Hey there. This dovetails right into Jean's question, I think, and that is, I was wondering if you and Allie and Trey were thinking on a grand scale with respect to the architecture of how the child care dilemma that we have would be designed, and whether or not it would make sense for it to be a part of the Department of Education. Now, that may be a really big question right now, but it's something that I've been thinking about.
We're right there with you. and we don't have an answer, and it's not for Let's Grow Kids to make that decision either. That's a administration plus legislature plus industry conversation about how to get that right. But there are states where 0 through 5 is part of a sort of K through 12 system, and it's all it's not necessarily socialized or free from 0 to 5 or even at the pre-kindergarten age, but I think like New York City is working on something like that. And then there are other places where this is purely in the human services agencies. I think I said, Representative Carroll, when I was in the chair a month ago, that one thing we do know is that it's complicated to have joint oversight. In Vermont, people have learned to make that effective between AHS and the Agency of Education. But one of the models that comes out of the think tank report and out of the Ribbon Commission report is to unify that governance, and move it forward. And we may need to rethink some of that structure in the future in this state. How do agencies oversee some of these core functions? Just as part of a new reality we're all going to be living in. Nobody really knows yet how recovery has to look in order to address what happens over the next 6, 8, 12, 18 weeks.
I just want to add, I so appreciate the insight, Representative Carroll, because that's exactly right. It's on all of us together, and certainly not Let's Grow Kids, alone, or even, to lead that piece, to look at the lessons we've just learned and see if we're going to have a reshaping, frankly, a total reshaping of some of this stuff. And, the fault lines that this is showing are real. And the first fault line, I mean, the first sleepless week of work where we were just all trying to sort this out together was, whoa, what happens to the childcare industry? Do you close it like you close the schools? And they were feeling incredibly disrespected in the first announcement of schools where childcare was just ignored. And it was ignored because it's a private industry, in most of, it's a hybrid public-private industry. And it was really inappropriate to let, that go unsaid and give no guidance there because, each program was going to have to make their own decision on the best interest of the public health that they were juggling, their families' needs, their kids' needs, their bottom line. It was a mess in the first day, right? And so what was the big difference? Childcare is this sort of complex public-private market, 0 K through 12. What is not, is a public good with public funding. There was never a question, certainly lots of hardships there on the remote learning, continuity of learning, but never did anyone waste one moment of time worrying or thinking about the financial money flow, and sorting that piece out, right? So huge lesson right off the bat there about one was a public good and one was not, and set them up in totally different positions at the start of a crisis like this. And then I would say globally, because we all are seeing this in such stark relief, those who are being called upon as essential workers right now, including childcare, early educators, don't have health insurance, poverty wages, can't socially distance. It's really a broader point that childcare, fits right in the middle of that I think we're all going to have to make sense of together when this is over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jean, do you have another question or?
I apologize. I forgot to put my hand down. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Lynn?
Yeah, I think that was an interesting issue that Jim Carroll raised. My understanding, after we passed a bill years ago for pre-K, that was one of the major stumbling blocks is the whose jurisdiction is it? Is it Department of Education or Agency of Education, or is it the Agency of Human Services? And they apparently sort of share it, and it's been just a stumbling block in doing anything that's resolved this whole issue of pre-K. And I'm wondering if you guys have had any input into any of that, and does childcare fit into that? And because that is a real sticky situation, and no one's ever been able to figure out who is going to take jurisdiction of this.
Great point. Yeah, we've been very, very involved in those conversations in, House Ed and House Human Services over the many years, and in discussions with superintendents, special education association, and others, building bright futures. It's been a big conversation. And I will say the good news is Vermont was the first in the country to have a universal pre-K bill for 3 and 4-year-olds that actually was tied to a real funding source. And guess what it did? It raised the quality of pre-K to an incredible degree. The vast majority of people that are offering pre-K both in the schools and in the private settings are 4 and 5 stars, have licensed teachers, and are getting great outcomes. And 75% of 3 and 4-year-olds are accessing publicly funded pre-K in Vermont. So the good news is access and quality. So it actually did exactly what we hoped. Your point, Lynn, I don't want to sugarcoat it. The sticking points have been on the administrative minutia, which sounds like minor, but it's major, in some cases, and can, really get in the way of a very good program and get in the way of what's most important, which is getting kids what they need here. And so it's a continued discussion. I will say it was a major policy shift. So it's been a couple of years and things are quieting a little bit, and the real issues are coming, to the fore. There were thousands of issues before. Now I'd say there's like a list of maybe 10 very important issues that still need to be sorted out, and some are as minor as contracting procedures, and some are also fingerprinting procedures, right? So there's some administrative pieces like that are really difficult, and I think we all need to work them out. But agreed, I mean, it could get swept into a larger conversation about perhaps we just going to look at this whole spectrum of education in a different way now, and think about it more like a public good, and then restructure the governance and regulation of that. I mean, that could be a major societal transformation that comes from this pandemic. I always look at my lawyer to make sure I didn't get over my skis here.
Well, and you didn't. That is what we talked about that a little bit a month ago, and it's certainly it's the right answer is that it's a very complicated question. We're right in the middle of it, Representative Dickinson, and that's where we want to be, because it's, you know, when I talk about the future of this industry, governance is the first thing that I think about. And you know, I have some experience on the inside of state government, and the places where there was shared oversight of key programs, especially regulated programs, were the places where the biggest pinch points happened, where, you know, the regulated community can be really negatively affected by disagreements or different stances or even just different viewpoints on an issue. And you know, we don't have to go down the road of where those could be, but we want to solve that. We really want to make this much clearer for the providers. We want to make it much cleaner in terms of the way that it's funded, so that families have a simple copay. And then there's all those other things that Allie and I keep saying. We need to make sure that every family can afford it. We need to make sure that the workers have the support they need to get professional development and really grow as teachers and you know, lifelong learners themselves. And they need to be supported with benefits and you know, pay that's at least, you know, sort of equivalent to what they'd make teaching in a different level. I also jumped out, and so I think, Allie, you did a great job answering that question. I wanted to thank everybody. I know Allie can stay on, but I am going to have to drop off here. And had just a previously scheduled meeting that I couldn't move around. But we are really happy to be with you, and we hope that we can check back in 3 or 4 weeks, and then 3 or 4 weeks after that, as things get a little clearer. We will also keep you posted with developments, Representative O'Sullivan, sort of, you know, what happens with our work with the business community champions. And if there's any of that we can help put in writing, you know, if Amy lets me know, or if any of you send us a request, we can get back to you with sort of more delineated responses.
Thanks, Trey. We appreciate your time with us. Is there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Allie, thank you too. Oh, Christy does have a question.
There we go. Allie, thanks. When we talk about perhaps migrating the childcare into a public entity, similar to what the school programs are, how do you envision the administration or bureaucracy of such a program? And as we've seen with our school districts, we're trying to consolidate. We're trying to merge administration. I'm looking for, what do you think the administration of such a program for childcare would look like?
Oh boy, such a good question. And, you know, I'm just going to say this is purely conjecture on my part to answer your question, as if you all are starting to sort of, you know, dream about this now. You know, it's coming from basically being involved with years of collaborative processes. You know, we did a 1,000-person summit to think through this 2 years ago with Building Bright Futures, and then that led to a smaller think tank of partners, both public, private partners, thinking about this, and it all came from the Blue Room Commission originally. So a lot of what I will just muse on for you on that is based on some of that stuff. But you know, a big example. One thing is, this is a public-private partnership, and there is some strength in that. You know, if it's truly supported in a way that gives that values this profession, and as Trey said, you know, make sure that parents actually can pay what they can afford and not more than that, and actually give salaries to folks to value them and their professionalism. You know, it can be a public-private partnership, which is much less expensive, right? You know, instead of being a completely compulsory, you know, extension 0 to 5 of school that's completely paid for, instead of say 10% on a sliding fee scale of parents paying some tuition, you know, it becomes a exponentially more expensive program, just to put that out there. So the public-private partnership piece is not terrible, and it's best practice in the United States. And there's probably a way to get there that would avoid all the crises we just went through in this pandemic. This, you know, keeps supporting the industry. Now that could be overseen in a variety of different ways. You know, the reason why I think people go to education is because it really is education. I think we have to get through the stigma of the fact that this is babysitting. No one who does this knows it's baby, sees it as babysitting. It's true or early education. And so I think there's a real symbolic and important messaging piece that comes to the education, which I think people are drawn to for that, and it's for good reason. A lot of folks have discussed a new entity, but have been worried that they don't want to spend all their time and political capital and money building a new entity, say like an early childhood department. So those of us who want to move this very quickly are a little wary of that, but there have been ideas of how you might do that in a really efficient way. In other words, you might you might start an early childhood fund that's a one-stop shop for all these different things, and that cleans up all this. Is it ed fund? Is it not ed fund, et cetera? So, and that's been on the docket for years for these early childhood sort of discussions, an early education fund. And then from there, the oversight could be dual, or it could be a new entity. It could be a quasi-judicial, almost like the VHCB of early childhood, because it's a public-private market. You could sort of quickly stand up, say, a kind of VHCB type of entity that supported sort of the regulatory, side of that. So there's lots of different options, Representative Morris. I just wanted to sort of tease it for you a little bit on what the conversation has been like over the years, because, you could just go into one agency, you could sort of force collaboration in a more concrete way. You could go to a public-private entity to oversee it. And, I think you could do a lot of those things quite efficiently. We have models in other states that we could look to. But anyway, it's just sort of some ideas for you on there are options to do this in a more streamlined way.
Right. And one of my reasons for my question is, as we're seeing down here in Springfield currently, the cost of the public education is so extreme that the citizens in town, in their infinite wisdom, decided to vote down the budget. So they just look at the numbers and they get exasperated by the amounts. And so I just was trying to get a feel for if this would be a standalone program, and if that's what you're looking at or envisioning, and or if it would go into the public sector and would be subject to the voter discretion.
Great question.
Any other questions for Ally? I think what I'd like to do later, sometime this summer probably, is we're understanding where we're at and where we might need to be going in the future, is maybe have a joint hearings with education and with health, human services. So the three committees, that'd be really interesting to have 33 members up on the screen and along with you and others to see how that would work. But I think that if we are going to make changes in this system going forward, that we all three need to be working together with you and with the administration. So I think, I'll talk to the two chairs later. It's not a pressing issue right now that we need to jump into. We have much more pressing needs going on now, but to keep this in the back of our minds, and please touch base with me, Ally, in the next few weeks if you have new information. I don't mind bringing the committee together to hear from you and others about what's going on out in the world that we're probably missing because of our ability to, or lack of ability to get out. So thank you for all that Let's Grow Kids is doing, and what you've done to keep essential workers able to have their children taken care of while they're taking care of us.
It's our pleasure. I really appreciate it. And thank you for that. We will absolutely, I think it's a wonderful idea to have a joint hearing. You all are pros at the Zoom already. I think it would go beautifully, and it would be a really important conversation, and we'll keep you apprised certainly of any updates.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much. Really nice to see you.
Good to see you too. Stay healthy.
point out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I want to hope gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 367th edition of Energy Week. We are recording this on Thursday, the 16th of April, 2020. And we are reporting news about energy and climate change starting on April 9th through April 15th. This information comes from my blog. I'm George Harvey. Oh, and by the way, here I am, George Harvey, Energy Week with George Harvey, me, and the amazing Tom Fennell. I should have done that right from the get-go.
I haven't gone anywhere.
Okay. We're starting on April 9th, and as I was saying, the news items here are all at my blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com. Most people watching this are going to have some sort of representation of a website that they can visit or a file that they can download. But the geoharvey.com website is one that you can go to. And if you want to read a particular article, we'll try to keep you apprised of the date that it appeared at the blog. And you can click on that date on the calendar and find it among the 15 or so items that appear there. So
some of them are well worth looking at.
Yeah, they are.
I'll try to mention some of the better ones as we go.
Yeah. I had quite a lot of fun with this first one. The first one starts with a picture, excuse me, of an oil tanker. And this particular article, which was in Clean Technica, I didn't see a picture there that I liked, so I went to Wikipedia Commons and got the picture of the oil tanker.
Which looks like an ore boat to me.
It looks like an ore boat to me. I looked at that thing and I saw a thing that said it was a super tanker. And you know, Tom, what I did with this was I actually did a search on the image, and I found that this is probably an ore bulk oil carrier of the bridge class.
I looked that up. I could talk about it.
What's that?
I've looked that up and I could talk about it. There's a couple of interesting things about it.
Yeah, the thing that made me think, and probably the same thing that made you think that this looked more like an ore ship than an oil ship, is that it doesn't have pipes running along the deck. It looks like it's got it's got a series of hold covers.
That seems to me to be what it had too. Well, it did.
Yeah, it did.
It was designed to carry either ore or oil. And the idea was it would carry oil going in one direction and carry ore in the other direction to make a little bit more money for its owners.
Yeah, because
it might work out.
If you think about it, an oil carrying ship that's leaving the United States, say Seattle, to take oil to Tokyo, for example, what's it going to carry back in the hold, which is designed to hold oil? It's not going to carry oil.
They should have figured out that it could carry back cars.
Yes, which will arrive in Seattle all smelling like oil. But anyway, we should probably deal with the article. This is from Clean Technica.
Well, it was interesting because I did look up into this particular ship, and it was star-crossed. They made about 7 of them. They had hard luck on all of them. It wasn't all because of the ship. I mean, they had typhoons. 2 of them sank.
Yeah.
They only made 7, and they're all out of service now. They've all been scrapped.
I should mention, by the way, this ship is supposed to displace 91,655 tons, and that is roughly twice.
Wrote that 91,655.
Yeah, roughly twice the displacement of the largest battleship in the world in 1940.
Was it? I never compared to that, but you can see it's a little bit bigger than a battleship.
You can tell just by looking at it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's get going on the article because it relates to this.
Yes, it does. What do you got for a title?
Millions of barrels of oil nobody wants are floating in the ocean. I think we're going to touch base on this more than once.
We're going to do that. Oil demand is in free fall. By the way, this is no longer the situation, but oil demand is in free fall thanks to green technology and the pandemic. Oil is at its lowest price in decades, but that hasn't stopped production. And now millions and millions of barrels of crude are stuck in massive oil tankers waiting for things to go back to normal. The thing I was going to say about this is no longer the situation is that one thing that I just didn't mention was the trade war, which according to reports has ended. But we'll get to that later.
Get to that. That's it is a significant thing this week.
Yes, it is.
So there's a little takeaway here.
Yeah.
Our illustrious leader said, every ship is now loaded to the gills with oil. There's oil all over the oceans right now.
Yeah.
It's a great time to be in the fuel storage business. And there's a picture of a graph of some profits, and they're up.
For storage.
Yeah.
But profits for oil are not up.
No, that's profits for storage.
Yeah.
And it hasn't even mentioned the effect of electric cars, which is going to affect oil very seriously.
Yes.
In the very near future.
In the very near future. It's already starting.
That's happening already.
It is. Okay.
Well, we got another one coming up here, and I'll read the title.
Okay. We have a picture here of a black squirrel monkey.
Yeah, I was going to say, that looks... well, we don't have a... We're not up. Yeah, that'll be up on the web, won't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's not black, but here's the interesting thing. It looks like Groucho Marx.
You're seeing a mustache on this little guy.
Yeah.
But the colors aren't black. It looks more like a bowl of sherbet for the colors.
Yeah, a little orange there and a little cream on it.
Yeah.
Interesting. This is an interesting article, by the way. It's from The Guardian.
Yes. You got a title?
Wildlife destruction, not a slippery slope, but a series of cliff edges. By the way, this was written by someone named Fiona Harvey. Do you know her?
No, I've never met Fiona Harvey. And I would say that she's probably young enough to be my granddaughter, but that's okay. Maybe I could say that she's young enough to be a niece or a great niece. Okay, wildlife species will die out and natural ecosystems collapse in the near future if the climate crisis goes unchecked, scientists have warned. New research shows that the natural world is at far greater risk from climate breakdown than previously thought.
Well, the article says that species in Indonesia, India, the Amazon, Northern Australia, and sub-Saharan Africa, and the Congo are likely to disappear in the 2040s.
Yeah, this is, and basically they say not a slippery slope, but a series of cliff edges. It sounds to me like these species could get into trouble and disappear very quickly once this
starts happening, it's irreversible, it seems.
Well, the species dying out and going extinct, I don't know what they would do about that.
Well, it says that ocean ecosystems will be the first ones hit.
Well, they're already being hit.
They're already being hit, yeah. And there's tipping points.
Yes, tipping points. Right.
By the way, a very interesting thing here, if you really want to, you can go to the website, and you can listen to the sound of an iceberg melting. And I'm not kidding.
No.
It doesn't sound very thrilling.
No, it doesn't.
But it is an interesting article.
Yes, it is. Okay, going on?
I think we can go on, yep.
still on Thursday, the 9th of April, and we have an item from Renew Economy.
We got a picture there of a coal-fired plant in Wyoming.
That's right, we do.
And it's from Renew Economy, and it says, despite Trump's big talk, U.S. coal production falls to the lowest levels since 1981.
Yeah. Based on weekly production estimates, S&P Global Market Intelligence has said that U.S. coal production through the first quarter of 2020 fell to its lowest level since 1981, with production estimates suggesting only 151 million tons of coal were produced.
Well, we've been talking about that. These companies are all going bankrupt.
They are, and the coal is just not being used. In fact, I think it was last week we talked about how the Trump administration had seen that our domestic use of coal was in decline, so they were trying to build up markets abroad in order to keep miners employed and busy and profitable. And unfortunately for that effort, our exports are in decline too, and that was even before the coronavirus hit.
Well, coal is it's a thing of the past, really.
Yeah, it is.
So we got a quick takeaway here.
Okay.
Coal production fell during the fourth quarter of 2019 as well as the first quarter of this year. U.S. coal exports have also fallen, and Standard & Poor's is blaming plunging electricity demand due to the COVID-19 recession. Well, that's helping, but that's not what's doing it.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing, Tom.
And renewable energy sources will account for the largest proportion of new generation capacity in 2020.
Well, wasn't it 72% or something in 2019?
I don't have the number, but that sounds about right.
Yeah. Okay, we're up to Friday, April 10th, and we have a picture of a solar farm being built.
That's what it looks like. It's like a rather large solar farm.
That I looked at that and I thought those things in the background look like big brush strokes of,
I think they're solar panels.
They are the rails that the solar panels will be mounted on.
Oh, is that what they are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So these are just laying there on the ground and getting ready to be assembled.
Well, the solar panels will be attached to those.
Yeah, but I mean, the solar panels we're seeing in the foreground are waiting to be attached to them.
I don't know.
Oh.
I thought they were attached to a different set. Anyway, this article is from CNBC.
Which is NBC. I don't know why they use the C, but it's the National Broadcasting Company.
Yeah, the C is for consumers, and it's not national. It is National Broadcast Company, but it's the NBC. I've forgotten what that's for. It's not quite National Broadcast Company.
That's what it meant, but it's just gotten so much bigger now.
Yes. So what do you got for a title?
Europe's largest solar power facility comes online as the industry faces coronavirus challenges.
Yeah, a 500 megawatt PV plant described by Spanish utility Iberdrola as the world's largest, that's in quotes, is sending energy to the grid, a welcome bright spot for an industry that in months ahead could experience difficulties brought on by the coronavirus pandemic.
Well, they have named this plant after Balboa.
Yes.
The Spanish explorer who discovered the Pacific.
Yes. I think somebody else discovered the Pacific before he did.
Well, he was the first European, supposedly. I mean, he saw it from Panama. He didn't go around the bottom of South America.
Yeah, and he saw that the waves were lower than they were in the Atlantic, so he
gave it the name Pacific.
That's right. Yeah, because it was relatively calm and peaceful.
In any case, this Balboa facility has 1.5 million panels, and it supplies enough energy to take care of 250,000 people.
It's big. A 500 megawatt PV plant is big. There's no question about that. I mean, the one at the landfill in Brattleboro is 5 megawatts, so
It's a biggie.
100 times that size. And when that went in, it was the biggest one in Vermont.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. Okay, do you want to go on?
Yeah, we got an interesting picture here.
Yes, this is a funny picture. This is from PBC.
And the picture is a pumping jack in somebody's backyard. Boy, I'd hate to hear that.
Yeah, yes.
Gotta drive you nuts.
This
people in Vermont are afraid of
wind turbines.
Wind turbines.
You know, I want to point something out here, Tom.
Yeah.
On the roof of that building, they have rocks.
Looks like rocks, yes, to hold the roof on, I guess.
It looks like sheep grazing in that backyard.
It looks like that too, and you can see some rebar sticking out of the roof.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't know that's what that was, but I'm sure you're right.
Definitely not in the U.S. We don't do that, but that's commonplace in the Middle East.
Yeah.
In Saudi Arabia, they got a law that you don't have to pay full taxes till you finish building. So they never finish building.
Yes.
They always have these rebars sticking up to the roof for a potential second floor, which never gets built.
Yeah. Well, that makes a great deal of sense. Not that we didn't do that here. I mean, we had at one time taxes on windows, I think, or something, and there were a number of taxes like that were you know, our architecture during the colonial period and after was influenced by the taxes.
Let's move on to this thing. There's a name to it. Oil producers agree to cut production by a tenth.
OPEC producers and allies have agreed to cut output by around 10% to counter the slump in demand caused by coronavirus lockdowns. The group said it could cut output in May. Now, May is next month, and June by 10 million barrels to help prop up prices.
There's more on this that's happened just during a week, which we'll touch a little bit.
Yes.
Based on later.
I read this and I said to myself, is this really going to have any effect on the price of oil? Yeah, it'll have an effect, but I don't think it'll be a big effect because I think a 10% cut in production is still going to have more being produced than is being used.
It is. Well, we'll touch base on that too, but I think I agree with you.
Yeah, okay. You want to go on?
Well, the article says that helped to push the prices of oil to an 18-year low.
Yeah.
And it also says prices have recovered some ground since.
Yeah. Well,
they're still low.
We've been talking about how the oil producers are in trouble for weeks. So
Well, we'll be touching base with it again.
Yes, we will. Okay.
An interesting picture here of a hydrolyzer.
Electrolyzer.
Electrolysis, electrolyzer.
That's right.
This high school chemistry brought up to date.
Yeah, this is from Green Tech Media.
Green hydrogen pipeline surges on a wave of announced mega projects. And this is an interesting thing. Green hydrogen is something to keep an eye on.
It sure is. The pipeline of electrolyzers to produce hydrogen from renewable energy has nearly tripled in just 5 months. We're talking about this is growth that is just unimaginable almost. Wood Mackenzie said that. In updated green hydrogen data, updated green hydrogen data in a report published last October following an avalanche of new projection announcements. In other words, I'm going to have to say this again. It made the report last October, but it had to update it because things were so different.
Well, the article says that as of March, that pipeline had increased to 8 gigawatts.
Yes.
That's 30 times today's installed capacity.
Yeah. I mean, this is like, I don't remember anything coming on this fast. I mean, computers didn't come on this fast.
Well, it's an answer to the problem of storing electricity.
Yeah, it is not just that though, Tom. You know, you can store the electricity in hydrogen in one place and then move it to another place.
And that's what's happening.
Yeah, and they're actually talking, and I find it kind of mind-boggling to think about this. I can't imagine that it would actually happen, but they're talking about green hydrogen being produced in Australia.
Big in Australia.
What?
It's big in Australia.
And then the hydrogen being liquefied and shipped to Japan.
Interesting, isn't it?
Well,
who'd have thunk?
Hydrogen liquefies at like 20 degrees Kelvin. This stuff is not just.
You gotta keep it cold.
It's not just cold. It's unbelievably cold.
That's true.
Yeah, it is. You know, I mean, it's so cold that, well, it's just unbelievable. I've seen people take, for example, a goldfish and drop it in liquid nitrogen and then pull it out and hit it with a hammer.
And it shatters.
And it shatters. Another goldfish going in and coming out, put into water, will be swimming around in a few minutes.
Yeah, it recovers. That's amazing, isn't it?
Isn't it? But this stuff is so cold by comparison with that liquid nitrogen. It's crazy.
You don't want to put your finger in it, I'll tell you that.
Man, I think you'd leave your finger behind.
It would just fall right off, huh?
I don't know. I've had a little bit of experience with liquid nitrogen, and one of the weirdest things I ever saw was because of liquid nitrogen. But I think I'll tell that tale another time. I'm not sure that we have time.
That could take a while.
It could. Oh,
well, let's move on here.
We're up to Saturday, April 11th.
Are we ready? Yeah, we certainly are.
And we have
there are plenty of coal.
That was my caption I put on, and that image actually did come from the U.S. DOE.
Well, it's true we have more coal. It's also true we don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, it's like having Confederate currency.
Well, in any case, the title says coal companies want you to pay their debts. That doesn't surprise me any.
Clean Technica had this. The coal industry and what is left of it wants American taxpayers to cover more of the debts of treating black lung disease and cleaning up abandoned mines.
Well, why should they pay for it?
Yeah, right. You know, and the Washington Post reported this. This is precisely the kind of corporate money grab that some apologists of the so-called free market celebrate. You know, I read that and I thought, no, free market apologists don't celebrate that.
Well, the free market people don't really want free markets.
Well, maybe what we should do, Tom, is distinguish between people who really do want a free market and people who say they do but don't.
Bingo.
Because the guys I've known who were, and I knew a lot of them, who were really into the free market, you know, and thought it was such a wonderful idea, would not tolerate this. Absolutely not. This, you know, the free market is not there so people can get tax giveaways. And just imagine this. This is something that, you know, an administration that was largely put into office by libertarians who hate taxes.
Yeah.
This is the result.
The little takeaway from it sort of explains it. It's heads I win, tails you lose.
Yes.
It glorifies corporate profits, demonizes big government, then sticks taxpayers with the bill.
Yeah.
They call us privatizing the profits and socializing the costs.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Little takeaway here, it's unrelated to it really. I happened to watch a movie the other night by random called Mine 9.
Mine 9?
Mine 9. And it was interesting because it's about coal mining, and the picture was very genuine. It was actually taken in a coal mine.
Oh, really?
If you look up Mine Line and you watch that movie, it's about an hour and a half. It's not a great movie, but it's authentic. You'll see what it's like inside of a coal mine.
Well, the closest I ever got was the coal mine exhibit in the Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. When I was a kid, we'd go on class visits in one of those visits.
I was in an operating mine, but it wasn't operating in the section I was in.
Ah.
But it's real. I mean, I went down there to inspect some equipment, some machinery, and really to inspect some cables because they weren't working the way they were supposed to. And I remember the guy from the mine holding up a piece of cable and flexing it. He said, "You know, I like this ITT cable. It talks to you." And it turned out to be the reason why the cable was failing. They made the cable with a piece of paper around the copper.
Oh.
And the copper was sliding around inside this cable. And it's all well and good if you're just going to trail it on the ground like an extension cord. But this cable was reeling and unreeling, and it was causing trouble. It was failing.
Yeah. I remember those cables. You know, the one that I remember is Ethernet cables. And in the early days of Ethernet, just a little pressure on one of those cables was enough to make it fail.
Is that so?
Yeah, and
we're talking big, heavy industrial cables now.
I know that. This is a very different thing, and of the cables being wound and unwound, I can understand how that would cause failure.
Well, it did. We solved it.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to move on here to a picture of some flooding in Baltimore.
Yeah, in 2008, and this is an item from D-Smog.
D-Smog, I don't even have that, but I got it later. Oh, we're going to talk about it again later. Baltimore, Rhode Island argue they're suing fossil fuel companies over climate deception.
Right.
It's an interesting article.
It is an interesting article. At a time when fossil fuel companies are using public health crisis to demand financial and regulatory support, the governments of Baltimore and Rhode Island are calling out a, quote, decades-long campaign of deception, end quote, by those companies.
Well, the lawsuits target major fossil fuel companies, ExxonMobil, Chevron, BP, alleging that they deliberately deceived the public and policymakers on the dangers of fossil fuels. Now, they wouldn't do a thing like that.
You know, we're back.
They claim that the energy companies wrongfully promoted products they knew would cause climate change. They knew what the harmful consequences would be, but engaged in a campaign to discredit the relevant scientific evidence and failed to issue any warnings that would have enabled the public to mitigate those harms. That's exactly what happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, people think this climate change thing is something that was just conjured up 15 years ago or something.
Well, 1957, they knew about it.
Yeah, that's right. And scientists went and told President Lyndon Johnson, we have a problem. And which was, I think, in 1965. And, you know, this is something, the first projections that this was going to happen came from the 19th century. And it's basically unfolded pretty much exactly the way it was projected to unfold, except during the 19th century, they thought this was probably a good thing because it would mean that you could grow agricultural products in Canada more easily.
And then along came the automobile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we got a picture here of a biogas plant.
We do.
Which, by the way, is methane collected from dairy farms. You got that kind of power coming into your house, don't you?
Methane from dairy farms?
Well, it's power from dairy farms.
Yeah, I'm buying cow power from Green Mountain Power. Yeah, Green Mountain Power has the cow power thing. A lot of places have got that kind of thing where you can buy power through a utility at a slightly increased price and know that the electricity that you're using is not coming from fossil fuels.
Bingo.
This article is...
Good idea.
Huh?
It's a good idea.
This article is from Reuters.
California sets a goal to double clean energy by 2030.
California adopted an emissions target for its electric sector that would double the clean energy capacity over the next decade and stop development of new natural gas plants. The target is a 56% reduction in CO2 emissions from 1990 levels. That's fairly early. By 2030. Some environmentalists, however, say this is not enough.
Well, the electricity providers will need to develop nearly 25 gigawatts of renewable energy and 10 gigawatts of storage to achieve this goal. That's about 8 times more than existed in the entire U.S. in 2018.
Yeah, but we're in a situation now where the market is developing in such a way that this is going to be a lot easier to do than people might imagine.
I think so. The times they are changing.
They are indeed. There's a 300 megawatt battery that is being built on the East River.
That's a gigawatt.
Yeah.
That's a big lot. That's in New York?
That's in New York. It's 300
Staten Island.
What's that?
That's in Staten Island, isn't it?
No, it's on the East River. I don't know if it's in Brooklyn or Queens, but it's what they're doing is they're tearing down 2 load-following natural gas plants to make room for one big battery. And
yeah, that's in Ravenswood. That's in the middle of Queens.
Okay.
59th Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
A similar thing is going on in Los Angeles, where they're building a battery of about the same size to support solar power that is going to provide the city. And the reason they're doing this is because it's cheaper than natural gas. So
that used to be a generating station.
Yes, it was. It was a big generating station. It had 16 units. And now it's got 2 still going, and they're tearing down the last 2 to put in a battery.
Yep. The times they are changing.
They are, and that battery will be fed by offshore wind eventually. But yes, we're in a situation where reducing emissions is going to become a whole lot easier because it's going to be cheaper to reduce the emissions than not to.
We'll touch base on that a little bit later too, I think.
Yeah, we're up to Sunday, April 12th, with an item from Space
there
now, and we've got a picture of a satellite being prepared.
Yeah, it's called SORCE, SORCE, which stands for Spacecraft Launch, Solar Radiation and Climate Experiment.
Yeah.
And the title says, NASA satellite ends a 17-year mission measuring the sun's impact on climate. Now that's significant.
It is.
You'll tell us about it.
I'll try to. A spacecraft measuring the amount of solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere was shut down after 17 years. NASA said that greenhouse gas emissions from human activity have over 50 times the influence of changes in solar energy on global warming.
I don't think they ever expected that.
I don't know. I think the people at NASA probably did. Certainly, there are a lot of. What was that guy's name? Willie Soon, who was paid by Exxon and ExxonMobil and so forth to produce articles saying that the sun was behind climate change. Do you remember that?
I do remember that. I think the same guy was involved in cigarette smoking.
I don't know about that, but
I think he wrote articles back in the day about how good cigarette smoking was for the health.
Well,
yeah. When I was a kid, cigarette smoking ads featured doctors.
Oh, yeah, they did. They did indeed. And there were people who thought that it would improve your health. Anyway, this thing, basically, the people from NASA were just measuring the solar energy. Willie Soon was saying in peer-reviewed journals of astrophysics that the sun was behind climate change, and they may have been peer-reviewed, but they weren't peer-reviewed by climatologists or meteorologists, so I don't think they count. And among climatologists, we'll get into this further later on, I think.
Well, a quick takeaway here. This thing they call SORCE, as I mentioned, it monitors the amount, spectrum, and fluctuations in solar energy entering the Earth's atmosphere.
Yeah.
Okay, which helps scientists understand how much variations in the sun's output are responsible for climate change. Turned out to be very little.
Yes, very little. Okay, that was from Spaceflight Now.
Yes, it was.
And our next one is from Solar Paces.
Yeah, a picture there of some molten salt thermal energy storage in South Africa.
With some very circuitous pipes.
Very interesting. They're not doing that anywhere around here.
No, they're not. The reason those pipes,
salt is a good way to store energy.
yeah, the reason those pipes bend all over the place is because
expansion, isn't it?
Huh?
Expansion?
It's for expansion, and they've got some really hot stuff moving through there. So what do you have for title?
California looks for long duration renewable energy storage contracts for 2026. That's coming up real quick.
Yeah, an optimal power portfolio for California to drive the world's fifth largest economy toward greenhouse gas reduction goals for 2030 and then to zero carbon by 2040 includes 1 gigawatt, as Tom would say, of long duration solar energy storage. I'm sorry, long duration energy storage, one analyst has said. So
1 gigawatt is a drop in the bucket.
It's a bigawatt that's a drop in the bucket.
Yeah. The roadmap includes 25 gigawatts of all new renewable generation.
Yeah.
With a target of supplying 100% of retail electricity with renewable resources by 2045.
Yeah. Okay.
It's going to happen. Economics going to do it.
Yeah. Our next item is from Taiwan News. Now, okay, Taiwan News, but they're writing about the Arctic, and we have a picture of a research station.
Yeah, I wonder what that great big black thing is.
Well, if you look at that on the top, it looks like there's a little house or something.
Yeah.
There's a window and there's a guy in there or a girl.
It looks like it.
Yeah. So what do you have for title?
Coronavirus puts Arctic climate change research on ice.
Yeah, this is not good. Every year, 150 climate scientists of the East Grip project fly to Greenland to bore deep into the largest glacier to melt ice streams beneath it. The ice streams empty into the ocean, raising sea levels. This year, ice streams will go unmeasured because of the coronavirus. They can't put people up there because they're worried about the sickness.
Well, Greenland is presently closed to foreigners.
Yeah.
You know, they won't even let you into Greenland. They're trying to protect their own population, which is largely Inuit, and apparently susceptible to this.
Well, you know, the last time I looked, they'd had 11 cases in Greenland, and all of them were people who recovered.
Well, that's good.
They had no active coronavirus at all anymore. But the only way they can maintain that is to be very careful about people who might bring it in.
Well, they're basically shutting this whole thing down this year.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate because it was good research that they're doing.
Yes. Okay, we're up to Monday, April 13th, and we have an item from Clean Technica and a map of the United States.
A map of the United States, and it shows that coronavirus and flooding are set to collide in the USA, according to the new Union of Concerned Scientists. And this is not to say that coronavirus is causing the flooding.
Although the two
it's happening in the same spot still.
Yeah, the two of them are problematical. The governments of a number of the states, including South Dakota and Iowa and, you know, states in the Midwest, have been reluctant to try to get people to stay home. And the result of that is that there may be some big increases in the number of people with the coronavirus in the days to come. It also happens that we're going to, well, let me read this. For communities already strained from dealing with the coronavirus, NOAA's flooding forecast paints a grave picture in which they must somehow meet the intertwined challenges of severe flooding and pandemic present them. This map shows
intertwined challenges.
Yeah, this map shows counties that have have moderate to major flood risk, not minor, just moderate to major. And of those counties, it shows the likelihood of large percentages of people getting the coronavirus. And we can see that southeastern South Dakota and eastern Iowa are places, for example, where you could have a large increase in the number of people. They're talking about up to 60% of the population getting it. And all of a sudden, you've got a flood, which means the people who are self-isolating at home have to go sleep in a high school gymnasium along with everybody else. This is
it's a problem.
It sure is. It sure is. Okay, that item was from Clean Technica. Do you have any more on that, Tom?
Yeah, did you read that yet?
I read the thing, yes, the synopsis.
Well, this spring, 23 of our 50 states face elevated flooding.
Yeah.
28 million people are at risk for moderate or greater flooding, as the map shows.
Yes.
1.2 million are at risk for major flooding. It's all rural places. This doesn't even include flash floods, which happen without any warning. These are the traditional Mississippi floods where everything gets wet.
Yeah.
The areas facing both links tend to be rural, and it's putting a strain on hospitals.
Yeah. This is a situation that hopefully, it won't pan out the way the scientists are worried about it happening.
Well, they got two unrelated problems coming together here.
Yeah. Okay, our next item has a picture of a pump jack.
Another pump jack, amazing.
Pump jack, and I would think that pump jack would be in Russia because it comes from TASS, but it looks like there's a G on the pump jack itself, and I don't think they have a letter of that shape in Russian.
I didn't go that closely.
Yeah.
You're probably right. Record deal to cut oil output ends in a price war.
Okay. BBC said this. OPEC and its allies agreed on a record oil deal that will reduce global output by about 10% after a slump in demand. We talked about this earlier.
They were fighting about that.
They were indeed, and the Mexicans didn't want to have this cut at all.
At all, but they finally succumbed.
Right. The deal made by video conference, of course, is the largest agreed cut in oil production ever. OPEC Plus had announced plans on the deal for the 9th of April, but as I said, Mexico didn't agree, and they had to work the thing out into a final deal, which Mexico did agree to.
Well, global oil demand is estimated to have fallen by a third due to the coronavirus outbreak.
Yeah, and Tom, this is why I'm sitting there saying if the demand's diminished by a third, and we have no idea when this outbreak is going to end, what does that say about the future if the production cut is 10%? It means that the amount that they're producing is still going to be going into oil tankers that are at sea, except there's no oil tankers to dump the oil into.
We'll talk about that in a couple of minutes, too.
Yeah.
Well, OPEC will reduce production by 10 million barrels per day and put some of that into storage. Another 5 million barrels are expected to be cut by other nations such as U.S., Canada, Brazil, and Norway, which aren't part of OPEC.
Right. And the Chinese are buying a lot of this, by the way. They're buying the oil because it's very, very cheap.
And they're storing it.
They're storing it. Yeah, they're figuring that the price is going to go up, and they're not planning on storing it to sell it. They're planning on storing it to use it. Okay, our next item is from Renew Economy.
Australian renewables hit 50% of the main grid's net demand on Easter Saturday. I'll mention what the main grid is a little bit further on.
And the picture here, by the way, is the Murra wind farm in Victoria. I think the people in Australia have weird names for that.
I was thinking that same thing.
Yeah. Okay. Renewable energy hit what may be a record level for renewable energy on the grid demand in early in the afternoon on Easter Sunday, when a combined output of rooftop solar, large-scale solar, wind, hydro, and so forth accounted for 50.4% of net load. And I'm sorry I did such a bad job of delivering that. But rooftop solar...
Plus, Australia is such a large and sparsely populated country.
Yeah.
Main grid doesn't doesn't cover the whole country.
Well, actually, it only covers about half the country.
The eastern states and South Australia, but it does not cover Western Australia, which is their biggest state, and the Northern Territory. So it's only, you're right, it's about half the country.
About half the country. And the Northern Territories and Western Australia have got grids that are segmented all over the place. Nice picture, though, of that wind farm, I think.
Yeah, look at it again. Interesting picture, yeah.
Well, we should go on, Tom. We're up to Tuesday, April 14th. We've got 6 items in 15 minutes. So this is a picture of a penguin.
Looks like it to me.
Huh?
Looks like it to me.
But it's walking in green.
It shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be. That area that it's walking in should be covered with snow.
Well, 5 visible signs of climate change in Antarctica.
This is from Clean.
That's the 5, but I don't think we got time to list them.
No. Clearly, Antarctica itself is not disappearing, but Antarctica, we know, and the life that depends on its glaciers and snowy mountains is being transformed. There are visible signs of this transformation. Here are a few that present a troubling picture of a warming world. And basically, this article is just pictures. I think it's...
This is a good article. All pictures. If you like pictures, this is the one to look up.
Yeah, and this was the one picture I chose to represent it. But it's really quite vivid when you think what it constitutes. Yes, and you know there are penguins that live in areas that are. I think the Galapagos Islands are tropical, aren't they?
I don't know.
Well, there are penguins living on the Galapagos Islands.
Yeah, down off South America.
Yeah, which is
in the ocean.
Kind of warm compared to what these guys are, but
oh yeah,
they're an entirely different species that has become accustomed to living in warm territories. And
yeah,
this guy is in trouble, and you know, because the warming lands are not what he's used to. Okay, you want to go on?
Yeah, let's move along.
We have a graph here showing electric sources and another article from Clean Technica.
Talk about the graph. Well, we'll talk about I'll mention what it says and then take a quick look at the graph because it is very interesting.
Yeah.
The fossil fuel renewable energy inflection point. Inflection point.
Yeah.
3 perspectives.
Okay, the world is struggling with a coronavirus pandemic, but even the darkest clouds can have a silver lining. Years from now, when historians look back and try to pinpoint exactly when renewables surged and fossil fuels contracted, this pandemic may be what they focus on.
But I can't read the article from my computer. The blue lines and the gray lines represent different things than the red line.
Okay, the blue lines, which are darker, are the increase in renewables, which has been...
It's demand, though, isn't it?
What's that?
Demand, that's what they're actually using.
It's capacity expansion. Let's see. I believe it's capacity.
Capacity, okay.
Yeah. The gray lines represent non-renewable, new non-renewables.
So they're going down.
They're going down in the last actually about 10 years. They've been on a general decline where renewables have been pretty steadily
going up.
Yeah, and the
red line there.
The renewable share of the total, which is, you know, the one divided by the other, I guess, or the total the combination divided by renewables, is the renewables divided by the combination is the red line, and
that's going up very steadily.
Yeah, it's been going up steadily, and I don't think this article is right. I think the inflection point has actually passed a couple of years ago.
Well, the article mentions 3 people, Los Angeles Times writers in New York.
Yeah.
New York Times. You ought to read it. It's pretty good. There's a takeaway from it. The Earth may not get another chance to avoid overheating to the point where most living things will be threatened with extinction. That's scary. An opportunity for renewables may be knocking, but someone has to open the damn door.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, our next item is
We're at the end here because I remember looking at these guys.
Our next item is from Renew Economy. We have a picture of a couple of scientists.
John Geis and Ryan France.
Yeah.
Scientists set new solar power efficiency record at almost 50%. This is interesting because almost 50% doesn't seem like a lot.
It does not, but you know, really good solar panels that you can buy today are like 20%.
That's absolutely true. That's just what it says. Well, I'll let you read it.
Okay, scientists at the US DOE's National Renewable Energy Laboratory, which is called NREL, have a new world record solar energy conversion efficiency, producing an innovative 6-junction solar cell with 140 layers of semiconductor materials. It converts light into electricity at 47.1% efficiency.
I read into this article, and it looks like what they're looking at is to gather more energy from the heat of the sun than from the light of the sun.
Yeah.
And, you know, the article doesn't say it, but they're looking to capture both.
Yes.
To increase the efficiency tremendously.
Yes. And what this means, in effect, if you think of good solar panels being 20% and this thing being 50%, that means that you can get the same amount of electricity out of 40% of the space.
Yep.
Or
more electricity.
Yeah, you can get 2.5 times. If you have a rooftop solar system, you could put in a new one, a replacement, and get 2.5 times the amount of electricity. So
interesting. It's going to happen eventually.
It's going to happen eventually. It won't happen this year or next. So if you put in a rooftop solar system, don't feel bad about it. But we are up to Wednesday, April 15th, with an item from the Washington Times.
It's a funny looking picture. It looks like an egg.
It looks like a what?
An egg.
An egg? Okay. It's a
well, my version of it is kind of compressed, so it does look like an egg. But
okay. This is
the Earth as seen by NASA.
Yeah, who knew that NASA was where you could see the Earth? Anyway, it's from the Washington Times. I'm being a wise guy and doing a bad job of it. What do you got for a title, Tom?
NASA fights campaign to remove 97% climate change claims as the consensus is challenged. And they're talking about deception here.
Yeah. This is something that I found very interesting. Nothing sends climate skeptics into orbit faster than seeing NASA repeat the 97% climate consensus claim, but the effort to have the Obama-era declaration removed from the government website is suffering from a failure to launch.
Well, NASA's looking back and they're saying, hey, guys, we were right.
Yeah, they're saying this is true. Why should we take it down when it's true?
Well, I don't think people like the 97% there.
Well, I don't like the 97% because everything that I've seen that goes into this in more detail and more carefully says, no, it isn't 97%. It's more like 99% or even more. It's 97% is actually a low representation.
Well, that's interesting. Well, this Competitive Enterprise Institute is pursuing the suit. And if I remember correctly, that's a Koch thing, or it's Koch funded.
Yeah, this is what they're trying to do is they're trying to force NASA.
Yes, they call it Koch, the Koch brothers.
Koch brothers. They're trying to force NASA to take this statement down.
Exactly. And NASA said, why should we take it down? It's right.
It's right. Exactly. And you know, it's one of those things. People don't like the 97%. And if they don't like it, they should either show that it's not true, which I have not seen anybody do. I've seen some attempts at it, which were pretty ridiculous.
That's what this article is basically about.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a picture coming up here of some solar cells.
The Cascadilla Solar Farm. I thought Cascadilla was a tortilla with cheese.
Yeah, well, it's just a name for the solar farm because it's not in Cascadilla.
Okay, and this is from the Cornell Daily Sun.
The new Cascadilla Solar Farm Sustainability powers 10% of Cornell University's annual electricity usage. Just this one solar farm.
Yeah. Cornell celebrated the opening of its 6th and largest major solar project on the 1st of March. The newly minted 18-megawatt Cascadilla Community Solar Farm will be responsible for generating 10% of Cornell's energy. Now, this is Cornell University. So
yeah, which is in Ithaca.
Yeah.
And this farm is about 10 miles east of Ithaca. They got farms all over the place down there.
They do. And
it's farms.
Cornell University is not small. So 10% of their electricity is not a small part of a load.
Oh, it's significant.
Yeah.
So it's part of the university's goal to become entirely carbon neutral by 2035.
Right. And, you know, if you think about this and think about the various organizations, companies and so forth, states that have that goal, it paints a picture of somebody having really stiff competition and losing customers, which is why they're fighting it so hard.
Well, if you got to look at it, why should you pay for the fuel when you don't have to?
Yeah, well, you know, Tom, there's another thing too. If you're going to burn oil or burn coal or burn gas, you got a machine that's going to happen in that has a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
Be kept clean, they have to be lubricated, they have to be replaced when they break.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You don't normally think about that, but that's absolutely right.
And solar farms, where are the moving parts?
I guess you could say the guy that keeps the panels clean.
Who may or may not show up. You know? Yeah, we're entering a new era. We're entering into an era when, you know, we've got cars and we don't need buggy whips anymore. And what they're trying to do is use the Supreme Court and the legislature to make sure that we need buggy whips.
Nice try.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. Well, we got one coming up here. Stronger action on climate change would benefit the economy.
Yeah, and we have a solar test facility in Widerstall.
That picture, yeah, that's interesting.
It is.
Well, those different solar panels are different.
Yeah, and they're strung up in ways that I don't quite understand, but you know.
Well, they're testing them.
Yeah, they're testing them. They've got ideas about what they want to find out that, you know, are different from anything that I can imagine. Okay, one main argument against taking action on climate change has always been that it's too expensive. But research published in the journal Nature finds the opposite is true. The net global economic benefit would range from $127 trillion to $616 trillion by 2100. And you know, it's
going to cost you money if you do it, but it's going to cost you more money if you don't.
Well, not only that, but this is a huge business opportunity. We can save an amazing amount of money by switching to renewable energy. And that's, you know, if we look at that, it looks like we could pay.
Look at that from the standpoint of the economy. It's a winner.
Oh, it's an absolute winner. Do we go with fossil fuels and spend a lot of money, or do we go with renewables and make a lot of money? And that's basically what it comes down to. Millions of people, millions of jobs. But it's a completely different paradigm than what we've had in the past.
Well, what it says is the more the globe warms, the greater the economic damage.
Yes, but on the other hand, the more we switch to renewables, the greater the economic benefit.
Well, the last sentence in the paragraph says aggressive action would be beneficial to both the earth and the economy.
Exactly. Okay.
That's the last article.
We've run out of articles, and it happens that we did that just as we ran out of time.
Amazing.
Isn't it? Well,
George, it's been fun.
Yeah. And for all the people who've been watching, we hope you have a lovely week and come back next time.
order. Hopefully he calls in shortly, but we are 6:32 p.m. and we will call the Tuesday, April 21st, 2020 meeting to order. There is a lot of noise if you are not speaking. If you could mute yourself, I'm not sure where that's coming from. Additions to the agenda. We will add in under old business, we should talk about the building use of the town offices.
Is that all you have?
I think so. Maybe while we have Seth here and you as well, Gene, maybe we should add number 7 and discuss that email I sent out. Sandy, I did get your email saying that we should look into some others as well, but let's just have a brief discussion about that and see if we can get that ball moving.
So that's like fundraiser, library, and
Yeah, that's fine. Department fundraiser, sure.
rec and library fundraiser.
I like it.
Okay.
Did anybody else have additions to the agenda? Seeing none, I don't have any chair's remarks other than I think we're doing okay here, Vernon. We had a great weekend with the parade, and we see a lot of people coming together on Facebook offering to help each other, looking out for each other, and it is great to see, and hopefully we can continue that. I know that this is tough and we all want to get back to some sense of normalcy, but as long as we keep up the good fight, I think we're headed in that direction. Open public comments on agenda items only. Seeing none. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Do you want a motion on the additions?
Oh, sure, we could do that. Yeah.
Okay.
This is why you guys are here.
We all work together. I move that we add under new business, recreation and department and library fundraiser, and under old business, building use of the town offices.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Ms. Harris. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. I was hoping that Mr. Emery chimed back in here, but Mark, if you're able to get us started, and hopefully we can catch up with David after you go.
Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hope everyone is doing well and healthy. Just a few things. Dave actually is the one that wrote the report, and I was hoping he would lead off first. Unfortunately, he's having technical difficulty. So there's a few things from the Vermont Department of Public Health that I'd like to go over. As we all know, on Friday, this past Friday, the governor, state of Vermont, announced a path to restart Vermont. And he indicated and issued some guidelines on some small businesses that the state would allow to reopen and start work and try to get the economy going back in Vermont. Few of those businesses are small crews for outside construction or other outdoor trade jobs, and single worker, low or no contact professional services. The governor also clarifies the guidance for retailers to allow additional operations using delivery and curbside services. And he also outlined the safety requirements for these entities and others already operating to ensure continued social distancing, hygiene, and disinfection. This is all well and good, though I don't think Vermonters let their guards down. I think we still need to practice the safety measures that have been imposed by the state. That means social distancing, personal hygiene, washing hands, wearing mask when out in public. So we all still have a part in this pandemic. I know last month's meeting, we discussed briefly the cloth face coverings, and there was discussion on how those should be cleaned. I did mention that the CDC's website did have some information on the maintenance and cleaning of the cloth face mask. The state has come out with a guideline for that. It's actually a fact sheet. I'll be forwarding that to Tim, hopefully tomorrow, and he can post that on the town's unofficial webpage for people to read and know the do's and don'ts for a cloth face mask. Another item that the governor discussed is that they want people outside. However, they want you to continue distancing yourself in practicing the safety guidelines. In addition, they have, as you know, ticks are really bad, and those cause problems as well. So the governor has issued, or there's guidelines for ticks. Make sure you take proper precautions for ticks. That's pretty much what I have for right now. I'm not sure if Dave's on yet, or if you have any questions of me.
I think we got David. Oh, it's connected.
I can hear you.
Oh, there you are. Mr. Emery, welcome to the meeting for the second time this evening. Mark Snow just gave his update. And I guess, Mark, do you want to just catch him up quickly and let him go from there?
Sure. Dave, I just went over the Vermont Department of Public Health's today's update. Pretty much the governor's path to restarting Vermont. I did not go over the report that you have prepared. I was hoping that you would get online and be able to read that.
Well, I get it, Smith. Obviously, I am somewhat technically challenged, as one might say. And this doesn't seem to work well for me. I can't wait till we can go back face to face. So let me start with today's report. And as you know, somebody, am I muted?
No, you're connecting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you too.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on the phone, but okay. So this is the beginning of week 6. And I don't know how many weeks we're going to continue, but I can tell you that nationally things have changed a lot. Vermont, as you know, has lightened up a little bit. However, just keep in mind that the numbers, for instance, today's numbers are, we're still climbing, however, not rapidly. As of today, there's 816 positive tests for COVID. There have been 13,100 tests and 40 deaths. There were 2 deaths up from yesterday. So all in all, keep in mind that we're not out of this thing. We're probably right at that peak, at the plateau. Let's hope that it won't go higher. But having said that, as you know, the governor is allowing some people to go back to work. So I strongly encourage everyone that is on that list to follow the guidelines that are put out. And I guess I can't stress the importance of maintaining the social distancing, washing your hands, wearing a mask. And this is going to be the norm, I think, for some time to come. If that doesn't happen, if we don't continue to do that, what I'm afraid is that we're going to see the virus return with a vengeance, and it's going to be worse. So with that, I know that town office has the opportunity to figure out how they want to open in other businesses. So I'm suggesting any business that does decide to open, that you write policies now, and you write the stringent policy. And it should include who's coming in, how they're coming in, when they're coming in, and what they're going to wear, if they're going to wear masks, which is certainly the way it should be, and setting some guidelines and times and adhering to it. Also suggesting that cleaning your office, and I don't know what the town has presently for cleaning public spaces in the town office, but you might want to look at that and write the policy to effectively clean it either on a daily basis or wherever you go. I might say though, that's above and beyond the norm. So reading some of the recoveries, that might be part of money that could be recovered. And I would probably, defer to Tom on that as that goes. So with that, again, I've got to, any money that we're spending above and beyond our norm for COVID-19 is going to be at least 75% recoverable.
Yeah, and it needs.
Okay. I can't, what? Okay, I'll keep going then.
Lost the audio.
He's doing so
Okay.
good.
Yeah. My phone's saying I'm muted and unmuted, so I don't know whether you're getting this or not.
Yeah, you're on.
So I'm just going to keep talking. So the updates from our local stuff, as you know, school is still in its spring break, and they're still doing their meals. That's still working extremely well. No problems that they've reported, and everything's looking good. Deputy Whittle reports no significant issues other than the norm down here. Fire Chief Capin, as I reported last week, said calls are lower than normal, and their PPE is still okay. They're still okay with all that. I see Seth here, and he will certainly report on his closing and what he's got planned. And probably one I'm most concerned is the green, and Skip is still diligent with keeping that well in hand. And so far, and I'm knocking on wood, there's no cases reported to staff or residents. We're still maintaining a list of volunteers. So if there are people that want to volunteer, you can call Tim. Email him or call him. Tom was successful last week in talking with all of our caretakers and our list of people, and so far that has not changed. So now I would open up. Anybody have any questions or anything that you want to know? I see Brona.
I just
I'll
like,
wait till the select board does it and then I'll take my turn.
I would just like to add to what Dave said earlier in regards to the small businesses reopening and the town hall per se. When that is, this decision is made to reopen the town hall and these small businesses, that they do practice the safety guidelines that have been handed down by the state. And also I would encourage continuous cleaning of any public building where there's business transactions being that are occurring. And also a tracking record of who's in and out. That way, if something does happen in the future, there are records and there's policies in writing that indicate what proper steps or what steps are being taken for the course of the business. That's all I have at this point.
Select board, any questions for this team here? Seeing none, Brana, go ahead.
I have two. One is there any suggestions for use of restrooms in public buildings? And the second question has to do with, can we get, the library trustees are meeting on the 13th of May, and I think it's imperative that we adopt the policies. Is there any possibility of us getting copies or suggested language?
Well, Mark, do you want to go with that one? You got any thing?
In regards to the use of public restrooms, if a business is offering public restrooms, then the business should be responsible enough to make sure that the restrooms are cleaned on a regular basis and that proper sanitizing is done, as well as hand sanitizers available on the outside of the restrooms as well. As far as policy, there's none that I'm aware of. However, you can go onto the healthvermont.gov website. There's frequently asked questions and answers section in there. You might be able to find some key points in there, or there may be a section that may have some templates for policies that you're referring to. Other than that, I don't have anything personally.
And guidelines?
And guidelines, yes.
Thank you.
Brana, we'll discuss that again towards the end of this meeting as well. So
I'll stick around.
You're welcome to, or we could certainly include you in that on that email that will go out tomorrow, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Any other questions for David or Mark? Jean, you had something?
From the Department of Libraries and the state librarian, I can tell the questions they're asking that they're already starting to formulate a plan for how to at least reopen libraries, which would really be similar to the public building. I feel like the governor is going to really lay out how this should be done. And that's where we should take our cues and do at least that, if not more. So I feel like that is going to be coming as the openings are allowed.
And I think you're right. I think, Dr. Levine, and they've done lots of press conferences, and they've all been, very, very clear that the social distancing, washing hands, and masks are probably going to be truly what's going to be enforced.
Yeah.
even in the library or wherever, any of that. And unfortunately, it's going to be a little bit tougher because people are going to be turned away from entering that type of building if they aren't complying.
Yeah.
But the CDC has been very clear with the same thing. So if you narrow it all down, the policies and procedures are probably going to be pretty simple. We just got to figure out how to make them work.
Yeah.
Those four things are going to be the simple ones, and now figuring out how to make it work. You know, for instance, making appointments. You know, I don't know if the library could do that. You know, you might be able to reschedule different times for different people, different age groups. But again, I think I would absolutely agree that we'll see some guidance come out from the state very quickly. Matter of fact, I would assume by the end of the week.
Right.
Rana, was that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Right.
I know like before we had lockdown that the assistants were washing down books or disinfecting books covers as they were coming in. So I assume that those kinds of practices will, and others. I know that Jean has been thinking about it, and I've also seen questions on the trustees listserv.
David or Mark, is there, when we start talking about square footage of a building like the library or something like that, is there recommendations or guidelines as to how many people are allowed in those specific size places? I don't know if I'm making sense with that.
Yeah, there are. However, square footage hasn't been the topic of the discussion. Unless you're talking fire code, then square footage and the number of exits make the difference. In this application, with the virus, it's the 6 foot thing. So however you looked at that, if you took, you know, 30 by 30 building and made 6 foot circles around that is going to be the key. So I think one of the things that we've seen is that they're putting marks on floors, 6 foot marks. So giving people a good indication of where they can and can't be. Doing everything that you can to help the public decide, you know, it's funny, I've heard people saying, well, I'm carrying a 4 foot pipe wrench, and I've been put on. So, you know, it's funny that that 6 foot measurement comes out in a whole bunch of different ways. So I would say that the 6 foot is going to be one of the tougher ones to do. I know in my case it's extremely difficult. You know, I'm a hugger from way back, and so 6 foot is difficult. So it's going to be one of those things that we have to do, and we need to get used to it because it's going to be here for a very long time. Until in today's press conferences, that said these guidelines are going to be pretty much the norm until there's a vaccine, an effective vaccine, and we could be looking at 12, 18 months away.
And just to add to the occupant load, I'm not aware of any restrictions on occupant loads here in Vermont, though I can say that in neighboring states that, such as grocery stores, they're using the rule of thumb of 40% of their normal occupancy for their, and that's based on square footage. So if they were approved for, say, 200 people, as an example, 40% of that is now what they're using as a guideline for during this pandemic at this point. And that's just a reference. But again, that's not in the state of Vermont, that's in neighboring states.
Rana, you had something?
Yeah, I was just thinking about the lobby of the building, and I think that I'm sorry, Jean, but I think we should remove the sale books and even the chairs and tables, so we don't encourage congregation.
I don't disagree with you. I think that rather than going through all of that work downstairs, we do have those velvet ropes for the election. I don't know if that is a possibility to just rope that off for now. I will rely heavily on Mark and David for that one. And also, while we're talking about all of these spaces and we have the rec director here, let's just have the discussion about the rec center. Your thoughts on that, opening that up slowly, or what are we looking at as far as this weather starts to get nicer, allowing the kids out? I just want to get your guys' professional opinion on that.
Are you looking for my opinion specifically, or are you looking for those who maybe have a little bit more experience in this field than myself?
So I think that this is a good time to have this discussion while we have the select board. We have Mark and David here as well as you. I think it makes sense to just kind of throw this around. Certainly not saying that we're going to remove signs and barricades tomorrow, but what does that look like for the future here, gentlemen?
I would ask Seth what he's been hearing and monitoring around the state. Sure. What are other recs departments doing?
Yeah, and I have spoke with my colleagues from surrounding towns and how they're working through this. And it sounds like we're all kind of in the same boat. Kind of closed down parks and those things where people could congregate, or there are surfaces that we simply could not clean adequately. Slides and things like that. So, more often enough, I should say. We could clean them adequately, just not often enough. So we're all in the same boat. Those places are all closed down. We're kind of really taking directives from the governor at this point. I think that decisions will be made clear for us. I don't see individual departments, rec departments, making too many individual decisions. I would venture to guess that the directives will come from the governor, and we'll follow those directives. Right now, I don't see us opening the park, in the immediate future. But I guess time will tell. We'll have some answers hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
I certainly agree with what you said, Seth. The term the governor's used regularly is opening the spigot slowly. And my opinion is recreation departments are not in the beginning of that spigot.
I would agree.
Actually, recreation departments in reality are always group things that take place. And the businesses that are being allowed open are 2 people. So in your application, I think the discussion's important, and I think it's good to start looking at that plan. But I would certainly say that that's not this week. That might be as that faucet turns.
I would agree.
And to add to that is the gathering of 10 or more has not been lifted. So, so that's still in place. Certainly that falls under the rec department.
Yeah, and that was part of the original challenges that we were facing. I had people say, "Are you going to, ask me prior to the closing if we were going to close down the park?" And my initial thoughts were, "Well, no, we'd love to keep it open," but it became pretty clear pretty quickly that if a couple groups of people, independently decide that they're going to go, use the park, that more than 10 happens very quickly. We had upwards of 15 or more on multiple occasions, and we just said this can't continue to happen. We can't be the ones that are essentially authorizing this by having the park open. So it's kind of forced there, which understandably so.
One question, what about the pavilion? I know you have a lot of events there during the summer months. Are any of those being scheduled, or are you not scheduling any of those until further notice?
Yeah, we schedule those up to a year in advance. So we do have a calendar of events scheduled. At this time, no cancellations have been made, though that certainly would be something that we'll have to visit in the very near future. But we do have events that generally start, I say events, we have rentals that begin late May generally. And I don't have the calendar in front of me, so I couldn't tell you when the first one was this year. But certainly in June. Decisions will have to be made for sure.
So Seth, let me be the first to cancel. Our fundraiser for June has been canceled, and I hadn't called you yet, but I'll tell you now.
Yep, that works, Dave. Thank you. I'll make a note of it.
All right. Any other questions for Mark, David, or for Seth pertaining directly to the rec opening? Seeing none. Let's go ahead and move on to the approval of minutes from our March 17th meeting. That.
The only thing that I noted was that on page 5, there were actually some minutes from the executive session, so I think those have to come out. It's under executive session. Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry, I read that wrong. Forget that.
You're on March 27th, right?
Yeah.
On page 4, it says page 3, but it's the last page. It's at the conclusion of the all of this discussion. I have no idea what that means.
On page 4?
Yeah, it says page 3, but then it also says page 4. It's under, it's 6 paragraphs up from the end. It's after bullet number 4.
I don't know where that is.
Do you see where the motion is to pay the employees not considered essential? It's a last made motion before the adjournment motion.
No. I don't see it.
Okay, I just printed these off today.
Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
Bottom of page 5.
Oh, it's page 5?
Suggested that both provide some online.
And if we can't figure out what it means, we might as well take that out. Or
Well, it's, yeah, the end of the sentence, because it was suggested that the preschool and after school consider providing online activities. I guess in a similar manner to what the school is doing is what was kind of said.
okay.
That is taking place at the preschool.
Cool.
Yep.
Well, I was hoping that Tom would, because I believe he took the notes that evening. I was hoping he would weigh in on this.
I'm just looking for the corrections that need to be made. It was meant, when that was stated, it was based on Mr. Dunkley's discussion that the preschool and the after school should try to offer online
activities.
Okay.
And I kept it as short as that.
Okay, so I'm not sure I have the same minutes everybody has because I only have literally 4 pages, but there's 4 bullets. Number 4 is the town should be keeping track of all expenses for possible FEMA reimbursement. Then it says at the conclusion of all of this discussion information, : That's as clear as mud.
And I'm seeing the same thing.
Pardon me?
The 27th.
All right, 27. Yeah, that should be page. Okay. So where are you? I'm sorry, I'm looking at it now.
Page 4, bullet 4, the very next line after bullet 4.
At the conclusion of all of this discussion and information, made a motion is what I've got.
Before the motion, it says at the conclusion of all of this discussion and information.
She's saying the sentence is not clear, Tom.
Yeah, the word "the" should be the conclusion of all of this discussion and information, :
Okay.
there was a motion. So the word "the" should be eliminated.
Okay, and then on the motion, seconded is SEC, not SEN.
You're correct.
Motion was seconded, not senated. I mean, Jean is very talented, but I don't know how she did that one.
Any other corrections to that?
No.
All right, can I get a motion?
I move that we accept the minutes as corrected.
And those have been corrected.
I know.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Root. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Perfect. I am intentionally dragging my feet. I saw Mr. Dunkley drive by. He should be joining us shortly here. But I think we can move into the bills and warrants.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we approve payment of the following warrant. 21T accounts payable, $53,801.37. 14S payroll, $9,630.33. And 15S payroll, $7,344.32.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Sandy. I'm sorry, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. While we still have Mr. Emery here, is there any objection to us moving the adoption of the LEMP plan up to now so that we could get him out of here should he so choose?
Great idea.
All right, having no objection, you're up, Chief.
Okay, I think I got this thing working. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
There you go.
Welcome.
By the time we're done with this, I'll be good at it.
Yeah, so we all feel.
Right, Rich? Rich will teach me. So the LEMP, that's a document that a few years ago we created, and I'm going to give you some brief history. Prior to the LEMP, you all remember that there was the RERP plan, the Radiological Emergency Response Plan. The LEMP is a statewide plan. However, it came out of the federals, FEMA, and so it's actually tied to FEMA. So with that, the state phased it in. They phased it in with what they called the short form and the long form. We elected to do the short form last year because last year was the first year that it was mandatory it be done. So we did the short form. It was planned to do the long form this year, but given the crisis that we're in, it didn't allow us the proper time to do that. And it is time-stamped. Even though the feds and the local government and state government has extended deadlines on everything else, this is one that they did not extend the deadline on, even at the request of every EMD in the state of Vermont. So having said that, the LEMP is tied to the plan that you approved back in October, called the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan. I don't know if you all remember that, but you have a copy of that. So for us to get federal funding, we had to have that plan and the LEMP. So the short form and the version that you have is the short form, and there's no changes on the plan itself. The only changes are names and contact things. Other than that, it doesn't have any changes. And on the sign sheet, and it has to be signed, it has to be approved by the board and signed by the chair. There is a little box that says, mark this block if readopted plan has no changes from the previous year. So that is what you're seeing right now, no changes other than names. And then hopefully next year, you'll see a much thicker document with a lot more stuff in it than you have in the past. So what I need to do today, this has to be into the state by May 1. So once it's signed, someone there needs to send me an electronically signed copy. I will forward it to the local regional planning commission, and they review it. Then they send it on to the state, and the state reviews it and sends it on to Waterbury, and Waterbury sends it to the feds. And because we may be tapping that federal funding for the COVID, we need this document done. So I think I made some of the changes. I talked with the chairman earlier, and I think I've made all the name changes. However, those can be made at any time during the year too. So let me entertain what your preference on the LEMP, Local Emergency Management Plan.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move that we approve and have you sign the LEMP as presented by David.
Second.
I'm sorry, who was that second, Michael?
Michael.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Moved and seconded. All those in favor of signing the LEMP as presented by Chief Emery, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Perfect. So Chief, I will take care of that tomorrow. If you get that over to the town office, and we'll make sure that that gets, or I'll print this off tomorrow and sign that, and we will scan that over to you.
Yep, you've got the, and anything else you want to, if I've got some names wrong, or we can change that anytime. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone. I'm going to click out. Let me know. 579-9931. Call me and I'll do whatever I can to help you. Thank you. I appreciate everyone working hard on this program. See ya.
Thanks, David. Appreciate you.
Thanks, David.
Bye.
Tom, you had something?
Well, David's gone now, so I'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Wait a minute, I'm still here. I didn't click out yet.
Yeah, this is the one that Chris sent over to us about 5:55. The one you sent about 3:12 this afternoon, and all it takes is the signature of the chair. Is the format that it's in okay, or does it need to be on formal letterhead?
No, in the format that it's in. Yeah,
okay.
Use that particular document.
It just needs to be, it needs to be the most recent one, because that's the one that has the name changes, Tom.
Yeah, that's the one you sent me.
Correct.
Just before the meeting. That's what I'm looking at now.
Okay.
Yeah. And the top of it only says Local Emergency Management Plan Adoption Form. That's the That's the form. And then it's got my signature on the front page, contacts, my signature, and the chairs.
You got that one, Tom?
Yes. Local emergency adoption form, 22K. Yeah, it's fine. It's the one I received late today, not the one I sent out earlier today.
Correct.
Yeah, we'll just print that off, Chris, and whenever you can come in to sign it, it'll be ready for you.
Okay, I'll be there tomorrow morning.
Okay, excellent.
All right. Mr. Emery, thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good night.
You too.
You too.
Thank you. You too.
All right. In an effort to, oh, Seth is not right there. So we will do the update regarding the emergency meeting and the work session meeting. Tom, did you have the minutes from them? I'm not sure if there's, if you have the minutes readily available, would you like to just give an update on that?
On the emergency meeting, hold on. I sent those out. I don't have them. I'll have to go to my desktop to find them.
Right. Well, while we have Mr. Dio here, let's try and get him out of here as well. I've got two places that I'd like to, three things I'd like him to weigh in on, but as everybody's aware, the pay for town employees has been spoken about multiple times. I had asked Seth to come up with, just let us know what that budget looked like, because that had been a question I believe, Jeff, you had asked about after school programming and the revenues not coming in and how that was going to affect the bottom line at the end of the year. So I had asked Seth to take a close look at that and lay that out for us so that we could make a more informed decision and make sure that that we were really wrapping our head around this and not backing anybody into a corner. So with that, Seth, if you want to jump in here, that would be great.
Yeah, I will. So I guess I'll kind of give a general synopsis of what our projected numbers will look like for the department through this fiscal year. There's two scenarios we really need to look at, but it's important for people to first understand the bottom line number that is the goal of our department. Basically, you're looking at our actual budget of $350,429. We project revenue of about $190,000 prior to the pandemic challenges we're facing.
That's not going to work. Go ahead, sorry.
All right, which means our total for taxpayers to raise, as approved, the previous town meeting, not this previous one, but the one prior, was that we would cost taxpayers $160,429. So that's really the magic number that we need to hit. And there's two scenarios that we have to look at here. One, and forgive me, I'm looking at a sheet here, so if I'm not, visually looking at the screen, I'm just making sure I'm getting my numbers correct. We have one scenario well, first of all these numbers that I'm going to tell you factor in all department staff that are currently receiving paychecks, receiving those paychecks at their current levels through the end of the fiscal year. That includes preschool and one after-school program staff member. We do have two after-school program staff members. However, one was scheduled to be out with medical leave, and she has not received a paycheck since that scheduled out date. We felt that was the appropriate way to approach that. So that leaves us with one after-school program staff member that has been receiving a paycheck, and we would like to see that continue. So these numbers that I'm about to read to you.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Seth. Can I ask, you said the end of the fiscal year. Would that after-school personnel, would that be until the end of what would have been our normal school year?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't clear with that. Yes, it would be through the end of our normal school year. There would be no additional paychecks. It would be the normal end of the school year, correct? Right.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So the first scenario that we would be looking at would And again, it's hard to throw a lot of numbers at you here, and I apologize for doing that, but I'm going to do the best I can to articulate it. We still start out with that $350,429. We do have a couple of different accounts that we will be under. We're going to come in under in seasonal staff and programs as well, at a tune of a total of about $16,000 under there. And we also have some fundraising dollars available to us to offset some preschool salaries. So with those numbers factored in, our projected year-end spending drops from 350 to 320. That also, with the reduction of programs and some loss of revenue, the projected revenue would dip from 190 to 160. 320, 429 minus the projected 160 revenue gives us the total to raise of 160, 429, which is exactly, that's the number that we need to hit. So we can certainly hit that. That scenario is played out in that the pool opens on time June 19th with full programs. Probably not a likely scenario. So here's scenario 2, which factors in the fact that the pool does not open as scheduled this fiscal year. There are no programs until the following fiscal year. That could in theory be July 1. It could be August, I don't know. But just, it doesn't factor those revenues of those programs this fiscal year. Looking at our budget, we would have about let's see here, $24,000 in savings between seasonal staff under budget. We would have about still that $9,000 in programs we would still save. We do have some fundraising dollars to offset preschool salaries, which means our projected year-end spending in this scenario, without the pool opening on time, projected year-end spending of $310,429. We would have a little less revenue in that case without those early programs in the pool, dropping our revenue to $150, which still puts us at our bottom line of $160,429, which is exactly where we need to be. So budget-wise, while we have had loss of programs, and that is certainly unfortunate, we are able to hit our bottom line to the taxpayer. And to sit here today, that's something that we're as comfortable as we can be, I suppose, in this situation. We are using this time to try to get ahead with some things and planning for the summer as if it's going to happen. There's some, we have our paint for the pool. The pool has been cleaned out. We're not going to paint it or start filling it or anything along those lines until we have some guidance from the governor. We do need about 3 weeks to make that happen. If they say, hey, you can open your pool and there's going to be restrictions and this is how it's going to have to operate, we do need about 3 weeks to go from where we're at now to the pool being operational. Pretty early to really say whether any of that's going to happen. So, I mean, I guess that's a lot of numbers to throw at a computer screen without having any visuals to look at here. But the bottom line is we are able to hit our total to raise to the taxpayers, maintaining payroll, and still operating the best that we can. The principal is running a similar programs that the school is. They have, some Facebook groups. They're putting together packets that they're getting to students. They're communicating with the students to the best of their ability. While I would personally say teaching is extremely challenging, in the classroom, the current situation that they're all working through is every bit as challenging, if not more. And so they deserve a lot of credit for what they're doing.
Thank you.
So the reason that I had asked Seth to chime in here this evening is not because we're making any decisions tonight, but because this was scheduled to be a large part of our discussion at the May 5th meeting. So I wanted to make sure that we had these numbers. Seth, if you could send those out so that now it'll make more sense for them to see that, and we can have that for our discussion on the 5th. Having said that, Jeff, I know that you had raised the question at one of the previous meetings about the preschool teachers doing similar to what grade school and middle school teachers were, and Seth has confirmed that that is happening. So I guess anybody have any questions for Mr. Dio?
First question, Seth.
Sure.
What was the projected income or revenue for the after-school program?
Right now, it'll be a little bit over 11,000, I believe. That revenue would cover salaries through May 8th. So we would be looking at a month basically of uncovered salaries for one person. However, the total department budget still comes in equal to what we had need to raise.
So that means other expenses are less than what was originally budgeted?
Sure, yes. Which some of that is reflected in the upcoming budget that starts, July 1. Like the fact that we have a fair amount of savings for our seasonal staff this year, I say savings, coming in under budget. We did reduce seasonal staff salaries starting July 1 as we've been able to figure out how to do things, similar services, but still reduce staffing from what we had previously done.
So in the past, I know you've looked pretty hard at individual programs, I believe with the idea of trying to make as many self-supporting as possible.
Yep.
So after May 8th, the after-school program is not self-supporting.
In this particular environment, yes,
Okay.
that is the case this year.
That's what I wanted to know.
Okay.
As far as the opening up the pool and the rec, who's going to make that determination? You mentioned the governor.
Sure.
Is it the rec board, or like I said, who's actually on the ground going to make a determination what to open?
Yeah, I don't believe those decisions will be made here locally. I believe those decisions will be in the form of directives from the from the state, whether or not it's number of people on a given site, whether or not it's 6-foot rules. I believe there will be some guidance that will be coming down. I know that the Vermont Recs and Parks Association has drafted some letters and looking for some protocols from the governor's office to say, hey, what can we do and how can we do it? So I believe those directives will be coming.
Okay, thanks.
Sure.
And Jeff, we did discuss that briefly while we had Mark and David here earlier to just to get their kind of recommendations or input on that. And their feeling was the same, is that was going to very much so come from Montpelier at some point. At least this is the quarter turn that the governor keeps referring to, and how that's going to reflect in the reopening of our parks. Any other questions for Seth in regards to that? Okay, so if nobody on the board objects, while we have Seth here, this is how organized I am. I'm just all over the place, but I had sent out an email earlier about I believe it's called the Gray Shirt project. And I just reached out to him to see, I saw that he was working with a local business here in town. It seems like a fairly straightforward, it doesn't cost us any money, but there's potential to make money to offset some of these costs, to offset some of the fundraising dollars that Seth might have to dip into, as well as the library. So Brana, this was where I had said, or mentioned you might want to stick around for this. I just think that this is worth looking into. The shirts sell for, I think they're $19. Each department would get $10 from that specific sale. $9 stays with the company to cover their costs and their salaries. So ultimately, it's a small business trying to help other small businesses or entities like this and keep everybody's head above water and make this hurt a little bit less. My personal opinion would be that our town recently has very much shown that we are in this together. They've worked together. They have looked out for each other. So I feel that this is a potential to put a few extra dollars into each of those funds to offset a little bit of this. So questions or comments from the board on that?
Oh, sorry, I'm not the board. Go ahead.
Sandy, I know you had said that there might be some other places out there. Just curious what your thoughts are there.
Well, I know that Seth uses different silkscreen companies, which might be offering the same. I think he's still using them, but there are 2 silkscreen companies in a short radius of us here that might offer something similar. I just feel that we should open it up to see if somebody else does it. I'm not against it. I think it's an awesome idea. I just don't want someone coming back and saying, well, I didn't even have a chance to tell you what I could do.
That's fair. Seth,
But I'll
you
go
usually
on.
deal with Melissa, right?
Yeah, we use Pure Green Teas. Melissa Galati from Dummerston. She does a great job for anything we need.
Okay. So I don't know, Braun, I apologize. I should have sent that email to you earlier as well. I can send it over to you later, but between Gene and Seth, I think it's something worth looking into, reaching out to Melissa or Sandy, if there's another one closer that you're aware of. I agree that we should continue to support those local businesses, but I would absolutely love to see both of your departments be able to bring some money in. And at the same time, I think it would give the Vernon residents a chance to show their support and a little bit of pride in their town. And I think that they are more than willing to do that right now. So we should utilize that.
What would the t-shirts say?
So ultimately, you just have to give them a, I don't remember what the format was, but whatever your logo is for, so like the thing that's usually on your fundraising pamphlet, I believe that Vernon Free Library thing. For Seth,
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you guys have for a recreation logo, and it might just straight up say Vernon Rec on it. I don't think any of that's going to matter. I think that it's just going to be a sense of them pitching in and helping, and I mean, hey, we all get a shirt out of the deal. So that was my only thought with that, was that if every little bit helps here when we're starting to talk about Seth potentially dipping into fundraising money because he feels so strongly about making sure his staff is paid, and I agree with them on that, that this is a way to kind of help out with that. So
That's good.
I'm very well. I did briefly look at it, and I would be one of those things I'd love to bounce off my board as well before I sat here at a meeting and said, yeah, let's do it. I'd like to bounce it off them.
I would love for you to do that too.
I almost feel like we maybe don't need to aim it at either department, but maybe just some kind of Vernon pride kind of thing. If we sell them in the library, that's our take. If they're sold through the rec department, that's their take. But I don't know. I mean, that's just a thought too. Just
it's a good thought.
Something that addresses what we're surviving here,
I think that we should look into a little bit more and put it on the May 5th agenda and see if we can make something happen with that.
Sure.
At this point, I don't think any fundraiser that costs us $0 is a bad fundraiser.
Right. Right.
So, all right, perfect. Seth, unless the board has any further questions for you, I believe that we are set with you, sir.
All right. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yes,
Seth.
All right. So town policies update and review process. I am perfectly fine if we table that. If there's no objection with that.
No.
Perfect. Is that gonna, Brana, go ahead.
We, at this point, I'll just tell you what the library does. We have general operating procedures for the library specific, and our personnel policies, we follow the town and our, except for paid holidays. And we, at this time of year, should be reviewing, we should have started in April, my bad. So that will be on our agenda for May 13th.
And Brana, you have all of the pertinent information that you need to log into Zoom and host a meeting and all of that stuff. If
Yes.
not, we'll get that to you. Okay, perfect.
I have my own subscription.
Oh.
For the library and some other stuff.
Okay.
In my life. Thank you.
Update on bid regarding John Deere. So we have 2 bids. Neither of them came in time. So with that in mind, I guess I'm curious what the board wants to do about that. My opinion is we have a lawnmower and attachments that are sitting there, and I truthfully don't care when those bids came in. I think that we need to just get rid of it. But that is my opinion. Jeff?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, the time frame I don't think should matter.
Okay, Michael?
Better late than never.
Jean?
I agree.
Sandy?
Move them out.
With that being said, Tom is the holder of the bids, and I'm not sure how we proceed from here.
So if I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll just let you know when they came in and what they were for. We received the bid on the 16th of April from Mr. Dale for $551. That was from Peter Dale. And on the 20th, just to make sure we understand the dates, we received a bid from Mr. Pond on the 20th for $550. So, but the dates are important here.
Mr. Chairman, I move we award the bid to Peter Dio for $551. That dollar could help the wreck.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Dunkley. All those in favor of accepting Mr. Dio's bid of $551, please signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Perfect. Congratulations, Pete. It is all yours now.
Now get to work.
That's right. And I guess this has absolutely nothing to do, not on the agenda, but it has to do with the North School. The shed that was outside of the town office blew away in that windstorm that we had last week. There was absolutely nothing of any value in that. It is still out there. It is held down so that it doesn't blow away again. And I would like to say thank you to David Emery, Seth, and Ian Dio for cleaning that up. The things were strewn all over the place. And when I got there from work, those guys were so unbelievably soaked in the pouring rain, and it was miserable and cold, and I was out there for 5 minutes. So thank you for getting that cleaned up. Everything that was in that is in the North School at this point. I think we will put that on our next agenda as far as what we want to do with that. It's a lot of old police department stuff that, as far as I'm concerned, probably needs to find a dumpster. But I think I will go in there and lay it all out and take pictures, and then we can discuss that at the next meeting if everybody's okay with that.
Okay.
Sure.
Perfect. Zoom to town accounts update. So that's been moved over. That is under Cindy's name now. It is paid for by the town card. I believe, Tom, you've been reimbursed or will be reimbursed.
Yeah, I'll be made whole. It's all good.
So thank you for letting us utilize your card in the beginning of this nightmare until we could get that switched over. So ultimately now any committee has the option of using that account to host their meetings. And this was in an effort to continue to move the town forward and keep business operational. So I don't think that really needs much more discussion unless anybody has anything. Seeing none. Town picnic discussion. I was asked this week if we were in a place to make a decision about the town picnic. And the reason for the question was because if we are not in a position for that, we need to cancel the fireworks by, I believe it was the end of the first week in May, or else we get billed 10% and we continue to get billed until we either cancel it or allow them to come and do it. So I will just start by saying that my opinion is that yes, this was all voted on last year. It was made pretty clear at this year's town meeting that this isn't an overly supported thing. And my feeling is that we should potentially be looking for some type of a townwide party, whatever we want to call that, in maybe September to celebrate making it through all of this stuff. So I understand that that is in a different fiscal year, and I'm not sure how that works. That was just my thought. But I don't think that we are in any position to say that, yes, we could have a town picnic at the end of June. Having said that, Sandy, your thoughts?
I think for them to require us to make that decision now, my decision would be forget it. This is
Jeff?
not something we planned on. And it's not something, we can't tell when this is going to be over.
Yeah, I agree with both of you.
Jean?
I also agree. I don't think that crowds like that are going to be allowed that soon. And I think the money's in a fund, so I don't think it goes anywhere.
It just hangs out.
So that would have been my only other question to that would be, if we did something after July 1, would those funds be available to offset that, or are they directly earmarked for fireworks only?
Have to ask Cindy.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair. Michael, any comments?
No, sir.
All right. So having said that, if there is no, and please let me know if we need to vote on this, but I'm comfortable reaching out to the organizer of the town picnic and saying at this time, we will not be hosting a town picnic in this fiscal year.
I think I would make a motion that due to the coronavirus situation, that we do not host fireworks and town picnic this year.
Second.
I'm sorry, could we put a friendly amendment in there that says this fiscal year? Are you okay with that, Sandy?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jean, are you all set to continue with that second? Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to not have a town picnic and fireworks display in this fiscal year. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. All right. On to old business, town administrator recruitment discussion. So we had our workshop meeting last Wednesday to discuss that. There's been a few changes laid out to the job description. I believe everybody saw that email today. There were some highlighted things, some things taken out, some things that were changed around. So I think that we should discuss when we want to meet again about that. Did we set up a meeting last time? I thought we did. No?
I don't think so.
Okay. So is everybody okay if we look at next Wednesday to do another workshop? And hopefully that would be the last one that would, I think that we would be able to have everything discussed and be at a point where we could involve whatever recruitment we might be looking for.
Fine. Here.
Yeah, next Wednesday is good.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
Yeah.
You will not need me at that meeting, as I will not be available that night.
That's fine.
Okay.
So that's going to be April 29th at 6 or 6:30. What's best for everybody?
6:30 is better.
6:30, please, so I can get home from work.
Okay. So Wednesday, April 29th at 6:30, we will host another workshop meeting for a town administrator recruitment. Just putting that in my calendar, sorry.
Me too. So I won't forget.
All right. Stair replacement bid. We've gotten some comments on it. I personally think that it is not an overly welcoming sight when we drive into town and the first thing you see is caution tape on the stairs to the town office building. And I know that there's been some discussion about this before. Apparently it was supposed to have been taken care of. It wasn't, it was. I have no idea. Either way, those stairs are still in terrible shape. I think that we need to do something about that before it looks any worse or before somebody gets hurt. The only problem I see with it, and I'm hoping that with the governor's orders that some of those things start to open up again, is that nobody can get concrete right now. is what I heard the other day. What truth there is to that, I'm not 100% sure.
I'd seen
but I
six
was.
concrete trucks.
What's that?
I seen 6 concrete trucks on Route 30 the other day.
I don't know if it depends on what the project is or where it's from. I did hear from a employee at one of our local businesses that if a truck crosses from New Hampshire with it on it, that there is a fine waiting for them for doing that. So I don't know what the ins and outs are of that. I don't know if there's any truth to that. I just wanted to pass it along that this might be something that we get bids on, and then the work is actually pushed out a little bit. Having said that, I would like to open it up to a discussion. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I agree that it does look pretty unsightly when you drive by, seeing the caution tape. You know, and again, I don't think they're dangerous if you get the caution tape up, but anyways, yeah, I think whatever we can get done sooner is the best.
Gene?
Well, I have rallied to have those stairs replaced for a long time because they're not consistent measurement. And then, you know, the crumbling, which I'm not sure patching that is going to be the answer. I think it'll, you know, resurface again, you know, what's happening to them. So, and I'm not sure that a staircase needs to be that wide, you know. It could perhaps be a little bit narrow, whatever the state codes are, and, you know, fill in on the sides and go with that.
Sandy?
I think you find that the instability of that area there goes right up to the foyer. You'll notice the crack goes across the steps. I think if we do it, we really should do it right before we have, if we had done it when it came up back in the early 90s, would have cost a lot less money.
So is there, where is the, and Michael, I'm intentionally holding out on you because of your experience with that, but I'm curious where the funds for that are. Was there something set aside at one point? Where, because I thought we had said that that had been discussed previously and it was supposedly supposed to be taken care of and wasn't. So where were we spending that out of?
I don't know if that's just like building maintenance and repair.
I didn't see it in the capital plan.
No.
You would definitely be a capital plan.
No, it's not in there. I think that like under select board budget, the buildings and grounds, well, it'd been right now, this fiscal year, we've got $250,000 was budgeted. I can't tell you what was spent. I don't have that, but next fiscal year, there's only $8,000, but we also made that other fund for kind of emergency things, so. Yeah, not knowing what that's gonna cost, I don't know how we're gonna do that.
All right. So I know that, Tom, I had asked you to reach out to some people. I'm not sure if that's happened yet or not.
Yeah. Do you want me
Go
to
ahead.
answer that, or?
Yep.
I've reached out to 3 different firms. I've reached out to Reno Brothers. I've reached out to Zaluzny. Spoke with the secretary there, and I know, Chris, you've spoken to people down at Zaluzny as well. And to King, Andrew King, who does concrete work. He's out of Putney, but his son lives on Franklin Road. He and his wife live on Franklin Road at the Damien Flooring former house. So all 3 of those folks are going to be providing bids. And I've also ask them to in a separate quote, not only the stairs, but to look at the landing, if you call it, to the patio or to the foyer, where that is also, the metal is all, stairway there is all crumbling as well, and that's falling apart, as Sandra so aptly mentioned. And so I wanted to get a price on that repair or replacement in that area, not the whole foyer, but certainly going up to that top landing where it's fallen apart as well.
I think whatever bids we get needs to be to do that job the right way and not piecemeal this back together and just put into a Band-Aid on it for a year. And having said that, I would like to open that up to Michael, where this is a large part of his experience and with his military career. So Michael, your thoughts on the stairs at the town office?
I think it's going to be cheaper all the way around, replace them completely. Band-Aids are very expensive. In my experience, we only used them for dignitaries coming to visit, but they're very pricey.
Okay. So it sounds like everybody is in favor of having some bids on this, doing it the right way, and hopefully doing this once and for all. And it sounds like, Sandy, did you say the 90s? This has been.
Yes, and I don't know if Christine or Steve Zaluzny have any of Walter's old stuff or if it's in the files, but I believe they had engineering look at that. I know they talked about it back then, doing the whole thing. So it might be good to research what we've done in the past for what would be required. Because when you do the RFP, we're going to have some information.
Tom, is that something that you can try and dig into and find that stuff?
Yes, I will try to hunt it down both through the minutes and through the files as well. I don't see anything jumping out at me in the file cabinet behind me, but that doesn't mean that it's not somewhere else in the building.
Tom, the select board minutes of that time were put into PDF files on a disk. And I think if you research it, you might be able to pull them up that way. I don't know.
Okay. I shall look at it that way.
All right.
That was from the 90s?
Yes.
Sandy, do we need a motion to move forward on any of that, or where are you at? What are your thoughts?
I think we ought to see what he can find and then bring it at the next meeting.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I think all that we have left here is a quick discussion on the building use. We all received the email. Tim is allowing certain people in. He admittedly felt like he maybe stepped on toes without more communication with the other people that share that office space. So then he sent out kind of an amendment to that and some thoughts on how we could compromise and everybody could utilize that space. I did speak with David Emery today, who also touched on this during our meeting this evening. He said that it would be in everybody's best interest to have a written policy. So unless the board objects, Tom, I would like to ask if you could possibly organize that between the lister's office, the treasurer's office, the clerk's office, and Brana and Jean, if you guys want any weigh in on that. I think that you guys might be coming up with your own policies and procedures to move forward, but you might be able to take some ideas from what we get there. Ultimately, I think that they're all elected officials and they can do what they want in there, but I think that I think they need to work together the best that they can to come up with a plan that suits everybody's needs as far as continuing to operate the town without potentially putting any of our employees at unneeded risk. So a written policy from each of those offices and a tracking system David had mentioned. So I do think that we should have a sign in, sign out log there so that we do know who is coming in. Should something happen, we have a place to check with that. And I am curious everybody's thoughts as far as, and if it's a possibility, but increasing some of our cleaning companies' time, and if that would be available under the COVID, the federal funds that would be there, so that we could potentially recoup some of that cost, but ensuring that, because I think, Gene, how often do they come into that building to clean?
One night a week. The governor's directive had said that areas where the public is coming in needs to be cleaned 3 times a day, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the day, any day that the public has come in.
So I guess, Gene, you've got the floor. What are your thoughts on this as far as moving forward, and how we should be looking at this building?
You know, I think it's doable. It would be great if those people were in the minimal amount of areas. Just walking through the lobby, I think the lobby is okay unless they start coughing or something out there, and then they need to go back out the door. But handles, you know, door handles need to be done. Really, in Tim's office, I feel like the tables that they've been at should be cleaned. Hopefully they don't use the restrooms, because those, any handles there need to be cleaned. That's really what that's what you need to do right now with this. You've got people.
Go ahead, Gene.
I was gonna say, you've got people coming in that you don't know where else they've been. And now it's obvious that they're becoming more mobile and they're out there more. So we need to protect on our end.
Michael?
Do they have cleaning supplies that they can clean in between the cleaners? Because I know my office is open to the public, and I clean multiple times a day because my traffic volume is way higher than you guys are going to see. But I hit all the hot spots. Anything people touch, I'm doing them every 4 or 5 customers. So I spend a lot of my day doing that.
So I do know that the other day when I was in there, some researcher had come in, and Tim did go over and he cleaned that counter afterwards. He was very on top of that person, making sure that they were wearing a mask and that they sanitized their hands upon entry of the office. So not to say that that is happening for everyone. I don't know. I'm not there for everyone, but I do think that there is an honest effort being made to do this. Tim's whole purpose for this was that if we had residents that wanted to refinance with the new interest rates, or because out of necessity, that the only way that that could happen is by having those offices open so that researchers could come in. I know that he had discussed only having one in there at a time, making sure that they were doing certain things. Again, he did clean after they left. And as far as your question, Michael, there is some cleaning supplies in there. I do think that if we needed to purchase more, that at this point, COVID would probably cover that for sure. I know that it is in my school district. All of my increases on paper supplies, which were unexpected, is most likely going to fall under there. So I would venture to guess that if we needed more of the disinfectant type stuff, that would be covered. Jeff, your thoughts?
I guess I probably expressed most of them in an email to all of you the other day. I just had one idea as far as the bathrooms. I'm just going to throw it out there that perhaps the ladies' room can be restricted just to town employees. The men's room can be relabeled as a public use bathroom. So, but other than that, I don't have any fresh new thoughts about this.
Sandy?
I know that at the Vernon Green and stuff, they have this really strong disinfectant stuff that when a person comes through the door, course, they have to have their temperature taken and all this other stuff, but they wipe down the door after every single person.
Mm-hmm.
And that nursing home is so far, and the assisted living is clean. I mean, they don't have the COVID,
Right.
which is something to be very proud of them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome.
Carol, since we have you here, could I get your thoughts on this? You share that office.
I see no one.
Okay.
Nobody comes back. I have once in a while, I think Sandy popped her head in one day, and that is the last time I've had anybody in there.
Okay. Right. So with this kind of quarter turn, as the governor calls it, you're feeling that you're okay to be in that building to continue to do your work? Okay. All right. Perfect. Tom, any thoughts from you on that? You shared as well?
Yeah, a couple of quick things, if I could, Mr. Chairman. One, Mr. Dunkley brings up a good idea. I think it has to be reversed, however, with the bathrooms because of the handicapped accessibility issue. That's one. Tim's, the town clerk's protocols for anybody coming in, you kind of highlighted, Chris, but they've got to come in with gloves and a mask. If they don't have gloves, they got to wash their hands before they enter in. We still have some of that material that we purchased from the distillery up in Brattleboro. That will disinfect just about anything. It's pretty
Oh yeah.
It's pretty strong stuff. And Tim's real good about that. I know the treasurer has some concerns due to, I can't get into it. There's some HIPAA stuff that we got to discuss that we have to be concerned with. And we did, Tim did spend some of his money out of his budget to put a pretty nice stainless steel, I guess, for lack of a better term, diamond type box out in the front for people to drop things off. The Reno brothers made that, and that's a really good piece for people to drop off tax bills or letters or things like that. No checks, no cash. The custodian I did speak with last week when we were here for our work session. He happened to be in the building. You know, they can come in more, but they are getting booked up more and more. So their time is limited. If we want them in here more often, we need to let them know that quickly. If the budget allows for that, then I would think we'd want them to come in. If we're gonna open the offices up for attorneys to do title searches and those types of things, I'm not talking about library at this point. I don't know where that's the trustees are gonna go with that. I don't think we're ready to open that yet myself.
No.
But you know, if those are the days, if he's going to open it Wednesday and Thursday afternoons type of thing, then we need to have the MFT come in here and perhaps do a really good scouring of his office as well as the lobby. We can do the door handles after everybody comes in and out. We're not talking about hundreds of people coming in. It's going to be very limited. It's by appointment. We can manage that, and we can clean off those things that need to be done with each patron coming in and out. But I do think you may want to have MFT in here if they're available those nights for just this extra cleaning of the bathrooms in the lobby in Tim's office.
Ron, I do see your hand. I'm just curious the board's thoughts on reaching out to MFT about increasing their hours. My thought would be that if the treasurer is going to be in the office Monday and Tuesday, that maybe they come Tuesday night, and then if Tim's there Wednesday, Thursday, maybe they come back on Friday or something. Yeah. And that's covering after each separate office is kind of open, if that's making any sense. Curious what the board's thought on that would be. Sandy?
I think we need to have them clean whatever's the best possible.
Jean?
It certainly doesn't replace the constant disinfecting that needs to be done.
Not at all.
Otherwise, in terms of doing the floors or whatever, other than cleaning the bathrooms more often, there isn't a lot of traffic to warrant more mess on the floors, but the bathrooms would be important.
Jeff?
Yeah, I agree.
Michael?
I think as long as people are handling the hot spots when people come in, and the cleaning schedule doesn't need to change. My works hasn't, other than doing hot spots.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So it sounds like we're kind of up in the air on that one between. Gene, you don't sound sold on that either, the necessity of it. I mean, I think if we went to more hours with them, we would have to be sure that we were asking them to focus on bathroom handles, stalls, and making sure that there was more of a disinfectant type of work happening over multiple vacuuming of the same rugs or something.
Exactly. Yes. I
So
agree with that.
Could we task Tom to reach out to them and see what their availability is and what they could offer and what that looks like? And then he could send that to us so that we could see that. Is everybody in favor of that?
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds good.
Brana, you've had your hand up. Go ahead.
Several suggestions based on experiences in Brattleboro. I know Brown and Roberts does not allow any customers to use their restroom, and the co-op has people outside. These are staffers just giving you, we saw you yesterday.
Yeah.
That you get in line. I was first yesterday. I got there early. But I was thinking, if we're going to allow people in, public in, we definitely need to put up those ropes that you suggested earlier, Chris, to keep them away from things like the books and the chairs, and just literally have traffic, in where we want them to go. The library is very complicated right now. And also I think it might be people, unless the researchers, the legal researchers are in there for a long period of time, restrict the use of the bathrooms to just staff.
Yeah.
I know that's really hard, but
I
I'm fine with that. I think that is really gonna, well, I guess that's probably one of the only decisions that we as a board could make. The rest of it comes down to each department. So I think that we could certainly ask that they do that. The restrooms are reserved for staff only. My only concern is that in a time where we are highly encouraging people to wash their hands after every move that they make, we're taking that away from them by
Good
telling
point.
them that they can't use that.
Good point.
So I'm not sure that that's the answer. I do like the idea of from Jeff. See, there you go, Jeff. You got 3 supporters tonight.
Wow.
That we
On a
close
roll.
one. That we close one for just our staff, and when we start talking about the library, I believe you guys have 2 bathrooms and just one.
No,
Oh.
one.
Okay, all right.
Unisex.
So maybe at that point,
Gendered.
the town clerk's restroom would become your staff restroom that we could designate until this is over. As far as roping things off, Brana, yes, we can absolutely do that. However, I don't believe that we're allowing public in just yet. I believe that this is strictly all about title researchers and things like that. So it is going to be very limited. We are going to know who they are. But yes, for any type of comfort reasons, if you would like, I will go down tomorrow and put those up across that lobby so that that's off limits.
Well,
And I'm fine with
those are
that.
so tempting, even if you're, it's like, oh, I'm on
That's
my.
fine. I've
Yeah.
got to go down there to sign that. I'm more than happy to bring those upstairs just to keep everybody feeling comfortable. So we can certainly take care of that. So Tom, I would ask that you work with the treasurer, the lister, and the town clerk to come up with a policy that works for allowing people slowly into that. We understand that there is going to be some complications out of the treasurer's office. Again, trying to not get into any details there. And we'll do everything that we can to make everybody comfortable in that building to the best of our ability. Ultimately, it's going to come down to Cindy and Tim and what they see fit for that building, as well as their assistants. So
aren't the taxes due the 7th?
they are. So
They
Tim
could
had
be-
said that he would not be scheduling any researchers for that day to make sure that the treasurer's office could operate at full capacity, as well as I believe he was trying to not work on Mondays and Tuesdays because of payroll, to make sure that the treasurer could be in there undisturbed and not having to worry about this. Any other discussion on this?
Maybe just postpone tax day for a month or so.
You could.
Well, you know, just south of here, they did do that, but they didn't do it across the border up here.
Well, they did it for income tax. Why couldn't we do it?
Are we entertaining that discussion at this point? No?
I'm just joking. Anything I can do so I don't have to pay taxes
Yeah.
Jeffrey.
on time.
Or you pay later.
All right, any other discussion on building use? Seeing none. Public participation. Bronny, you got anything for us? I think you've been involved in all of it. You got anything else?
No, I just need to call Jean, or we need to have a conference call separate for this stuff. But thank you. This has been very, very helpful.
I would think that you would be able to steal the language right from whatever they work with. I would imagine that, Tom, we could keep that in mind as we're coming up with things, making sure that we're including that lobby to protect anybody that might be in and out of there. And then you guys could look at that and see what works for you and what changes you might need to make there. I do think that utilizing the one designated bathroom that would be available in the clerk's office would solve your problem, so that you could still have the public restroom, should you choose to go that way. Or we would have to get some type of a hand sanitizer, those wall mounted ones or whatever. We would have to have something in there for your guests when we get to that point. However, I think that we're still probably a couple of weeks out from having to really worry about that. So
yes.
Correspondence, town admin report. What do you got, Tom?
Been working with a couple. We had a call today. You should not be aware of this, from a senior from the housing development down on Huckle Hill, relative to the town reimbursing people for ambulance runs. And that's not, and speaking with the treasurer, that's not what we do, but upon request, I guess there is a policy to cover the cost of the Rescue Inc. membership. And I let her know that. And she was very clear that she was going to be sure that everyone in the complex knew that. So I think you might see a run on that from some of our seniors over the next few weeks, just so you're aware of it. There is a fund. I also put her in touch with Mary Lynn Sherlin if she was having difficulty paying that copay, that there's the senior, there's a fund to help, and Mary Lynn was involved with that. So I put her in touch with her as well. As it relates to the FEMA reimbursement process, I've been on one webinar conference call. There's another one on Thursday that I'm going to participate in. I just want to put a little caution out to the board. that, we think all of this will be reimbursed at 75% if we meet the threshold, but there is a threshold we have to meet. And there's a minimum cost that we have to meet before we can submit. And I think with the Tyvek uniforms, if you will, that the EMD has ordered, I think we should be okay with that. But I don't want people to get a false sense of hope that everything we spend is going to be reimbursable or accepted for reimbursement. We're going to submit everything we have, all of the payrolls, all of the other things that we can that are overtime. And those are extra costs that the town has incurred since the declaration of the emergency by the governor and through this COVID piece. But I just want the board to understand we can submit all of the invoices. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to be accepted. And I just want people aware of that. We submit, I've submitted before hundreds, the thousands of dollars, and thousands of dollars less X has come back as reimbursement at the 75%. I just want people not to be expecting 100% of what we submit to get 75% of that back. We probably won't. Just that way, no one's going to be surprised.
That all you got?
Yeah, I think that's really all we got. Tim and I have been working. You asked me a little earlier about the minutes from the emergency meeting. Do you want a recap on that meeting? I had sent the minutes out, but do you want, I've got them up if you want a recap of what the board did so the public's aware.
Sure.
The board met on Easter Sunday and met with Dave Emery and the board and myself. Since the governor declared a state of emergency, it was important that the town declare a state of emergency as well. So it would be eligible for up to 75% FEMA reimbursement. And Sandra made a motion to adopt the local jurisdiction for emergency declaration to be dated 4/12/2020 at Vernon, with the correction that the two corrections that the town administrator be interim town administrator. That's correct. And that the date was put in correctly. That was part of it. The other piece of the meeting, support of the select board to support the rec director and rec committee on closing the parks. And a motion was made there by select board member Harris to support the actions of the Vernon Rec Committee to close the recreation facilities, including the recreation center, playground in the town, while excluding the town forest and hiking trails. The motion was seconded by select board member Carr and unanimously agreed to by the board. And the board adjourned a little bit before 12 o'clock.
Okay. Perfect. Next select board meeting will be May the 5th at 6:30. We do have a work session that will be scheduled for, what is that? Is that the 29th? I believe so, next Wednesday at 6:30. That will be more town administrator discussion. And with that, I would entertain a motion to get out of here.
So moved.
Second.
So moved.
Oh, Jeff beat you, Gene. All right, moved in second, and all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Chris, I'll have that document with Tim for you to sign in the morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Everyone.
Morning, Jordan.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for having me.
No, thank you for taking the time to talk with us this morning. I think, we're trying to just understand what's happening out in the business world right now, and we appreciate you taking the time to fill us in on what VBSR is seeing.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. So you guys ready for me to dive in or need a few minutes? Okay.
No, we're all set.
Alrighty. Well, for the record, it's Jordan Giaconio with Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. So what I want to do, I definitely want to begin by, really on behalf of VBSR and our 730 member businesses, I want to begin by thanking the committee for the tireless work you all have done so far to combat this pandemic. From rolling out the federal policies to expanding our unemployment healthcare systems. I can safely say that these measures have really been helping a lot of struggling businesses weather this storm. That said, they also raise a lot of questions, which I'll get to further on. So just to contextualize this and give sort of a brief snapshot of what our membership looks like, about 35% of VBSR's members employ about 10 full-time employees or less, 65% employ 50 full-time employees or less, and only about 60% employ 300 or more. So by and large, VBSR members are really just small businesses. What this has meant for a lot of them is that they're not only more vulnerable to some of the economic impacts of the coronavirus, but also fairly limited in their capacity to access a lot of the new resources available to them. So as we've navigate these changes as an organization and as businesses, VBSRs really strive to try and act as an advocate, an educator, convener for our members. So what that's looking like right now is continuously updating our COVID-19 resource page. We're putting on a series of webinars that will connect people anywhere from the biggest shifts on public policy, but also on best business practices to maintain health and safety, as well as the economic and fiscal longevity of small businesses. And then, of course, participating in hearings like this and just trying to provide some constructive feedback. So it's not, I would say that it's not an exaggeration to say that COVID-19 has really devastated a lot of our small businesses. A good portion of our members have reported full or partial layoffs or reductions in hours and or pay cuts really across the board, anywhere from senior membership all the way down to some of the lower level employees. And I'll try to move chronologically in terms of some of the challenges that we face as this is developed. So at the outset with the, I think most of this began with the stay home, stay safe order. I think a lot were left questioning whether they were essential or not, what extent they could continue their operations. Our retailers, for example, were very confused as to whether or not they could continue to fulfill online orders. And then also got a lot of questions from our solar and efficiency industries as to whether, solar panel installations would constitute person-to-person interactions. I will say, to the credit of the administration and ACCD and others, their follow-up guidance has been pretty helpful in providing clarity. But I certainly believe that there's continuous updates to folks as to what level of business they can carry out during this time while still ensuring compliance and health and safety would be most helpful. And then on the federal level, with the passage in particular of the CARES Act, that has brought in a lot of interest from our businesses who are really thrilled to be thrown another financial lifeline, namely SBA's Paycheck Protection Program loans. But the initial guidelines didn't provide the most clarity and have drawn a great deal of confusion from our members, particularly about available lenders, eligibility requirements, qualifying uses, and then also how hiring changes will impact loan forgiveness, which I'll get to in a moment. All of which have made the application process a lot more challenging. That said, in terms of reports, I've heard through the grapevine not so many direct testimony from our members about trouble with accessibility to the loans with respect to whether larger lenders are turning away folks who are non-members or more hesitant to participate in the program because of lower interest rates. That said, I am happy to report one of our key lenders, VSECU, is experiencing almost 100% approval rating. And then in terms of the availability of the funds, I know there's been a lot being thrown around as far as how much of that funding, the $350 billion that's been allocated. They have reported that about $73 billion of the $350 billion has been used as of yesterday. So this really, what I would say there is just anything that we can do to prop up resources and continue to channel resources into emergency loan programs. VSCCU is offering emergency loans. I know VITA's doing a wonderful job. Channeling resources in that direction is really key there in terms of providing fiscal assistance. And then far and away, the most consistent question that we've been getting at this point isn't necessarily about the PPP itself, but rather whether businesses should opt for a PPP loan or whether they lay off their employees and have them collect what can often be a larger sum. And for clarity, VBSRs, we're by no means opposed to robust unemployment insurance that's now available to Vermonters who are finding themselves out of work, and we don't by any means believe that Vermonters are eager to leave the workforce. I think that the added $600 on top of the existing UI maximum means financial security for a lot of Vermont's most vulnerable. It also stands to reduce the spread, keep workers at home, and keep everyone safe and healthy during this difficult time. That said, I have gotten particularly a lot coming from the manufacturing sector. So some of our essential workers as well as retailers have employees asking to be fired so that they can collect additional money. And that for us raises a lot of significant questions, particularly about equitable pay, but also employee retention. So VBSR has long supported development what we call livable jobs. And that's not looking solely at wages, but looking holistically at benefits, wages, and everything in between. And what it really is a vision for economic growth centered around the creation of jobs with good wages and benefits. So as we've seen in some instances, economic or income inequality has chipped away to some extent at the earnings of lower income Vermonters over the years, and many of them are the essential employees who are working at the front lines of this pandemic to provide food, medical care, and other key services. So I think my big ask from the legislature, from this committee, is that as the state and federal government search for solutions to try to keep essential workers in the workplace, we're really strongly encouraging the legislature to support offering some kind of additional pay to Vermont's essential employees to achieve the greatest degree of parity possible with the unemployment benefits they might otherwise receive. I recognize that, just fiscally speaking, it'll be immensely difficult to actually reach parity, given the $600 benefit alone is pretty much like $15 an hour. But what I will say is that VBSR members who are paying higher wages, generally speaking, consistently above minimum wage, have consistently reported stronger staff retention and a stronger sense of investment there. So what we're asking is, as essential employers continue to take whatever measures they can, all of the measures to ensure the health and safety of employees. I also think that increased pay for our essential workers, coupled with the benefits that they already receive, will ensure not only that they're justly compensated for the work, but also reduce some turnover. And it's my understanding the Senate has already convened some kind of working group to explore this concept. So I would urge the committee to support them in this endeavor wherever possible. And then, on the other end, I do want to point out some of the lighter notes, or I wouldn't say lighter, but, some positive pieces and some positive feedback that we've been getting from our membership, and things that we would hope that we can sort of elevate during this difficult times. And that's really comes from the core of who we are as an organization and as a collection of businesses, which is, it's a socially responsible business community. It's just that, a community. We all work together. So all sharing really a dedicated commitment to making positive impacts on their homes, their communities, their environments. And the epidemic has certainly changed how we've been able to do this, but hasn't shaken the commitment to that sort of triple bottom line of people, planet, and prosperity. So VBSR member businesses, what I will say, have worked in sort of this people first, community serving approach to business, have really laid a foundation for how to really best respond to crises. So a couple of examples, and this is just a brief snapshot. Businesses like Burton, Vermont Glove, The Generator have pivoted to producing and innovating new personal protection equipment for frontline workers. National Life, Skinny Pancake, and Union Mutual are all donating food to local food banks and those most in need. And then, as I mentioned, group lenders like VSECU and Vermont Community Foundation are providing emergency financial relief to local businesses. These have largely positively impacted communities in public health and longevity. And I will say on a positive sort of added benefit to that is that local jobs are often being retained as members trying to pivot their operations to respond over to the pandemic. So again, I want to express our sincere gratitude for the work of the committee and the legislature writ large. We're continuing to gather feedback, and I think we're going to be streamlining our communications a little bit more to direct folks to some more, some sort of consistent resources. That's another piece of feedback we've been getting, is that a lot of members feel like it's kind of information overload as far as the resources that they can access. So that's another piece there. And then I would say on the paid family leave side of things, there has been some confusion from members about, whether they could go into partial hours and supplement that with paid family leave hours. And then in the unemployment realm, I have had mixed reports from some of our board members. It has not been at the top of the feedback we've been getting. As I mentioned, it's mostly been geared toward the PPP loans and sort of the dichotomy between payroll versus unemployment. But in terms of unemployment eligibility, I've gotten mixed reports as to how fast claims are being processed. But was heartened to hear from DOL yesterday in their testimony that it sounds like they're building a more robust system there. So if the committee and the legislature can support them in that endeavor, would certainly encourage that as well. So I know that was kind of a long-winded basic snapshot of where we are, but I again want to express our gratitude and know that we're continuing to collect some more specific feedback from folks and offer more webinars on these issues. And so I will be in touch if we get anything outside of that realm, and are happy to be a resource moving forward.
Great. So we have some people lined up for questions. Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julian, Jordan, the payroll protection plan, my understanding was because they're paying 2.5% of or 2.5 times the payroll itself, that as a tactic, your employers who have essential workers could jump the payroll, that additional 600 during the 8 weeks, and then get that forgiven. Is that something you are working out? Is that going to work for you?
That is one avenue that a lot of folks are taking. And we had, I put on a webinar earlier on this week with SBA with Darcy, and she actually provided some clarity on that front to say that they do have that flexibility to fill out that gap with the PPP program. So it is available. Yeah.
So is that webinar on your website?
Yep, we have a recorded session, and then next week too, I'm also working with Susan, the deputy director for the district office, and we're going to be giving kind of a soup to nuts presentation about the SBA loans that are available and to continue to field more questions. Oh. That is one that we are consistently getting. Yep. I think for us, it's largely just about disseminating the information as much as possible, and then we'll kind of troubleshoot as things come across. But to answer your question, yeah, there is that flexibility to try and make up that difference and benefit. Yeah. It is a pretty substantial one.
Yeah, do keep us informed about the webinars. That'll be very helpful for our constituents. Can we refer them back to that webinar? Thank you.
And on that front too, we're more than happy to help with some kind of a teletown hall or something like that. Anything that will connect you guys most directly with our membership. I've found that in terms of gathering feedback, you have like 5 or 6 different orgs, I think, asking people for the same feedback. So whatever we can do to get feedback straight to you guys, we're more than happy to accommodate.
Thank you.
Stephanie.
Jordan, I have a question about the PPP loan also. So I've been hearing from some of our local restaurants that this is a really tough one for them. And I was wondering if you had heard that too. And so the specifics are that they're closed. They're not allowed to open until the governor gives the okay that this type of establishments can reopen. But if they get the PPP loan, which is a fast track, they need to start repaying that loan within 8 weeks of when they receive the loan, instead of 8 weeks when they're allowed to open. And I'm wondering if you had heard much about this from your business owners, especially like Skinny Pancake or some of the other larger restaurant groups.
Thus far, I haven't heard anything too much from Benji, and then a lot of them have pushed toward curbside pickup, which has somewhat softened that blow. But I'm happy to reach out and report back. So far, haven't heard too much negative feedback there. But.
Yeah, I've seen it from at least 3 different local restaurants that they're very worried about getting these, even applying for the PPP loan, because it might end up being a bigger hit for them than a benefit.
Yeah, exactly. And then I know that there's some extent of deferment available for the beginning for sort of the initial part of the loan once it's dispersed. But even then, it does present a pretty significant challenge. What we're advising businesses to do right now is really look at just that logistical challenges as far as loan repayment, and not to sort of rely on this notion that the loans are going to be forgiven, and know that you have to maintain your business operations through this entire process. So we're mostly just trying to kind of caution people to that end, but I'm happy to ping our restaurant folks in particular to see what kind of feedback they have for you guys, and see if we can find any viable solution there.
Yeah, that'd be terrific. Thank you.
Great. Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for speaking to us today, Jordan. I also just wanted to quickly respond to Stephanie's piece there. I heard from my sister's partner that there's the Vermont the Restaurant Association is offering the National Restaurant Association is offering some grants to restaurants to help fill the gap there too. But Jordan, I had 2 questions for you. I was thinking about I've been thinking a lot about this idea of subsidizing essential workers' pay to create a parity with the unemployment insurance options, so I heard somebody related to kind of like hazard pay. I was wondering how, instead of as opposed to the option of having the state give money to businesses to do this, what other policy solutions could we offer to incent businesses to do this on their own, such as tax relief, or what other things are holding back businesses from just doing this on their own, besides obviously financial restraints? And then I had one other question after that. You're on mute, Jordan.
Thank you. Got to get used to the new normal, so to speak. A lot of our businesses are trying to explore just that. A good example is taking advantage of, student loan repayment and trying to pursue sort of alternative fiscal avenues that will incentivize people to stay on and sort of expand benefits. I do think that what I will say is I think in this conversation that's been sort of lost on a lot of folks is the fiscal value of your benefits that you currently receive while employed in the workplace. So the more that our members can prop up those benefits, they're looking into those. A lot of our members already currently contribute to student loan repayment, but the added benefit that was included in the CARES Act, which is actually very, very much so akin to the legislation offered by Representative Stevens, we're happy to see that. I think that's an avenue that they're exploring. And then we have some businesses who are kind of overcoming the fiscal hurdle and just providing slight plus ups on hourly wages. And then I haven't heard too much in terms of barriers just outside of the fiscal aspect of it. And then of course, there's also just the general concerns about health and safety. I think that's a real complicating factor there, because from our end, as people are running largely employee first workplaces, if an employee tells us that they don't feel safe in the workplace, there's not that much, and they can make that compelling case. There's not much that we can do there to try and calm folks down. And also, once you've provided the greatest extent of safety measures possible, the last thing we want to do is tell people, okay, well, if you feel safer at home, you can't stay home. So there's that. I'd say that's a big complicating factor as well too, is that we want to make sure that we try to keep essential workers in the workplace, but also make sure that they feel that they are safe and staying healthy and not putting anyone at risk either. So that's a big barrier.
That's helpful, Jordan, and it is nice to hear that some businesses are giving that additional funding, and I do wonder if we can provide some tax relief for certain circumstances like that as a systemic policy solution to incent more businesses to do that. The other piece that you had mentioned about the overload of data, which is an interesting new problem, because then you didn't have a lot of data to begin with. But I'm also experiencing this. I'm getting emails from all sorts of businesses and individuals that I've never heard of before, and it's hard to distinguish whether, one, they're credible and if their information is valuable. I mean, there certainly is a sense that some people are just taking advantage of this to get their names out there to a certain extent, or just wanting to do something. I do wonder, what role VBSR and the chambers can play in sort of being, mean, I don't know how these guys are getting everybody's information, but their contact information. How can you be the funnel for that information? I mean, so that trusted organizations like the Chambers and VBSR are the ones that are getting the information out there that we need, so we're not lost in just the plethora of information we're getting.
So I would say this is going to be kind of it's a new change for us and a change in the paradigm so far. Up until this point, what we've largely been doing is just gathering information directly from the agencies and then kind of providing kind of a translation of sorts to give people the most simple and up-to-date information as possible. And then, but what I will say is now, so VBSR is part of a broader working group with ACCD and a number of others. And the big ask that we're looking at right now is really just to try to streamline those communications and focus less so on the translation and more so, toward just disseminating that info and referring people directly to the resources, agency resources. So, in some, we're pivoting our outgoing communications to directing people to the official sources. So ACCD, SBA, Vermont SBDC, and then focusing our energy on responding to questions and then making those referrals and sort of carrying on our social responsibility message as well. So we'll be posting and sharing just official resources at this point. And then in terms of summarizing the legislation, we'll keep that really top line and again, refer people over. So mostly at this point, trying to serve as a convener a lot of the times. And I think that, we're fortunate we have technology like this where we can do that to the greatest extent possible. And I believe I would assume that a lot of the chambers are going to follow suit on this point, because there is a lot of, I don't think that there's a lot of misinformation circulating, but when you hear 3 or 4 different iterations of the same thing, you might find some discrepancies between the two and then kind of start to question things. For us, it's really about streamlining those communications, directing people toward the official resources, and just trying to make those connections to the greatest extent possible.
Great. Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Jim?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jordan, you talked a few minutes ago about the webinars. Could you send us all links to those? Because I've got quite a few businesses that have quite a few questions that I have not necessarily been able to clarify with them, and I would like to pass them on to those businesses.
Yeah, gladly. I will note on that front, with the exception of webinars with state and federal agencies and legislators, if it's with like a private firm or a private business, we'll charge non-members. It's a pretty nominal fee. It's about $20. But if it's anything with respect to accessing financial resources and anything with state and federal agencies, we keep those free and open to all members.
Yes, exactly.
But happy to pass that forward, but want to make sure I give you guys that caveat. And then the recorded versions are also readily available online too. So I'll send that all to the committee.
Very good. Thank you.
No problem.
Charlie?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jordan, just an interesting question, because we're talking about essential employees and you're talking about an increase in pay for them. But as the list of businesses expands that are allowed to operate with different interpretations and guidance from the Agency of Commerce Community Development, then we create almost a third filter for here's a business, here's an essential business, here's one that deserves a bump in their pay, because even lawn care services, which offer grub and tick spreading or treatment for their lawns, is considered to be essential and they can operate. I don't think that we really want to necessarily subsidize them with an extra hazard pay. So I just I don't know if it's take issue with it, but I don't want to suggest that we should, for all businesses that are now deemed to be essential, then to figure out which of them are eligible for an increase in pay. So it's as difficult enough to decide who can continue to operate. So have you had thoughts on that? And can you share that?
That is one aspect that I present. So for clarity, so when we put together our policy positions, I defer back to a public policy committee that we have made up of our membership. That was a concern that I've expressed, and I completely understand on your front too, in terms of making sure that we're maintaining sort of the fiscal longevity of the state and our programs. It's something that we're still kind of exploring. I'd say that it's largely in the conceptual phase for us, but I'm happy to circle up with folks and report back. What I will say is that I think it's just to achieve as much parity as you can with the unemployment benefit. So yeah, I mean, it's something that we're kind of consistently continuing to try and review and chew on. So at this point, I don't have a real definitive answer there. We're kind of being as reactionary as possible as we can, but completely understand concerns there with respect to making sure that we're putting dollars in the right place and spending them as efficiently as possible.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Jordan? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands popping up yet. So this afternoon at 12:30, we're back on. Chris Delia from the Vermont Bankers Association will be giving us an update on the PPP and the SBA loans that are flowing through the banks and the credit unions. And you're welcome to listen in if you'd like. Also, are you, and I'm assuming this, but I'm going to ask the question anyway, working with our federal delegation, Senator Leahy and Sanders and Representative Welch, on what especially the issues that have been cropping up with PPP and the way some banks are applying the directives over others, and maybe some suggestions on how they could the next round that they're already talking about could be a little better implemented.
Yes, sir. I'm in good, steady communication with the federal delegation as well. I'm going to be touching base with them later on this week, if not early next week, just to get a status report as where we are in the phase 4 legislation. I know that they're already talking about trying to channel more funding into the PPP program, but also if we can expand accessibility there, that's certainly a big priority for us. And then also from that parity in between the unemployment benefit, I know that that's been a part of the conversation too, as to whether they can just channel some federal dollars into that, as opposed to having us try to find a solution in state, or whether, I know there's been conversation as to whether we could pull funding from the CARES Act that we've received already, or whether we could see if we can ask for more. So yeah, in steady communication with those guys.
Great. So I'm sure we'll be in contact with you again. The Small Business Task Force will be meeting probably sometime next week, and of course we're willing to touch base with you in a few weeks to see what you're seeing, what your members are seeing, and find out if some of the issues that are being identified have been taken care of, and if we've identified other issues or any good news that might be out there. We're always looking for good news. That seems to be few and far between these days, but we appreciate all that you're doing for your members and for Vermonters, and please give your businesses our best, and we'll try to do whatever we can to assist when the time is right.
Will do, and thank you all, and want to send well wishes to you and yours.
Thank you. So Amy, I think we are back on schedule. We'll be finished at 11. And so committee, I would say that we can take a break now. We'll have an hour and a half, try to be back on by 12:15-ish or so, prior to our next round this afternoon, and have a good lunch. I think I'm gonna go warm up my snow shovel. Apparently we're supposed to get a little bit of snow tonight. We've just been looking forward to that. And now that my pond is wide open, which is great, I just hope it doesn't refreeze again. So we'll see you all at 12:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Take care.
See you, Mike.
Bye-bye.
Everybody.
I'm Representative Tim Briglin. I'm the chairman of the House Energy and Technology Committee, and we're meeting today via Zoom with a discussion of our committee on connectivity issues. Of course, with the COVID-19 crisis that's going on in our state right now, it has evidenced a number of other issues that I think we can call a crisis as well. And one of those is basically an equity issue around Vermonters, primarily in rural areas, but maybe other areas as well, that lack adequate connectivity to either access healthcare services through telehealth, to access education through the remote learning with our schools closed through the end of the school year now. And obviously many Vermonters are working at home right now. So lacking adequate connectivity is a huge impediment and an issue of equity for Vermonters. And that's something we're going to be discussing today. Some of the work that this committee has done in the first part of this biennium through the passage of Act 79 was to provide more support for communications union districts, CUDs. And one of the things that, just as an introduction to our discussion today, we've invited 4 of the newest CUDs, and Ann Manwaring, I understand you guys passed you are the newest CUD in the state from some of the work you've done earlier this week. So really excited to hear that. But one of the things we want to cover today, inviting 4 CUDs in, was to hear about some of the things that you're working on now, how quickly that work is moving forward, what some of the biggest challenges are that you're facing right now, and I think most importantly for our committee and for representatives from the Department of Public Service who are with us today as well, what are things that the state can do and the legislature can do to support your work, to accelerate that process? Again, this is one of the mechanisms we have reached for to try and accelerate the process of getting connectivity, particularly into the more rural parts of our state. So with our agenda today, we have 4 representatives of our communication union districts, Evan Carlson, Jeremy Hansen, Ann Manwaring, and Tim Scoggins. And that's the order in which you're listed on our agenda. So I thought that we would simply move forward with you folks in that order. And I've asked each of you to, give us 5 to 10 minutes, again, kind of on the background of where your CUD is kind of in the evolutionary process right now. What are some of the roadblocks or impediments you're finding in terms of accelerating, the process of fulfilling your mission of getting connectivity to the end of the road in your districts? And then also, what are some of the things that you can identify that we as policymakers and the Department of Public Service can do to further help your work? So with that, I'm going to introduce Evan Carlson from the Northeast Kingdom Broadband CUD, and thanks for joining us, Evan.
Thank you, Tim, for including me, and thanks for the committee. Can everyone hear me okay? Great. In March, during town meeting day, 27 towns voted to join the communication union district known as NEK Community Broadband. At this point, 15 of those 27 towns have appointed board members, and we're hoping to have our first organizational meeting late April or early May. We're waiting for a minimum of 2/3 of the towns to complete their appointments before we have our organizational meeting. The current holdup, which probably isn't coming as a surprise, is select boards trying to figure out how to handle remote meetings. So we've had quite a few select boards that were planning to do appointments in early April or late March that have now pushed out the meetings to late April and in some cases May. So we are expecting that some of these appointments won't happen until mid-May. So that will certainly hold up getting the entire board on hand, but we do not want to hold up the work that we're doing. doing work on behalf of the CUD to try to keep things going. NVDA, based in St. Johnsbury, has been doing quite a bit of work on behalf of us, or at least acting as an intermediary, and is contracted with the law firm PPE&C, Paul Giuliani's group, who has actually constructed quite a few of the legal documents that other CUDs are working or using in the state. But we've contracted with them to develop our bylaws, some of the operating information, and also looking at some letters of intent for some assets potentially. So in addition to that, NVDA is also contracted with Tilson on our behalf to conduct a second feasibility study. That feasibility study should have been passed off to the group. It forwarded that to FACE this morning. So if you have time, I would definitely encourage browsing that. What that study did was really explore the concept of a public-private partnership with a vendor that would be able to help us become eligible to compete for RDOF funding. As a new CUD, we have no track record of operating a network or building a network, so we need to have a partner on hand ready to go to be able to actually be competitive. We would also need a CUD or a vendor that actually can establish a letter of credit, which many of the smaller telecoms in the area that might be able to be partners would not qualify for. So that's a pretty big hurdle for us, and something that we want to try to tee up for the CUD to vote on and try to find a partner on ASAP. So just a quick overview on what the latest feasibility study actually found. That public-private partnership was kind of structured as what Tilson called a developer model. So the idea being that Tilson would, or a vendor, would be the designer, developer, and operator of a network, which would then, after revenue is generated, be purchased out by the CUD. With the subsidies that were available, looking at RDOF, potentially some opportunity zone funding, and other smaller grants, even with those subsidies, the model doesn't become profitable to the point where most vendors would be interested in pursuing that partnership. So the feasibility study did do a high-level exploration of some other models that look more promising, specifically a retail model, something similar to what EC Fiber did. The challenge with that, obviously, is that we don't necessarily have someone teed up right away to be able to qualify for RDOF funding or compete for those. So it's not off the table, but we need to do some more work to kind of explore that. And we're hoping that with additional grant funding through USDA or DBG or the big grant, we'll be able to do some of that further exploration. But as we understand it, the initial RDOF kind of round, we need to be queued up for that in early summer. And so we have a lot of work in a very short amount of time to do. A couple things that the feasibility study also pulled out, which was interesting, looking at things like the first year's, or not first year, but kind of the annual operating expenses. When we saw that there was about a quarter of the expenses going towards things like construction, plant maintenance, and pole licensing, it seemed like that right there kind of points to potential opportunities for collaboration with electric utilities, trying to figure out ways that they can assist, potentially offset cost, or where can infrastructure be shared to help bring down some of the cost of operating the CUDs. When Representative Brigman asked where can help be provided from the legislature, that to me seems like an opportunity to help open up opportunity for collaboration. The other thing that I think is kind of becoming more and more apparent, especially when we look at things like RDOF, where there is a really large pool of funding available. If you do get RDOF funding, then you potentially are being excluded from other pools of funding, and vice versa with things like Reconnect. And so we really need to figure out ways to be able to stack these subsidies in order to be able to continue to qualify for funding in the future. We obviously want to make this network work as fast as possible, grow it, and get connected. But if we 5 years, 10 years down the line need to apply for additional funds, we want to make sure that we're not going to be excluded because we took advantage of funding that was available now. So I'd love to see the legislature working to try to make sure that these CUDs are set up to be able to actually take advantage of multiple funding sources that become available. And I guess, in the short term, I think we're really trying to figure out how our group of volunteers can really accelerate this work. We know that there's a ton of it that has to be done in a very short amount of time, and we're hoping that with our executive committee and with the finance committee that we'll be able to have all the kind of volunteer weight behind this organization to actually make some progress, but that is yet to be seen. And so to me, that seemed like a pretty big vulnerability in the CUD, but we'll find out what happens in the next month or two. So I guess one of the other points I wanted to bring up, I know that there is COVID funding that is coming down both from the telehealth side as well as education. And in some conversations I had with NVRH, our critical access hospital here in the Northeast Kingdom, they seem to have a lot of the infrastructure that they need directly on site, but they said one of their biggest challenges is obviously for people to take advantage of any of the telehealth offerings, they need to have an internet connection or some reliable connection. And so how is this funding, or how can this funding be kind of expanded or kind of rethought to be able to help build some aspect of infrastructure that can be utilized by the CUDs, or potentially a private network built out by the NVRH or some of these hospitals that then can maybe be managed by a CUD in the future. Not sure what the total, how possible that is, but just thinking really creatively around how those funds can be used. And then, in addition, just thinking more generally, I have seen a lot of conversations happening around really quick short-term fixes with wireless to be able to get connections to students that have no service. And I think that is absolutely needed and absolutely important. But I would really love to see a plan that looks to continue service after the pandemic is done, not just using these funds for short-term solutions. Really we need to be driving towards this kind of end goal of getting connectivity across the state to the most rural areas. And when we have this amount of funds coming down that can help supplement this kind of more long-term build, I would really encourage us to think about how we can do some type of coordination across all the departments and the CUDs to be able to build infrastructure. That's kind of all I got.
Evan, I just wanted to ask you quickly, have you, has your group had interaction with the department in terms of one of the things under Act 79 we wanted to make sure we funded was additional resources at the Department of Public Service in the form of a person to be working with CUDs around the state, a professional, understanding these are volunteer boards. Has your group been able to tap into that resource at all, or I'm just curious?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say that the new resource has been a really valuable asset, especially leading up to the formation of the CUD. Being able to have someone that can help us get mapping done or any type of kind of high-level questions around what kind of assets exist in our area. Mr. Fish has been very key in helping deliver that in a timely manner. And even now, as the COVID crisis is happening, he's been very key in helping disseminate information about alternative uses or alternatives for families, things like the hotspots that Microsoft is offering. It's been very key in communicating updates about that. So I would say it is he's been an excellent resource, and I look forward to continue working with him.
Great, thank you. we're gonna hop over to Jeremy right now. Jeremy, if you can hear me and join us, I'm gonna mute mine. But if you could lay out some of the work of CV Fiber to the committee. Thank you for joining us.
Sure. I'm Jeremy Hansen from Berlin. I'm the chair of CV Fiber. We started in 2018 after 12 towns did successful town meeting votes to create the CUD. We then later added 6 more towns. So we are currently at 18 towns in Washington, Lamoille, and Orange counties. Where we are right now, I actually got news from one of our board members who's working closely with our consultant that we hired, using the Broadband Innovation Grant funds that you all spearheaded and authorized last year. And I heard from him, he says they've mapped out 5 service areas and costed out 1 in detail. It will be about $25,000 per mile in non-electric space. It means we're not going to be running it along the electric wires. They said that they'll provide the team, that's us, with the draft feasibility study next week. So we will have that soon. And that will be some kind of concrete locations where we might start. And then the next thing would be writing the actual business plan, getting ready for applying for the VITA funds that also were enabled last year. And the other thing we're doing at the same time, I think similar to what Evan said, is we're kind of putting that logistical timeline together and making sure that we have enough people, we have enough volunteers to actually get the work done that needs to get done before we even get to the point where we can start contracting with people doing construction. There's a lot of logistical work behind the scenes, and making sure that people step up and deliver is going to continue to be a challenge, especially when people have a lot more things on their mind right now. But so far, so good. So more broadly, we're looking at NBRC grants, and we're looking at we're likely going to work with Central Vermont Economic Development Corporation. We're also looking at RDOF funds. We're looking at probably partnering with Washington Electric Co-op with that in kind of a variety of different permutations of how that partnership might work. Like I said, we're also looking at the VITA loan. And we're also talking about stimulus funds. So we've already been in contact with Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission. They're collecting a list of, what are sort of the shovel-ready and near shovel-ready projects that could be eligible for stimulus funding should that come out of the federal government. So we've essentially given them our idea of essentially our next 5 projects, our pilot, and then the kind of 4 subsequent ones that we would see going at about a year per afterwards, again, sort of following that EC Fiber model. And, if the stimulus funds were, if it was a big enough bucket, we could conceivably wrap 1 or 2 or all 5 of these into one much larger project and have some efficiencies of scale come out of doing all the engineering and doing a much, much bigger bite. It will make us much more financially stable in a shorter amount of time. There was also an email that you probably saw that was sent by one of our board members from Cabot. I wanted to, while I don't agree with absolutely everything he has to say, I want to just make sure that this gets out there, because I think he illustrates some real frustrations and issues with the CUD structure. He says it's all volunteers, and despite having some very professional and dedicated people, volunteers are not adequate to solve the issue in a timely and effective manner. So this is something that I certainly agree with. We're slow. We're really slow, and we rely on those volunteers. And when somebody drops the ball, when I drop the ball, and that certainly happened before, our effort suffers. We're set back, and there could be future CUDs that are just not able to deliver on what they were hoping to do simply because of bad timing, or simply because something conflicts with a volunteer schedule who was supposed to be, applying for a grant and wasn't able to put it together in time. So going back to Andy's comments, we lack funding. Sort of scrabbling together this bit of funds and that bit of funds is fine, but he's saying, since the CUD is not really an ISP yet, it's difficult to even qualify for some of these funding sources, especially early on. He says there are no executive or operational resources to conduct day-to-day activities. We can't even retain or remunerate a clerk easily. We went through our second clerk, and we're actually seeking a third right now. The board is technically a public oversight body, but in reality, because of no money and a lack of an operating partner, many members have to tackle issues directly. And he goes on to talk about the number of ways that this can be a challenge, but yeah, I can certainly support that he's right there. And he says, finally, having a number of independent CUDs is an uncoordinated and inefficient approach and likely to lead to non-optimal resource usage, overbuild, funding competition, and so on. I have to say, I am a fan of Murray Bookchin, horizontal democracy, select boards, town meeting, kind of individual towns and districts rolling their own way. I think, so we will get this done. Please don't get me wrong. We're all, there's enough of us motivated volunteers that we will get it done. Whether we will get it done in a timeline that's going to make everybody happy is, I think it's more questionable. But I think I do agree with Andy here. It's like, for example, grant management. USDA grant management is something that I do. That's not something I knew how to do before this. I mean, I've written grants as an academic, but this is a bit more financials and things that I don't normally handle. If I were to get sick, if I weren't able to take that over, we could miss a reporting deadline. Things like that. The other thing that I want to highlight about Andy's comments is kind of the old divided we fall. So because we're fairly small, we're really susceptible to larger incumbent entities chasing us out of the area with number of different techniques. So I think there's a value in being small because we can be local, we can be responsive. But I think there's also a vulnerability there too that we haven't seen quite yet, but just want to put that on your radars. So I think some practical asks. I'm not going to do the ask for funding. I'm just going to bet that that's implicit in everything that all the CUDs that are going to talk about today should be suggesting. But I think anything that we can have help with qualifying for RDOF, that funding coming out of the federal government, and to ensure that we win over other applicants that aren't going to cover 100% of residents and businesses. Our mission that we adopted is to make sure we get 100% coverage. Every person, every business, every municipal public institution needs to have high quality, high speed coverage. And there are applicants for these funds that will not provide that will not provide future-proof connectivity. And I think that if the legislature, if the executive branch of the state can take a stand and make a policy statement saying this is what we want, and be really abundantly clear. I know some of that is in the plan that's put out by the Department of Public Service, but I think there's a value in the legislature saying, "Hey, fiber goes to everybody," and that sort of posture can let everybody know that that you're serious about going and pushing for a future-proof technology that's going to also support future development of other things like additional cell towers in places that don't have adequate coverage. That's something that you could easily contract with us, with public entities, to support those things, with public safety infrastructure, with any number of the things, telemedicine, education, like you well know, like you'll probably hear in the presentation a bit later about all of the reasons that we need to think about internet service, in particular fiber internet service, as a public good, as a necessity on the same sense as housing, as electricity, as phone service. So that first ask, help us qualify for RDOF so we can get there. Also possibly some administrative or grant writing support. Rob Fish has been excellent, a very, very valuable resource. Everything that he has done, every communication that I've had with him has been of the highest quality. So kind of geeking out here, it's like highest signal to noise ratio. He's not throwing us garbage. He's really giving us high quality information, and he is a valuable addition to the state. I really have to say that. However, he's not going to be giving us administrative support. He's not going to be writing our grants. And so that leaves it to what Andy identified. We have to write our own. which is fine, but we have to sort of carve out times in our increasingly, time constrained schedule to do that. So some help, RDOF, admin support, grant writing support, funding. How about that?
Great. That's great, Jeremy. Thank you. We've got a number of hands up here. So Anne, before we move on to you, I just want to make sure we get a few questions in here. First off, Representative Sibilia, then Representative Chestnut Changerman, then Representative Yantachka. If we can go in that order, that'd be great.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions for Evan as well as Jeremy. How do you want to handle that? Do you want me to hold until the very end? Do you want me to go back and forth?
Why don't you go ahead right now, and if you can be brief, that'd be great too.
Yeah, okay. So for Evan is still with us. Just one question was around the feasibility study, and is that something that you would be willing to share with us? I'd be interested in seeing.
Yes.
Okay, great.
So Faye should have shared that with the group, and if not,
awesome.
Please let me know, and I will get the PDF to you.
It is on our website now.
Thank you. Great. And then my other question for you is on Vermont Electric. All right. So I saw that in addition to VEC also, I believe, applied for one of the BIG grants. Are you working with them at all?
So we had spoke with Rebecca Town before they had decided to apply for the grant, and okay. I absolutely that we'll be going back to continue conversations with them. I think that the electric utilities are going to be absolutely integral to being able to get this network deployed. So conversations to come.
Okay, great. And then I'm sensing a theme that I will not press on, Mr. Chair, until the end. I'll come back to it around additional capacity needed. But for Jeremy, can you tell me what type of entities? I actually don't understand, and maybe this isn't a question for you. Maybe this is something for Maria or Commissioner with RDOF. I guess I don't understand. You can apply for those funds and you don't have to cover 100%. Is that correct? And so those, I guess, would be the traditional providers that we see in the state that haven't covered everybody.
Right. And I don't know the sort of nuances of, exactly how they have to cover things, but there is a real risk that, especially with geography and especially with, the one outlying person in a particular census block, that might not be obligatory for folks to provide. And so in groups like, Elon Musk's Starlink, could work, and it's appearing that they may be eligible to apply for RDOF, which is strange. But I mean, I won't go. I can send you a link to a discussion about kind of how they might qualify for that. But
Please
realize that there is a finite amount of bandwidth available there, and the moment you get more than the capacity. The argued, gigabit speeds, which I'm skeptical of, those gigabit speeds are probably not ever going to materialize in reality. But they will, Starlink will likely apply for the RDOF funds across the country, saying that they can provide gigabit speeds to every census block. That's my fear.
Okay, and my final comment, not a question, Mr. Chair. In keeping track of technical assistance that I'm hearing, additional technical assistance we might need. I'm hearing grant management, finance, packaging financing, and just logistical admin help. So those 3 types of assistance I'm hearing so far. Thank you.
Go ahead, Robin.
Thank you. So my first question was prompted by Evan talking about getting these studies done, and I'm just curious if they were towns just joined this year, and you're still waiting for representatives from towns to be appointed. Who authorized the studies? The Carlson. I'm sorry. Tilson study. Yeah.
Tilson did the study on behalf of NVDA, the Area Economic Development Group.
Okay. Thank you. Just wondering what the structure is there. And also, just Northeast Kingdom, are you focusing on last mile only, or do you have to provide middle mile and backhaul as well?
Yeah, I would say everything. The current backhaul through a large percentage of backhaul and middle mile through the large percentage of our region is non-existent, especially when you kind of look at the core towns through Lindenville, Sutton, up to Glover. There's not a ton of accessible backhaul or middle mile.
Okay, thank you. And I guess, so that leads me to, and some of what Jeremy was talking about leads me to build onto Representative Sebelia's question, but broaden it about necessary support. And I'm wondering, where Jeremy talked about that letter critical of some of the weaknesses of CUDs, and recognizing that it's not the ideal structure, it's what we have to work with. So in light of that, what do we as a state need to be doing in terms of either making CUDs work or unifying structure, unmothball the VTA, statewide neutral host carrier, so CUDs just do last mile, some kind of integrated planning that combines all the CUDs as members. And I know that's a bigger question that takes a lot more than today. So I just want to plant that seed, I guess, and I would love to follow up later with that. And that would, of course, go to Ann and Tim as well.
I think that's an absolutely great question, and certainly something that all of the CUDs and I would hope the PSD and electric utilities are all thinking about. What is the best structure to be able to keep this process going and accelerate it wherever it can be accelerated. We know that there's funding that comes in to a lot of different departments and a lot of different places. So how can we best utilize it to ensure that really last mile connectivity is happening across the state in an efficient way? So I appreciate the question.
And I also just want to say that, June, we can include you in that conversation too.
Tim, I see your hand up. That's kind of the old-fashioned hand up, but if you wanted to hop in here.
Yeah, I don't see the button on
that's fine.
On mine, but yeah, I just relative to that question. For example, Rob and Clay were kicking around the idea earlier this month of applying for a Northern Borders grant on behalf of multiple CUDs. That kind of thing would be very helpful in clustering our effort and saving each of us a lot of effort in doing that individually, and probably increasing our chances, I would think.
Thank you.
Yeah, if I could pop up here real quick too. I think the other thing is some bookkeeping. If that could be another valuable resource, and in addition to just the note taking, the logistics, having some help doing that. We're lucky that we have someone on our board who's an accountant who lives in the district who's willing to do that. But if we didn't, it would be harder. And I think Representative Chestnut Tangerman's questions are good, and I'm not sure that there's it's like a choose your own adventure from that. I think you pick from the palette. I think there's both and rather than either or. I think that there's a bunch of good creative possibilities that could work. I mean, ultimately, it's the legislature as the body to decide how that's supposed to work. I would say any of those ideas could be valuable, a valuable step forward from where we are right now.
So Representative Yantoshka, Representative Pat, you guys both have your hands up. I guess the question I have for you is, Are your questions specifically for Evan and Jeremy? Can we let Ann and Tim get their testimony in here and then you have your question, or totally up to you guys?
Yeah, my question is for Jeremy. I just needed a clarification on something that I thought I heard him say.
Sure.
So Jeremy, I thought I heard you say something about you're not relying on electric distribution utilities to support the broadband infrastructure. Did I get that correctly, or?
So yeah, so the note I got from one of my board members who's kind of running the project with the consultant is that the feasibility study that they're doing is looking at running the fiber not with the actual electric wires, not up in the electrical safety space, but rather running it down in a more conventional place where you would hang cable, other fiber, phone lines, and that sort of thing.
All right, so, okay, so the conventional way, but you are going to use the same utility poles.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Robert?
Hi, this is just a clarification question for Jeremy. When you were saying, I think in terms of, you were discussing the federal funding, that you were recommending that a condition of getting the funds be that it served everybody. Just to clarify, as you know, in our communities, there are areas that have decent connectivity now, and then there are large areas that are unserved or underserved. So when you say everybody, are you talking about everybody, or everybody that has little or no connectivity at this point?
Initially, just as a business decision, we're looking at going to those places that don't have adequate connectivity. In the long run, we are hoping to cover everybody.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Ann Manwaring, welcome back to the legislature, even if only digitally. It's good to see you. You're still on mute, Ann. So if you can unmute your line, Ann, and join us. And also, congratulations. My understanding is that the Deerfield Valley CUD is, I think at your meeting the other night, you crossed the threshold of signing yourself on as an official CUD. So Ann, if you can unmute yourself, you're still muted.
Oh, yes.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Welcome. It's good to see you, Ann.
Thank you very much. And I see a whole lot of my former fellow legislators on this panel. It's nice to see you all. Hi, Mike. Yes, we are, I believe, the new kid on the block. We were just formed officially last night. We began with 5 towns whose citizens voted at town meeting this year to be the founding towns, and we have since been joined by 2 other towns whose select boards have requested. So we are 7 towns, and we are very small. We're way in the southern part of Vermont. We are actually mountain towns for the most part, so there's a whole lot of parts of our area that have the limitations of not being able to get wireless signals across granite rocks and trees and all of that other good stuff. We also have another thing that I believe is unique among all the CUDs that now exist, and that is that our Wyndham Regional Planning Commission has gotten a broadband innovative grant to actually do a feasibility study and develop a business plan for all of the Wyndham regional districts, which is Wyndham County plus to a few other towns that are adjoining us. And so they're actually doing some of the real work that some of your other CUDs, larger and more ones who formed more a longer time ago, have been able to contract out and do for yourselves. The question we had is that we're just a small subset of the towns in Wyndham Regional, and we were never really quite sure how we were going to fit into all of that. And thanks very much to Representative Sibilia, who set up a conference call between several of us and the Wyndham Regional folks. And I think we have figured out a way that we will be able to work with them with the idea that we are probably the forming kernel of CUDs that will end up probably in the final analysis being a much larger CUD that likely encompasses a great deal of Wyndham County, and that we'll work with them to move down that path. Just a couple of other things. I cannot stress strongly enough the concerns that I have from my very unique or early arrival on this scene that I've heard from the previous speakers of the lack of substantive skill sets amongst the volunteers, all of whom are very committed to getting this done. But where are the skill sets? We are not a university town. There's no universities anywhere near us, so we don't have a lot of the individuals who have those kinds of skills available to our volunteer effort. And we have no money to go out and hire anyone, let alone to support the administrative work that always needs to be done. Now it's all being done on a volunteer effort. So I had read the email that Mr. Gilbert had sent out before I got on this meeting. And it just, my eyes lit up when he said all that, because it is exactly how we've been thinking. Not exactly sure why we seem to be all having to reinvent this wheel. Everyone who gets on this path seems to need to reinvent this wheel. And I suspect that there's probably some practical solutions to that somewhere, and perhaps your committee would be able to find some of those kinds of solutions somewhere. We have also, in addition to the really very fine help we've had from Rob Fish, who really has been terrific. I can't say enough about him. I know, Commissioner, you tell him we said so. We've also had enormous help from Carol Monroe from ValleyNet. ValleyNet, or Carol Monroe, and another group whose name I might remember in a minute. I might not too. Have the contract with Wyndham Regional to do the feasibility study and the business plan. And so Carol has been very, very helpful to all of us in providing some of that. But yet there's this notion of divided loyalties, if you will. She's not working for us. We're not paying her. She's just been extremely helpful. But we really need to have the skill sets that I saw available when both Jeremy and Evan were talking, which right now are in kind of short supply in our volunteer group. So whatever you folks can do on your level, perhaps along the lines of perhaps something that Robin was suggesting, would be extremely helpful, because we're probably not the last group to emerge out of all of this. I suspect there's other groups that may emerge around the state as well. So.
And there's a hand up. So I'm going to call on Representative Yantachka, who's got a question. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, good to see you, Ann.
You too, Mike.
The question about getting no need to reinvent the wheel. Are you getting any help from Department of Public Service or?
Well, yes, through Rob Fish, enormous help through him, but he actually can't do the work. He points us into some very good directions. He throws ideas on the table. He throws opportunities on the table. But to actually do the work, that's not his job.
So we've had several communication union districts in the state that have already been in business for a while. And are you able to consult with them in order to, move things along a little faster, maybe adapt what they've already done for their communication union districts to yours?
Well, we actually did do that in terms of getting ourselves organized. We used documents from EC Fiber and just adapted them to our location. We took all of the work that Paul Giuliani had done in terms of drafting bylaws and conflicts of interest policies and things like that. So yes, we have done it, but that's just on the beginning operational level. Part of our problem is the skill set of our volunteers does not necessarily know the right questions that we need to be asking when we go, look, I've had conversations with a couple of other folks from other areas, and that's been very helpful. And everybody I've asked to talk has been very, very willing to spend some time doing that. But yes, Mike, we have. But now we're ready to get into the more substance of the real work that this has to do. And it's a bit daunting.
Okay, well, thanks.
Representative Higley, I see that you've got your hand up. If you want to jump in, Mark.
Yes, if I could, both Ann and Jeremy have talked about these folks that are volunteers on the CUDs having some technical ability. I guess my question is to Evan, the 12 towns that don't have anybody up in the Northeast Kingdom district yet, could you either email me those towns? And I know that I think a lot of towns aren't aware that that would be a big help to have folks that have this technical ability that could really help them out. So if you could send me an email with those 12 towns, I could maybe reach out and make sure they're looking for folks that do have some ability.
Tim, I wanted to introduce you as well. And before you take the mic, what I should have pointed this out to members, both of the committee and the public as well. On our website today, under Clay Purvis's name, there is a link to a map of Vermont that shows the geography covered by all the CUDs, including the folks who are testifying today, which I actually, it's a helpful graphic. It's a helpful map to take a look at to get a sense as to the, just literally the land mass that is covered by various CUDs, including EC Fiber. But the other four are also mapped out here as well. So if members want to click on that link, that might be helpful. So Tim, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. And if you could take it away.
Yes, thank you. I won't repeat a lot of what you've heard here because a lot of what I would say to you has already been said. Just by way of introducing our group, the Southern Vermont Communications Union District. We also formed this March. We have been on a sprint our entire existence. We just started coming together as an idea in November at a meeting that Representative Kathleen James called. And from that, we were able to get 12 towns on the ballot for March, and they all approved forming the CUD. All 12 towns are in Bennington County. We have had an organizational meeting, elected officers, and got quickly about the business of trying to find some money, getting grants. The BIG grant is, of course, looming largest in our sites, but there was a rural business development grant, which had a sooner deadline, which had some planning money available that we're working toward trying to wrap that up in the next week. As far as help, I would say we have been helped tremendously by our Regional Planning Commission, BCRC, Bennington County Regional Commission. We wouldn't be moving nearly as quickly on this grant writing process if it were not for them. They agreed to help us out gratis, which was great. I was able to convince my select board in Shasberry to come up with $3,500 to give to BCRC to to help them, you know, at least cover their expenses while they're helping us out. And that's, like I say, they were willing to help us for free. We felt we needed to do what we could, but it just points to the difficulty of spinning this kind of thing up from nothing. So if, you know, if the legislature could see its way to provide new CUDs with, you know, pocket change, a few $1,000s to get some help from their regional commissions, $1,000 for just office supplies. I mean, I'm, you know, trying to get a website up on my personal ISP so we can post our meetings. We're borrowing the town's go-to meeting software to do our teleconferencing, just all those kind of things that are just really difficult when you're really starting from nothing with volunteers. But everything everybody has said about trying to, you know, spin this kind of thing up is true. And I also agree with Andy and Jeremy about all the things that they said, that really we all wish the state saw communications infrastructure with the importance that we feel it has, that it's as important as roads and bridges and electricity and sewer and water. And no one would contemplate volunteer organizations independently building roads and bridges. So it's just I know it's what we have to work with, but it's certainly not the ideal way to go about delivering this sort of thing. And I think that's all I have. Like I say, most of it has been said and well said.
Well, and I think your last point was incredibly articulate. And we're seeing that right now, frankly, with the COVID-19 crisis, that we're not using our roads and bridges a lot, but we're using our internet access a lot. And if you don't have access to it, it's just the same as the bridge being out. A question I have for the group, and this is something I'm sheepishly asking, I feel like I should know the answer to this, but I don't. Are CUDs precluded from raising private funds in some way? You know, kind of passing the hat to private investors, you know, whether they be philanthropic or folks who might invest in a, you know, initial bond that you do. And I know that EC Fiber had raised money privately. My recollection was that was more as infrastructure and fiber was being rolled out. But I'm just curious if that's something that any of you have contemplated or are doing.
Yeah, so we've already raised some money because we're arguably a nonprofit as a public entity, provided that we use the money for public purposes. We have raised, you know, several $1,000s to that effect of donations, tax deductible donations, which is even easier to sell. But we're also in the process of drafting legal promissory notes, you know, so high risk investments that if somebody wanted to write us a check for $10,000 or $100,000, that we would then, you know, be on the hook to pay them back at some point, but they would be investing in us at the beginning. Usually, I think we're structuring it so that there's a deferment of payments and a deferment of interest, possibly. The idea is that we would then pay back those initial private loans with, you know, money from the municipal bond market once we get rolling.
Got it. Great.
I would also say that we, in the latest feasibility study, there was exploration of different investment vehicles, one being opportunity zones, and there are 3 opportunity zones in Northeast Kingdom, one in St. Johnsbury, half of Lindenville, and the other in Newport. And so we certainly see those as potential ways to get some investment dollars. But I believe 90% of the dollars invested in an opportunity zone need to stay in that zone. So only 10% of the infrastructure can be built outside of that with those investment dollars. That said, there was exploration into other investments, but the IIR, which is explained in the feasibility study, is pretty low over a long period of time. So unless it's a really social investment, you know, someone not looking to get a huge return, there's not a ton of value in just doing a hard investment into the CUD. We might find ways to be able to do some type of combination of investments, grants, and other dollars, but I think that it's not off the table yet. It's just if you're looking for big returns on it, there's not a lot of return there.
Great. Thank you. We are going to move on now, and I've asked Maria Royal from Legislative Council to join us today. Maria had given a presentation to the Senate Finance Committee earlier this week, which I thought was terrific, in kind of giving an overview of state and federal programs that are potential funding mechanisms for, well, potentially for CUDs, but other broadband rollout. And also Maria's presentation touches on some of the potential avenues for funding through some of the stimulus work that's being done in Washington right now. So Maria, please take it away, and also I'll leave it to Faith to see, to the extent that we can have that presentation brought up on the screen. So terrific. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Maria. This is Scott. Tim, I just dropped you a note, but maybe you haven't seen it on the chat box. I'm going to have to leave, and I guess I'll just catch the rest of this on the YouTube video.
Okay, thank you. Maria Royal with Legislative Council. I'm sharing the screen now. I just want to see if I can pull it up so it's full screen. Are you able to see that now?
I can see it, Maria.
Okay, great.
I think at the bottom right-hand corner, if you click, is that, oh, I guess that's as big as it gets. But I can see it.
Okay, great. Let me just try one thing that might, there we go. Okay, so thanks again, Maria Royal with Legislative Council. So what's in this presentation is first a review of some of the legislative and regulatory responses to COVID-19, specifically the congressional action that has taken place to date, as well as some regulatory action by the FCC. And then I'll also mention some of the efforts that have already been taken by the Vermont PUC and the Department of Public Service. Then kind of the second half of the presentation, as the chair mentioned, reviews the some of the existing streams of funding for broadband at the federal level, but then more specifically, what mechanisms exist in Vermont that could possibly receive and distribute any monies that might be coming to the state. So just a kind of a quick review of those so you have them fresh in your mind as you think about what your priorities are and how you can get the money out. So with that, I'm not going to spend a ton of time, but just for purposes of context, as most of you know, Congress has been rolling out its legislative responses to COVID-19 in the form of laws in what they refer to as 3 phases. Right now, there have been 3 phases. Beginning on March 6th all the way up to March 27th. The first 2 I'll just mention, the Coronavirus Preparedness and Response Supplemental Appropriations Act. Primarily that was money for public health, including vaccine research. The Families First Coronavirus Response Act, that addressed primarily unemployment insurance, paid and sick leave, nutrition assistance. And that brings us to the most recent one, which was signed into law on March 27th, referred to often as abbreviated as the CARES Act. And that is where a significant amount of money related to connectivity has been included. So, and again, that's the $2.2 trillion economic stimulus package. So in terms of the CARES Act, by subject, not surprisingly, these areas address concerns that have arisen specifically because of the social distancing measures that are currently in place. So again, not surprisingly, telehealth, distance learning, telecommuting, and digital inclusion These are the primary categories, and I'll go through some of the specific appropriations on the next slide, but I just wanted you to kind of big picture of the areas of connectivity that we'd be looking at. And just for purposes of clarification, digital inclusion, that's really talking about affordability or technical ability, digital literacy, the ability to use a network and avail yourself of it. So I just wanted to make sure that term was familiar to you. So then looking more specifically at the connectivity provisions that are in the CARES Act, the first three and part of the fourth, these are all related to telehealth programs. In fact, that first one, $200 million to the FCC for what is a brand new program, the COVID-19 telehealth program. I believe that was adopted about 2 days after the CARES Act was passed. Obviously, they knew it was coming, but they acted very quickly. This has been a priority of Commissioner Pai's, and it is now it is in the process of being rolled out. This particular program, in brief, provides financial assistance for healthcare providers for the purchase of telecommunications, broadband connectivity, and devices necessary for telehealth. I think what you'll see in this program and other programs, a lot of the connectivity money, especially in telehealth, also in the education, goes for devices, maybe subsidizing broadband connections. What I have not yet been able to determine, and I think is what is going to be important for you, is to what extent does it actually fund the infrastructure? So there may be connections, or there may be money to upgrade connections at the anchor institutions, the schools, the libraries, the hospitals. But the real issue here is people are at home. And no matter what the hospitals have, I think one of the earlier witnesses brought this up, whatever the anchor institutions have, if they can't be accessed from the home with a reliable broadband connection, then it kind of is going to impede the provision of these services. So I won't go through all of these, but this will just give you an idea of one, the telehealth services, and then I'm looking at the fourth appropriation here, $25 million to an existing program through the RUS, the Rural Utilities Service, which is part of the United States Department of Agriculture. This is their distance learning, telemedicine, and broadband program, an existing program. Again, a lot of it is to support access, audio, video equipment that will help teachers, medical professionals, but I don't believe that there is specific infrastructure dollars in terms of new deployment. 13.5 in an education stabilization fund to support remote learning. And then I did want to highlight there's $100 million that goes to an existing program. This is the Reconnect program. And I'm going to talk about that again in just a moment. This program has been around since 2018, and there is money available through that program for the build out of broadband in rural unserved areas. And that's going to be a key issue. So I just wanted to highlight it, but we'll talk about it more a little bit later in the presentation. And then just for your awareness, the $50 million to the Institute of Museum and Library Services, this is, the digital inclusion provision, or one of them, which really talks about providing technical support for people who might not know how to avail themselves of all of the online activities that are taking place now. So I just wanted to mention that. The other kind of significant provision in the CARES Act is what's called the Coronavirus Relief Fund. This is not specific, so there's no mistake, to broadband or connectivity. This is general assistance that's available to state and local governments. Included it here because it could potentially be used to fund connectivity programs. And just so you know, Vermont is slated to receive $1.25 billion, likely by the end of this month. In terms of in the CARES Act, the specific conditions related to expenditures from this fund. There are 3 of them right now, and I will read them to you. The funds, the fund may be used to cover costs that are necessary expenditures incurred due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, were not accounted for in the state budget most recently approved as of the date of enactment, and were incurred between March 1st and December 30th of this year. That is pretty much what we know so far. A lot of significant details are needed and are forthcoming. My understanding is that the Department of Treasury, through the Office of the Inspector General, is going to be coming down with guidance to the states, with more specific guidance about how these funds can be allocated, and that should be arriving within the next week, probably maybe a couple of days within the next week. Things such as, when they say that a cost must be incurred this year, I think the big question is, can the money be set aside for a program related to costs that are incurred this year, but rolled out over a period of years? So things like that are significant. And again, we're just, everyone's waiting for additional guidance. There isn't a recoupment provision. Department of Treasury has oversight. Any of the funds that are allocated will likely be audited. And if they don't comply with the conditions of the fund, then there is a recoupment provision. So a lot of money looks like it needs to be spent, or at least decisions need to be made in a relatively short amount of time, but with careful attention to what the legislative criteria are and ensuring that they comply. So I'm sure there'll be more on that coming. So then moving on to regulatory actions that have been taken at the federal level through the FCC. Again, telehealth is a big issue. So there's an existing program, the Connected Care Pilot Program, which uses Universal Service Fund dollars, which has been rolled out to defray costs of providing connected care services. It's a 3-year program, and it's a pilot program. It's the commission is hoping to get a little more of an understanding about how the Universal Service Fund, the federal Universal Service Fund, might be able to use to support telehealth on an ongoing basis going forward. Similarly, an existing rural healthcare program, the FCC has fully funded that program to support telehealth. Then moving on to some of its other programs, the E-rate program, which provides funds to schools and libraries, as well as the healthcare program. What they've done here is waived the gift rules temporarily. And what this does is it allows providers to provide free service or discounted service to those facilities, at least for the duration of the pandemic. In terms of the Lifeline program, this is a program, it's a subsidy program for low-income individuals. And some of those rules have been waived temporarily to make it easier for existing recipients of those funds to stay enrolled in the program. And then also I'll just mention that the FCC has made available, again on a temporary basis, additional spectrum to existing providers to ensure that they have adequate bandwidth to address the increased usage of broadband. This is
Maria, I'm sorry. I just want to catch you before you move to the next slide, because there's a couple of hands up, and I'm guessing they're on material you've covered here or on a previous slide. I'm going to call on Laura first, and then Mike.
So Maria, with regard to the spectrum, the additional spectrum temporarily granted to wireless providers to support increased broadband usage. How are we going to see that or likely to see that manifested in Vermont? Do you know?
That's a great question for some of the providers to say how they're doing it and where they're doing. I know that part of that was to increase access to like Wi-Fi hotspots to make sure that there was Wi-Fi available in more locations. In terms of just in general, what this increase in spectrum, what it allows for, I don't know the answer to that question.
So I guess I could fine tune my question, and I'm not sure that will help answer it, but if it's cellular or like AT&T or Verizon, or if it's fixed wireless like VTEL, or if it's the kind of hotspot. So that'll just be something, it would be, maybe the commissioner knows more about that also. I don't know.
The commissioner might. I have to look more specifically at the bands of spectrum that are granted, but I believe it would, well, I will look, and if the commissioner wants to answer that question, she can do that as well.
Thanks, Maria.
Are there other questions?
Go ahead, Mike. Representative Yantachka, did you have a question? Okay, go ahead, Maria.
Okay. So again, that was not by any means an exhaustive list of some of the actions taken by the FCC, but yep.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. So the amounts that you were stating in a previous slide, those were amounts for the entire country, or were they specific to Vermont?
On this slide that's up now?
Yes.
This is for the country. So these are national programs, the telehealth program, the public health and social services emergency fund. These are all federal programs for the most part. And some of that money will be in various ways will be coming to the states. For example, the education stabilization funding, I believe there's a formula for dispersing that money to the states. I don't know exactly. I think about 13 million maybe is coming to Vermont specifically for those education connectivity issues.
Okay, so for the $180 million, it's for services and capacity for rural hospitals, including telehealth.
Yep.
About how much of that will be coming to Vermont, if you know?
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know those specifics, off the top of my head, how that would trickle down into Vermont. I can tell you that's something I'm probably going to be knowing more about anyway. Senate Health and Welfare is interested in understanding a little bit more about the telehealth initiatives and what kind of money is coming to the states related to connectivity. So I am going to be looking at this issue and trying to understand better what it means for Vermont and Vermont healthcare institutions. So I can keep you apprised of what I learn.
Okay, and I was thinking specifically of the little hospital down in Lower Sibelius district there that had trouble with broadband and cell service, and whether that could be used to alleviate some of those inefficiencies.
Was that Grace Cottage?
It was.
Yeah, Grace Cottage, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yes, I think it was Grace Cottage, and I think that was in part as a result of Coverage Co. sites going offline. I believe the state partnered with AT&T, and they put up one of the mobile satellite units. I don't know the status right now, and that's, it's a great question about, looking specifically at Vermont. providers and finding out what kind of, how this might impact them in that type of a situation.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. So then in terms of actions that have been encouraged by the FCC, I think you've probably all heard about the Keep Americans Connected initiative. This is a voluntary program, but the FCC has basically asked companies to consider pledging, making a pledge for 60 days to not terminate service based on an inability to pay that's caused by COVID-19. Similarly, waive any late fees incurred because of any economic circumstances caused by COVID-19, and then also to open up any Wi-Fi hotspots they have to the general public. I just checked today. I have 650 companies and trade associations. I think it's up to, well, it's over 700 as of this morning. So many companies have voluntarily signed on and taken that pledge. In addition, Commissioner Pai has encouraged providers to offer low-income broadband programs, at least temporarily, if they don't offer them already, and if they do offer them, to expand or improve those programs to provide assistance to persons affected and having to work and learn from home. And then the FCC or Commissioner Pai is also encouraging companies to remove their data caps, again, related to the increased usage requirements at this time. So those are some of the initiatives that are being encouraged. And then bringing it back to the state level.
I'm sorry, can I ask a question?
Sure.
There, Mr. Chair, I don't see my little blue hand to raise, so just the low-income broadband programs. Can you clarify for me what a program is? That doesn't sound like it's build out at all. Is it improving accessibility, or what does that mean?
So what I think this means, some companies are offering, basically, they're offering either free service to any new subscribers who don't have service, who might not have been able to afford service, so that for this period of time, they would have access to the internet, potentially at no charge or for a very minimal charge. So it's the companies allowing for tiers of service based on affordability.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. And just, you know, making a segue to my next slide. If you look on the right in terms of the Department of Public Service resources, that second bullet there, if you were to go on the department's website, they have basically itemized all of the services, these low-income services or other services that are being offered by Vermont providers specifically. So these would be new programs that they're making available at this time. So just sticking with DPS resources, they also have made available a map of Wi-Fi hotspots in the state at libraries, schools, state buildings, et cetera, for individuals who might not have connectivity in their home and want to drive to a place where there's publicly available Wi-Fi connections. And then back to the PUC moratorium. The PUC adopted in order, I guess it was a few weeks ago now, which basically prevents telecommunications providers from involuntary disconnections until April 30th. It expands also to natural gas, electric, and now water companies. But just, I was focusing mostly on, for purposes of today, on the telecommunications. So no involuntary disconnections, a temporary moratorium until April 30th. So then that's kind of the federal and state action that has taken place since the pandemic. What I'm going to cover now is some of the existing programs, first starting with the federal programs that are available to fund broadband build out in unserved or underserved rural areas. And you've already heard reference to the first one I'm going to mention, which is the Reconnect program. This program has been around since, I believe, 2018. Initially, I think it was funded with about $600 million. I think some additional money went in. And then in the CARES Act, that was that $100 million additional dollars that has gone into the program. And so this is for infrastructure. The most recent $100 million is specifically for grants. The pre-existing funding could be grants, loans, or a combination of grants and loans. And the areas that they look at are areas that don't have access to speeds of 10.1, 10 megabits per second download, 1 megabit per second upload. And the services that must be built out with this Reconnect funding have to meet a minimum of 25.3. Then, let's see. Make sure. Then I wanted to talk about the other program, which you've already heard some of your other presenters today talk about, the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This is a $20.4 billion program specifically for build out of broadband in rural areas. The money is going to be dispersed in phases. The first phase will specifically target areas that are currently, or census blocks that are currently wholly unserved by 25.3 service. In order to make that determination about which areas are served and which ones are not, the FCC is relying on what's called Form 477 data. Just as a, kind of a heads up, because this is an issue that's getting a lot of attention. There's been a lot of concern that, and I know this committee has heard, that the accuracy of that information has been called into question. In addition, it's not at the granular level that might be helpful for some of the more rural states. And so I'm mentioning that because this is one area where there has been some pushback and requests that the FCC consider two things, maybe perhaps delaying the auction until there's additional more accurate data available. But on the other hand, having said that, there is also, because of the critical need for funding at this time, there has also been a push to maybe move up the funding prior to October 22nd, when the auction is meant to begin. So this funding would go out based on eligible areas, would be dispersed to recipients of the awards over a period of 10 years. And I think the question came up earlier about whether providers, recipients were obligated to serve every location in the service territory. And I believe the answer to that is yes, they have to serve every location, even if not every location is known at the time the award is made. Phase 2 would then be available to fund any remaining coverage gaps. So this would include the maybe partially unserved areas. Significantly, areas that are excluded from funding under RDOF are areas that have been funded by Reconnect subsidies or state broadband programs to deliver 25.3 service. So what the information that is available now, the FCC has issued a map of areas that it deems eligible to receive funding under RDOF. There is a challenge process, which would likely result in there being fewer areas of eligibility, because the challenge process was set up to basically, if the FCC is wrong and an area is not wholly unfunded, and it turns out there's one location that actually does have service, then that entire block would become ineligible. So and I'm going to, at some point, maybe I think I'll finish going through here, but this is obviously an area that's going to get a lot more attention, and there's going to be further discussion about how this money could be available to Vermont providers. But also with respect to the Reconnect program, Clay Purvis does also have a map of areas that have been served under the Reconnect program. And so trying to focus in on what areas actually are eligible, either under Reconnect or under RDOF, is something that's being worked on now and getting a lot of attention. And I'm going to let Clay to actually bring up and kind of describe those maps and those areas of eligibility. I think I looked just quickly a little bit earlier in terms of the number of locations. If nothing is changed, the number of locations in Vermont that would be eligible for RDOF funding is about almost 25,000. So those are just specific locations in Vermont. If all of it could be funded under RDOF, I think that's what you'd be looking at in terms of the build out. But Clay's going to speak a little bit more about what those geographical areas are. And so then I also just wanted to mention, the other kind of FCC push that has been going on is the 5G deployment. I'm certainly not a network engineer, and the promise of wireless service and what it would mean for Vermont, what the coverage would be and when, I cannot comment on. But there has definitely been a lot of money and initiative taken by the FCC to fund 5G service in rural America. In addition to that, making spectrum available for 5G, there's also been the licensing of what were referred to earlier, the low Earth orbit satellites. Again, new technology, potentially new coverage, how much that will impact Vermont and when it will be available. I think there are others who can probably comment a little bit more on that, but this will all inform your decisions going forward about where the need is. But I wanted to just highlight those initiatives at the federal level for your consideration. So then,
Representative Yantashka, did you have a question?
Yes. Yes. My question is, if we can go, okay, the phase 2 under the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund, digital opportunity data collection, who is conducting that? And is that to refine the census blocks that are served and unserved? Partially served?
It is. It's being conducted by the FCC. It's separate from the RDOF program, but the data that is collected will inform the areas that are deemed eligible in phase 2. And this gets back to the whole discussion. There was not a unanimity among the FCC members about whether the money should go out without the benefit of that more specific data being available. So I don't know the exact timeline of when that information will be available. But yes, it is something that's being conducted by the FCC, and it involves everything from crowdsourcing to relying on state commissions to provide information, not just relying on the carriers themselves.
All right, thank you.
Okay. And I know we're going to get back to the RDOF and the Reconnect program in much greater detail and seeing what might be some initiatives that would be available to help entities be eligible to receive some of that funding. Okay. So none of these will be new to this committee. And I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but just wanted to highlight some of the initiatives that and programs that exist in Vermont now that could potentially be the recipient of any funds that come to the state. And these are just the broad categories listed on this page, but we'll just review them quickly on the next few slides. With respect to grants that have been made available, you're all familiar with the Connectivity Initiative that grants broadband build out at speeds of 25.3, which again is the FCC's definition of broadband. There's the High Cost Program, which also subsidizes voice and broadband build out in high cost areas. And then you heard referenced earlier, the Broadband Innovation Grant Program. This was the program that you established last year in Act 79 to fund feasibility studies related to broadband deployment. And I believe you appropriated about $700,000 to this program. It can fund grants up to $60,000. Up to 2 electric DUs, distribution utilities, are eligible to receive a grant under this program. And I'm sure the commissioner will talk about this. I believe they've just announced that Vermont Electric Company and Washington Electric Co-op have recently, the last couple of days, just been awarded grants under this program. Also, you know, I don't know that if this committee this year, just wanted to bring to your attention that you had asked the department to do a study on the feasibility generally of electric companies offering broadband services, which the department did with an outside vendor, the Magellan firm. That report has been posted on your webpage, I think under Clay's name, which looks at some kind of the bigger picture issues related to the partnering of electric distribution utilities and ISPs or a DU offering the service itself, which has certainly been done in other jurisdictions. So I just wanted to reference that report on this subject generally. Let's see. Then in terms of facilitation of, I categorized as facilitation of broadband build out, or particularly at the community level, although I'm going to qualify that momentarily. For financing, you established the Broadband Expansion Loan Program. These are the loans that are through VITA, up to $4 million to assist ISPs with startup costs or potentially expansion. You're all familiar with the communications union districts. The law was passed in 2015, and you've certainly heard a lot about them already just today. The READY districts, which allow municipalities or portions of municipalities to try to get together to solve some of their infrastructure needs, not just communications, but any infrastructure needs, but certainly communications is one of them. You also last year, as part of Act 79, enacted authorizing legislation for municipalities to partner with ISPs to provide communication service in their areas. And then 248A, I just put down here, don't necessarily know that this is the right place, but in terms of what some might consider facilitation of broadband build out through a statewide permitting process, I just wanted to include it in here. And at the time, that seemed like a good spot for it. Then I'm just going to mention a few of the other kind of subject areas, initiatives in Vermont in terms of digital inclusion. Again, that can incorporate affordability issues. Vermont has a Lifeline program. I believe this committee has looked at in the past. It's just state supplement to the federal program, helps with affordability of voice services in particular. There's a relay service that helps with digitally with hearing impaired. And then of course, you're familiar with the issues around public safety communications through 911, FirstNet. You're very familiar with the planning and data collection that goes on through the Department of Public Service, through the telecom plan, and through the mapping that they do. And then I just noted, two kind of consumer protection issues. The net neutrality requirement that's specific to government contracts, which has not gone into effect. It's on hold pending the outcome of the litigation in the Mozilla case. But then also, wanted to flag that the Attorney General's role from a consumer perspective and making publicizing the network management practices of ISPs in Vermont, whether they're complying with net neutrality. They're not required to, but this just helps Vermonters know which providers do comply with those net neutrality rules. So that's a broad overview of various programs and initiatives in the state. I then wanted to, big picture, just provide some relevant data for your consideration. Vermont has a population of about of 623,000 approximately. When the state looks at building out broadband, it does it by 911 address, residential and business locations. Those are the locations that get the service. There are approximately 308,000 locations in Vermont. So that is the number that the state is shooting for in terms of meeting its statutory goals. As you know, the FCC defines broadband at 25.3. And then this is information that I got from the Department of Public Service, information on their website and on their reports, with some of the reports that they've made available in the past year. So my understanding is that 23% of Vermont addresses, that's about 70,000 locations, currently lack access to the FCC definition of broadband 25.3. There is and I'm waiting to get a little more feedback from the department about whether that actually is the correct number, but roughly, this is to give you a ballpark. That Magellan report that I referenced earlier, they estimated the cost of were you to provide 100 symmetrical service to all of those locations, it would cost about $350 million. And then just going down to the next segment there, referencing the state's goal, broadband goal of achieving 100 service to every address by the year 2024. Currently, 82% of Vermont addresses do not have 100 service. And if you were to provide that 82% with basically, we're talking about fiber, it's in the neighborhood very roughly of $1 billion. So this is just big picture context for you to consider. And then finally, I'll just leave you with kind of the areas that you might be thinking about. I know I'm looking at and others are looking at, how much money is coming to the state specifically for connectivity. As you could see, there were many funding streams through education, through healthcare, through the Coronavirus Relief Fund, trying to keep track of that and what it will accomplish and how that can all be coordinated or at least followed closely. Then is there any additional funding available for connectivity, whether it's through that relief fund or a phase 4 of federal legislation? I think phase 4 is expected. What will be in that? I certainly don't know. Initially, there was talk about, a lot of infrastructure dollars that would include connectivity, but I've also heard that that may not happen. So that's just something to, be on the lookout for. And then generally, based on all of this, kind of thinking about what the state's connectivity priorities are. So that's a very broad overview of kind of what's happening right now with respect to connectivity.
Thank you, Maria. That was really helpful, just to kind of frame where some of the programs are for funding and some of the things we should be looking to both in-state and out-of-state. There are two representatives that have their hands up with questions. First, I'm going to call on Robin, and then Mike, you can go next.
Thank you. Maria, on the previous slide, you threw out these two figures, 350 million and 1 billion, and I'm wondering if you can tell me where those came from.
The 350 million came from the Magellan report. This was the feasibility study that was done related to electric companies offering broadband. So that was one of the things that they looked at, what areas are not currently served by fiber, identified the number of areas, and then estimated the cost of, on average, the cost of providing service to all of those areas.
And Robin, that's on our website today.
Great.
And then the 1 billion, that came from, I think the department has used that number before, but then I went and used basically the figure, the average cost for providing service. I don't remember what the dollar figure was, and multiplied that to the number of locations that are currently without fiber, and that got me to about 1 billion. So I did, run these by the department, and with the exception of, I think, the number of locations that don't have 25.3, I think these are within the ballpark of what the department, but certainly the department can speak to that.
Okay, I just think, I thought that I remembered over the past few years for full build out through the state, hearing figures ranging from 500 to 800 million. And I can't tell you where those came from.
Yeah, so I definitely relied on what I found on the department's website. I have no other information, and so they can probably give you a much clearer idea. And I would go with whatever they say, and I will certainly revise this PowerPoint accordingly.
Okay, thanks.
Were there other questions?
Mike?
No, I forgot to lower my hand in the previous time.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maria. That was very helpful. Again, really appreciate your time and kind of reshaping this for our committee. So I want to turn now to Commissioner Tierney and Director Purvis, who are extremely generous in joining us today. I know how much you guys have on your plate right now, and really appreciate you taking some time to not only listen to the testimony, but also join us for some additional conversation. And Commissioner Tierney, you may have seen this. We posted to the website today the petition that you submitted, I think, a week ago to the FCC. And perhaps you can speak to that as well. But I wanted you to know that that was up there. So thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here, Chair Briglin and members of the committee, and also the folks who are attending, who are stakeholders, the CUD representatives, for instance, and the like. Frankly, I don't feel we're being generous with our time. This is such an important and expansive conversation, and I really thank you for the convening authority that you're exercising in having a hearing of this nature, because it really is a very efficient way for there to be exchanges among stakeholders who otherwise don't necessarily see each other in the venues that we're typically in. It was very, very instructive to hear collectively from the variety of community leaders who are heading up CUD initiatives. And I'm very pleased, of course, to hear that the department's support has been effective for many of you. I also think it's important to acknowledge the work of this committee in particular in having supported and advanced the necessary steps last year for the department to get that resource. That was good work that the committee did. We were very fortunate to hire Rob Fish into the position. And in turn, I just can't say enough about Clay Purvis's leadership in bringing those resources to you and making sure that they're effective for you. They are doing what they're doing. What I've learned from today is that there's so much more. If I didn't already know that before, and as you can appreciate, I'm sure, a lot of this comes down to funding. So I hear Ms. Manwaring loud and clear. And I think it's entirely justifiable to feel frustration and concern at the idea that volunteer citizens would be doing work that there are entire industries that do otherwise and do on a well-funded basis. And to some extent, that is the story of how Vermont has been approaching trying to bring its telecommunications into the 21st century. That is not a slight. That is not a casual remark. It is a fact. And I was particularly struck by a comment that Mr. Scoggins, I think, made, where he was questioning correctly how is it that telecommunications are not viewed the way we see roads and bridges and the like. And I think parenthetically saying, we really need to change that. And Chair Briglin, I think you were saying as much. All I can say is that's very much where the department's head is and has been for the last several years. In a nutshell, what you have to recognize is in our country, telecommunications have principally always been a private industry. They have not been part of public infrastructure the way roads and bridges have been. They are a legacy monopoly. They have had government regulation, but they have not been owned per se by a state government or by federal government. And with the breakup of the monopoly in 1984, the idea was to correct for shortcomings in the telecommunications system that had been plaguing us at the time, high prices, for instance, and the like. It has taken time, arguably too much time, to recognize that the course correction that occurred in 1984 in turning to a broken up system and turning to the markets to deploy the infrastructure and manage the system that we need, we may have fixed those ills, but we created others. And this emergency is making very clear in a way that has not been made clear to date, and certainly not widely, the degree to which our relationship with connectivity has changed. So from my perspective, yes, the arguments have to be made, the advocacy has to be made, the policies have to be enacted, the statutes have to be enacted in order to facilitate our handling of telecommunications infrastructure just the way that we treat bridges and roads and the like. I have said to more than one person over the course of the last year, the internet is a highway system. It is also, if you picture the human body, it is our circulatory system. Nothing works if the internet doesn't work. These are arguments I've made at the FCC. These are arguments I have made in the administration. These are comments I've made at a variety of times, I think, in the legislature as well. I'm not pleased that we are experiencing the many difficulties we're experiencing right now, but they do highlight that there is impetus and need to change. So with that said, the brief that Chair Briglin just referred to is an example of the way in which the department has been trying to engage the federal government, specifically the FCC, in changing how they think about the resources and dispersing them so that we can fix our connectivity issues and it, I think in the phrase of Mr. Hansen, future-proof it. Footnote from Mr. Hansen, I think it was, I heard loud and clear your preference for fiber as a means of future-proofing. Mr. Hansen, if you'll just nod your head, did I get you right or is that somebody else? That's you. And I hear you on that. I would caution against settling on any one technology. I think there's a place for a certain degree of neutrality or agnosticism on the choice of technology, but you're quite right. Fiber is one very welcome type of infrastructure for us in the state. In any case, what I've been trying to get across to the FCC is that their 25-year preference for dispersing funding through reverse auctions to the industry has shortcomings. And what happens is it leads to cherry picking. It leads to build outs to a certain point, but always from the point of view of what is profitable, or what is best going to serve industry needs. Now, I want to be clear. I don't mean to demonize or in any way suggest that profit is bad or that private industry doesn't deliver a good product. I simply mean to own the truth that after several decades now of being strictly market focused in how we fund and deploy telecommunications infrastructure in our country, it has become quite clear that there are gaps that are left, and those gaps have to be filled. And I think that that is properly a role for governments, specifically state governments, and we need to do that in partnership with the FCC. That is the thrust of the argument that we've made in this brief. By way of example, the FCC not too long ago conducted or tried to conduct a second phase auction in the Mobility Fund 2 program. And in order to do that, the major carriers filed maps that showed their coverage areas. And the FCC allowed a period of challenge for other parties or entities to basically say, hey, we don't think those maps are accurate. And when the state of Vermont looked at those maps, as many of you know, the department said, whoa, wait a minute, these maps do not comport with reality. And so we went out and did an extensive drive test to show what actually is the state of connectivity in Vermont. That challenge process, I thought at least, was going to lead to a refinement of the MF2 program at the FCC, but it didn't. Instead, Chairman Pai announced that he would simply close the program and move that funding over to yet another program, this time to pay for 5G deployment. And when I saw that, I said, no, something has to be said to these people directly, that they cannot continue to make policy this way. And so I took myself off to Washington, D.C. and met with all of the commissioners. I've not yet met personally with Chair Pai, but he and I do have a conference meeting on April 20 in order to explain to them that throwing all your resources at 5G or continuing to do just reverse auctions simply invites more of the same and continues to leave the states and people on the ground bereft of the resources to address the gaps of coverage and connectivity that they know from their own experiences they are facing. You must do something different. I cannot sit here today before you and tell you that, oh, I changed hearts, I changed minds. I can tell you that this state at least has not spoken in that fashion or as directly to the FCC in my memory, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Certainly not a commissioner of the Department of Public Service, but I think that kind of engagement is what's necessary. So then, while I was down in DC, I think, if not while I was there, then shortly before I was there, the draft RDOF order came out establishing this new program for the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. And I saw almost immediately that once again, we had a program that had restrictions in it that would risk penalizing states for self-help measures. What that means is the legislature had the presence of mind several years ago to establish the Connectivity Fund. And as I think Chair Briglin and Representative Sibilia certainly are aware, this commissioner has vigorously advocated for funding in our connectivity fund for last mile build out. It's something that simply Vermont has never been able to muster from its own dollars and that we've not successfully drawn down federal dollars for. So that is a focus that we have had, but from my reading of the RDOF order and what I'm told, those kinds of self-help measures lead the FCC's program to foreclose the state from drawing down RDOF dollars. And Clay will correct me on this if I'm wrong. And the thinking goes something like this. These are federal dollars. They need to be stretched to their maximum extent. If the state has expended a dollar in a census block or the like in order to affect connectivity, then we don't want to overbuild that or engage in redundant funding by providing federal dollars for it. And the problem with that, as you know, is that we've had a long history of difficulties with the census block methodology for dispersing funds through these reverse auctions. From an FCC perspective, it looks like they have a very sound methodology for deciding where dollars should go. And the experience on the ground is you can have one person in the census block who is getting connectivity as a result of the funding, but there are several others in the census block who are not. And that clearly is not an acceptable outcome, but it's one we've been living with for many years now. So that's the nature of the engagement that the department is conducting at the FCC, trying to show them more granularly that their data is not good and that there are also other ways to get data, such as the drive tests that we conducted. One of the things I was struck by in my meetings with the staff at the FCC was I was hearing the degree to which the staff is reliant on industry to provide data. They rely on industry because they themselves don't have adequate resources to do independent data development. They don't have a Corey Chase to put in a car like we did to send around the state and map actual coverage. This is something I did not fully understand until I spoke with these staff at the FCC. So part of the impediment for why the federal funding doesn't flow to the right places is that the federal agency itself is constrained by the view it has of what the facts are on the ground, and the constraint is that they rely on the industry for their data. I have been talking at length here. I hope, Chair Briglin, I am telling you some of what it is you're looking to hear more about. And if you have questions at this time, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I would recommend that we pass the microphone to Clay for his additions to the presentation today.
Thank you, June. Thank you, Commissioner. We do have a hand up. Laura, did you have a question for the Commissioner?
Yes.
So thank you, Commissioner. Thanks for the time here today. I want to go back to something we had heard from Jeremy earlier on as part of his testimony, a request that we make a strong statement regarding the RDOF funds not being eligible to go to places where there are less than 100% served. And so, you know, I'm skimming through your memo, and I'm not sure that I'm seeing that there. So my question for you is, does that seem like something that would be a valuable, does it seem to you that expressing that from the state of Vermont, it would be helpful for the legislature to also express that, or to express that instead of, or with? That's my question.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I should have made clear earlier that the brief that we filed was a petition for reconsideration. So the FCC issued its order establishing the RDOF program, and we availed ourselves of the procedural venue of asking them to rethink, to reconsider their order. So first they have to decide to do that. If they decide to do that, that would be a perfect place to make the statement or the argument that you're suggesting, Representative Sibilia, if that is the determination that your committee comes to, or if that is the determination that the stakeholders who've been here today have made. I should add too that there is nothing that prohibits or forecloses a legislature, to my knowledge, from addressing itself to the FCC. And there's nothing that forecloses stakeholders like the CUDs from addressing themselves to the FCC, whether it's the public comment process or argument as the department has undertaken. This is an administrative process in this agency, and so they can take in information. They have to value it in certain ways, but they can take it in from many places. I would offer, for example, that not too long ago, a sizable complement of US senators wrote to Chairman Pai asking him to explain, justify, clarify what he's doing in the RDOF program. And Chairman Pai wrote them back a letter this week in which he did that, and it helps some. I had some questions about it. But my point is, I think that was something like 20 senators who took the fight to them as well. So from my point of view, the more people and the more entities, the more voices that are making themselves heard, the better. Whether the specific statement that was suggested by Mr. Hansen, I think it was, forgive me, I seem to keep going to you.
It was.
I beg your pardon?
It was.
Okay, very good. I will have to think about that. The principle sounds sound to me that, if you are going to get funding, it should have to do the whole job for which the funding is intended. Issues that have accrued in the past, as far as I'm aware, and I may have some of this wrong because my memory isn't perfect, are that when the federal administrator first disperses the money and then has to later verify whether the terms of the grant or the loan were met, they interpret their regulations. And I can't sit here today and tell you that a statement of the kind that you're talking about would foreclose a federal regulator from later interpreting their regulations in a manner that says, yeah, this funding requirement was in fact met, though it leaves 100%, it leaves less than 100% satisfied in the census block or the area for which it was intended. But should there be counsel or a statement made to the FCC that, we've lived through this once, let's not repeat that experience? It's hard for me to imagine sitting here today why that would not be a good thing to say to them.
So, Mr. Chair, I will move on from this, except I would like to put a pin here and say, I hope we can come back and revisit this. The legislature weighed in regarding funding from the and a project that was funded in the last round of large federal dollars. So I hope maybe we can revisit this with Maria. Thank you.
Can we maybe put a dagger in it instead of a pin?
Thank you, Commissioner. Really appreciate it. And I will hand the mic over to Clay now. Clay, thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Hello? Well, now I can't hear you.
Yes, you're coming through fine.
Oh,
Thanks,
great.
Clay.
Okay. Thank you for having me. I'm Clay Purvis with the Department of Public Service. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the issues that were raised by Maria and as well as June on regarding the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund and Reconnect, just to help the committee understand why the Reconnect Fund is not working for Vermont, and also the concerns we have about how RDOF is working. So I have a very short PowerPoint, just goes very high level. And then Maria was very helpful in getting the RDOF and Reconnect maps published in a PDF that I could share with you. So bear with me a second. Faith helped me today learn how to share my screen. So I'm going to share my screen. And so, can everyone see that okay?
Yep, it's coming up, Clay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so as you know, there are 2 federal programs right now, one about to be rolled out and one that's a little over 2 years old, that provides broadband funding nationwide. So I'll start with the newer one. That's the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. This is administered through the FCC. It's $20.4 billion over 10 years for broadband. They will fund broadband deployments that bring at least 25/3 megabits per second to eligible census blocks. They're using census blocks the same way they did in the CAF program. The best way to think about this program is it's a continuation of CAF. CAF 2, which you remember, CAF 2 was money that the FCC gave to the what we call the price cap carriers, the carriers of last resort in the price cap areas. And so for Vermont, that was Consolidated Communications. They had a right of first refusal to that money. That was $50 million just for Vermont. And they had a territory that was made up of census blocks in what we can call high-cost wire centers. So Consolidated, which was Fairpoint at the time, Fairpoint accepted the money, took the money, and built DSL with speeds up to 10.1, up to about 28,000 households. In areas where the price cap carrier did not accept the money, the FCC auctioned the money. These were called the 903 auctions, and they auctioned census blocks off. Will you serve this census block? Will you serve that census block? And carriers could pick and choose. So there were 903 auctions all over America, a lot in the Midwest. Massachusetts would have had some auctions because Verizon didn't take the money. So in several states you saw auctions occurring, and in some cases it went to electric cooperatives to do fiber, wireless internet service providers, cable companies. Some of the incumbent telephone companies ended up bidding on the money, getting a better deal than they would have had they accepted the full state amount for each state. But the big winners in many of the 903 auctions was Satellite. So Satellite made a big play and made promises about meeting the latency and the bandwidth requirements. So you'll hear the Elon Musk led group, Starlink was an auction winner. There were a couple of other auction winners doing satellite. So that's certainly something that we expect to see with the Rural Digital Opportunity Fund. The program's technology neutral, so it doesn't matter what it is. The requirements, they have to meet 25 3 megabits per second and a latency under 100 milliseconds. So Satellite can do that. They can bid. Census blocks are chosen based on current FCC service availability data. That's the 477 data. Congress recently passed a law requiring the FCC to move toward location-based data. But for now, they've decided we're going to look at the census blocks we know have no service of 25.3, completely unserved. That'll be phase one. So in the next bullet, what they're going to do is roll out 16 billion in phase one. That is just uncontaminated census blocks. There is no 25.3 whatsoever in those census blocks. And then the remainder of the money, 4.4 plus whatever they don't spend in phase one, will go to phase two, which will serve the remainder of contaminated census blocks. And they figure by that time they'll have mapping all figured out, and so they'll know what they're doing. For Vermont, they've identified 24,631 households or locations. I don't know if it's exactly building locations or what that means, but they're in 3,747 eligible census blocks scattered around the state. And bidding for phase one starts this October. And so I want to show you the maps that Maria put together. This, trying to find the right bar here. Okay, so this is a map of Vermont, and it's hard to see where Vermont ends and New Hampshire begins, but the blue is where they're going to have the auctions. So bidding will be in the blue areas. If it's not blue, it's not being auctioned. There is another tab. If you go to the interactive map, you can see the contaminated census blocks that would be eligible in phase two, and there aren't actually that many. But they do have that. this gives you an idea of what the level of support will be for each census block on an annual basis. Actually, I think there's another one as well that shows the same thing. No, that was it. This is it right here. So you can get an idea of how much money is available. It's going to be a little over $8 million a year for Vermont. But this is the reserve pricing. So if a company comes in and says we can do it for less, it may be less than what they're estimating. Right. And then here's the map again. I tried to put it on the PowerPoint, but it's not that good. So the basis of the motion for reconsideration that the department filed with the FCC last week is the draft in the order that they say, in addition, we will exclude those census blocks which have been identified as having been awarded funding through the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Reconnect program or awarded funding through other similar federal or state broadband subsidy programs to provide 23 or better service. For a lot of states, this is concerning because they didn't provide any guidance as to how they're going to interact with states or interact with the USDA in determining what is eligible and what is not. So for us, we're giving out broadband dollars through the connectivity initiative. Are we going to contaminate otherwise eligible census blocks? Is a big concern for us. How are they going to count that? How are they going to work with us? And what is that going to look like? So that is, given the level of, or the lack thereof, of briefing in the original notice order that they issued earlier last year, it's not clear how prepared states would have been to answer and respond to this idea. So that's the basis of our motion. I'll talk a little bit about Reconnect. So the USDA has its own program. It's had many broadband, well, it's had a few broadband programs in the past. The Rural Utility Service has existed for a long time. It was, as you know, very integral to the development of cooperatives and municipal electric plants during the electrification era. They were also a very important funding source for rural telephone companies, that were not, or rather areas that were not going to be served by Ma Bell. They built up many of the rural telephone companies we have in Vermont, including companies like Waitsfield, Champlain Valley, and Shoreham and Coxum. The newest program they have started, I think it was passed in the 2018 budget that was passed in 2017, began a pilot program called the Reconnect program. Under Reconnect, they're required to build broadband of at least 25/3. So they're funding projects that will do at least 25/3 in areas that lack 10-1. So if an area got 10-1 funding through CAF2 or already has 10-1 or better, those areas are ineligible. Funding at about $500 million per year. So this is something they received appropriations for since the beginning of the program, yet they still call it a pilot program. Most recently, the CARES Act has added an additional $100 million to that program. The big issue for us in Vermont is that the USDA is not allowed to fund reconnect dollars in areas where they've previously funded a broadband project, and that project is still in repayment. So I'll talk about that in a minute. So if they in a prior program gave a company a loan to do broadband, they cannot, and that loan is still being repaid. Now they can't give money to do the same areas. The grantee must establish the absence of 10.1 broadband to at least 90% of the coverage area that they're proposing to cover. That's very difficult, rather than have someone prove that the service is there. Grantees are really required to show, look, there's no service here. And that can be very difficult, especially with DSL being so widespread, because as you know, with DSL, the data rates can be very variable. On a rainy day, things can be a lot slower than on a sunny day, for instance.
Clay, can I interject here? We've got a hand up, and I wanted to call on Representative Sevilla.
Mute. Sorry. Clay, on the map with the eligible census blocks and the funding, my question was around if that funding is specifically, is it for all of the area in whatever shade? Yeah, thank you. So I see that we have 2 or 3 shades here, it looks like, in Vermont. And so, for instance, down in southern Vermont, I'm seeing most of them are shaded in the $120,000 to $400,000 annual support in tracks. Is that per track or for all of the tracks in Vermont that are of that color? Do you know? Thank you.
My interpretation of the map is that that's annual support per tract. But a tract is different from a census block. So a tract is a group of blocks. So it doesn't tell you what the support within each block is. So it just gives you a rough idea by area what the annual support is. And likely not a lot of support here from many of our areas. You can see that one group over in New Hampshire here on the Maine border is dark green. It's the 800,000 to 2 million. It doesn't appear that we have anything like that in Vermont. But I would invite you to look at the interactive map more closely because you can zoom in and really see in the areas that you're interested in what the situation is like. In a way that you can't see on the PDF.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to reconnect, the areas that are excluded, urban areas, that's fairly obvious. They're the rural utility service, right? SCC 903 auctions, that's the CAF2 money that wasn't taken by the price cap carrier. They auctioned it off. So those auctions happened a couple years ago. Areas awarded state broadband funding to do 25.3. So again, if they discover that an area has 25.3 or there's a funded solution in place for 25.3, he can't touch it. And then protected borrower service territory, and then areas already served with 10.1. So since its inception, the Reconnect program has not awarded any funding to Vermont. That's because most of Vermont, where we would expect to see funding, is in protected borrower status. VTEL is the recipient of USDA loans from, I think, 2011 under the BIP program, the Broadband Initiative Program, that the USDA had administered in the wake of the Great Recession. So I'm going to just share with you that map so you have a good sense of what the land mass is for the area that's foreclosed from this program. So as you can see, most of the Northeast Kingdom and then much of southern Vermont, the Green Mountains is ineligible. It'd be the gray blob there with the blue outline is ineligible because that is the space that's in protected borrower status. So there's one entity that can still receive broadband loans, at least according to the USDA's program guide. The borrower that is protected by this area, so in this case VTEL, would be able to seek loans under the Reconnect program to do more broadband in this area.
So Clay, can I interject with a question here? And I'm going to play this back to you just to make sure that I've got this correct. On the map that you just had up there, no other borrower other than the borrower who had originally drew down Reconnect funds could borrow to support that area with additional broadband build out. Is that correct? And I think there's VTEL, I think Topsom had pulled some money down. I think Waitsfield Telecom had pulled some money down in some of the smaller gray areas that aren't highlighted with the light blue border.
Yes,
but
you're right. There is a Topsom and a Waitsfield within their traditional telephone territory. So yes, you're right. No one else can go in that area unless, well, until the area is out of protected borrower status. That means that VTEL or Topsom or Waitsfield are done paying their loans. Once the loan is paid off, then the area is eligible again. But until then, no grants, no loans in that same area. The theory behind that being, which is fairly sound, is that the USDA wouldn't want to undermine a borrower that's paying them back with a competitive broadband project. So they don't want to put the loan at risk by funding the competition.
And what's the level of accountability under the program that in fact broadband service has been, however you define it, 25.3, broadband service has actually been acceptably rolled out in that area, or if there's a particular bar of performance that has been met. I mean, there's a lot of these areas where I can just anecdotally see there's not very good connectivity.
Yes, I think you bring up a good point. That's between the borrower and the USDA, so the state has no real recourse there. I would say that under the program guide, there is a process by which a grantee under Reconnect could challenge the fact that there's actually service in the protected borrower area. The guide is a bit vague and doesn't, it's quite involved as well. It requires providing evidence to the USDA that there is no service there. So again, you're proving the absence of service, and then writing up a narrative that goes to the USDA along with your application. So in addition to providing that challenge, you also have to submit your application, which is a significant undertaking to put one of these together. And what the USDA does with that to verify is not clear from the program guide. So there's a good probability that you can put together a challenge, put together your evidence, and your application's thrown out. And so that's an issue, frankly, with the USDA. But we frequently hear from people who live in the VTEL protected borrower area who have been unable to get their service. And certainly under, Vermont with its geography the way it is a very difficult place to serve with wireless. So, depending on what your topography is like around where you live, it could be very difficult. So we have run into those challenges anecdotally, but like I said, the contract is between the USDA and the recipient of the award. So it is the USDA's responsibility, and ultimately it has the authority to determine whether the service has been deployed or not.
Yep. Thank you. Clay, a question from Representative Sevilla.
Can you tell me, so well, I have a couple of questions, but, and I know we're running out of time. So the legislature passed a resolution asking the RUS to investigate the last grant, wireless grant in all of that area. And so it seems inconceivable to me that more federal funds would be awarded to that same entity for that same area, blocking those folks. Do you know if there is any mechanism for us to challenge that as a whole? If who we would, I guess there's two things we would want, or might want. We would want other folks to be eligible in that area. I know that's been something we've all been trying to get done, but I think it seems inconceivable to me that they might become eligible for another grant. Is there something that we can do or say? And if they did become eligible for a grant and were awarded a grant, does that jeopardize the RDOF funds for applicants?
Under the USDA rules, I believe they are not eligible for grants. They are only eligible for loans in that area. So to the extent that they seek loans, they are, to my knowledge, allowed, and I don't believe there's anything precluding them from doing that. But they cannot seek loans or a mix of grants and loans, at least according to the Reconnect rules. I think one issue that we filed comments on the rulemaking for the USDA Reconnect program last year, and the one comment that we made was that this award and many of the BIP awards required the recipients to bring broadband of 768 kilobits per second down and 200 kilobits per second up, which is not what the definition is. So to the extent that this area is in protected borrower status, it is at a broadband speed that is now considered inadequate and below what the current FCC definition of broadband is. So that's an issue when I guess you can give a loan and a grant, for over 10 years. You have to think about whether that's the technology that's going to be useful to consumers 10 years from now. And certainly one benefit of VTEL being able to get loans is that they could make upgrades to those towers to provide higher speeds. But going to your question about RDOF,
yes,
we're not sure because it's an issue of timing. When does the FCC sit down with the USDA and say, okay, what's off the table because you provided service to them? Going back to the paragraph that I read you, there was no indication that we found in the order that suggested what the process is going to be for that. So I've excluded the footnotes from here, but we simply don't know what that's going to be. When does that happen? What does it look like? Is there a process for challenging that? We don't know. So that's a big question that I believe the FCC should answer. I think June is raising her hand on the video.
Oh, I can't see it, June, but please go ahead.
That's okay. I thought I heard embedded in Representative Sebella's question, a question about who could do what, who could, make an argument, or who could address what she called the inconceivable possibility that an entity would qualify for funding when there has been a past issue, we'll say, with their borrowing. And the way I understand that question is you're asking what can the legislature do, and just nod your head or shake your head if I've got that right. Okay. To my knowledge, the legislature is not a party to litigation before the FCC. It's not a party to litigation before the USDA to the extent that they have anything of that nature. But you might consider asking Legislative Counsel to look into that. Typically, the kind of argument that you're looking for, advocacy that you're looking for, is done through a state representative such as the Department of Public Service or the Public Utility Commission, depending on the jurisdictional lines, conceivably the Attorney General's office. So that's how you need to think about it, is who, as a matter of statutory power, whether in the executive branch or in the Attorney General's office, has the ability to engage in that kind of advocacy. And as you can see, the Department of Public Service is already engaged in it. But I cannot overemphasize I want to underscore my conviction that there is no bar to the legislature expressing its view in that kind of form, whether it's the FCC or the USDA. I don't know that that carries the day, but if ever there was a time for the legislature to express itself, it's now.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Clay.
Okay. Well, I think that wraps it up. I showed you the two maps, and so you can see what the territory is like and what the issues are. That last point that Representative Sebela asked about RDOF for us is a big question, not just for Reconnect, because there may be a Reconnect issue, there may not be, but certainly for our state program, I'm very worried about decisions that we make, what we can do now to make sure that we are not closing funding from those census blocks that the FCC has identified. So do we focus on contaminated census blocks, areas that have been deemed ineligible for the program? We'll have work ahead of us to determine how we're going to retool the connectivity initiative to make sure we're not shutting people out of receiving RDOF funding. And then when RDOF does come, is it going to be broadband that people can use and people want? So those are some interesting questions that we're going to be faced with in the next coming months.
Thank you, Clay.
All right, thank you.
I don't see any hands up, but I'm just gonna, I see Ann's hand up the old-fashioned way.
Yes.
Go ahead, Ann.
This discussion that Clay just put on the table here is a bit dispiriting, seeming that large amounts of public funding are literally closed off to the work of the CUDs. But my question to Clay, based on what he just said, his concern that things the state might do might further shorten the ability to get those federal fundings. What is the role, should a CUD go out and raise private investments or get bond money? What is the role of that kind of financing vis-a-vis the point that Clay was making about cutting further our ability to access these federal monies?
I think that's a really good question. Is that a state broadband program? When are we going to be asked? Who in the state are they going to ask? I mean, those are all questions that we're not sure we have the answer to yet. We need the FCC to tell us. We'd also like to be able to have a discussion with the FCC about what we do with broadband mapping so that we can show, you know, we have data that suggests that areas that they're not thinking about need service, are completely unserved or partially unserved, and that would be good candidates for support. But I think that once they have their census blocks locked in place, and the bidding has happened, support starts rolling in, I don't know that after that point, there are things that we would do that would change that. So again, that's another question that we would have for the FCC. You know, at what point is this locked in? You're giving money for a particular census block. If we did something in that census block on the state side, does that necessarily stop the FCC from continuing support for that? I don't think so under their order. I hope that helps. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Laura, did you have a question?
I just wanted, I sense that we're getting ready to wrap up, Mr. Chair. Is that right? Yes.
I've got hours, so.
Me too. And this is my favorite topic. But before we did, Mr. Chair, I really wanted to just take a moment to thank all of these CUD folks that are coming together. I mean, right now, I feel literally like they are heroes. And, you know, I appreciate the time that they have spent with us today. It's so clear that the work you are doing is so critical. And there are a lot of us that are really interested in best understanding how we can help you. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. And I echo that. I am very much a beneficiary of a CUD who's done terrific work. I live in the EC fiber catchment area, and that has been, you know, 12 plus years of really hard work. And certainly I think the goal of this committee, and I think the department as well, is how do we look at the good work that's been done there and accelerate that process with other CUDs that have popped up around the state. And that is a very high priority of this committee. Well, I'll say for myself, but I think the committee as well. I really appreciate Maria and all the representatives for the CUD and Clay and the commissioner for joining us today on the beginning of a holiday weekend. Again, would echo what Laura had said. The work you're all doing right now is extraordinarily appreciated, and it's a tough time in our state right now when I think we are really seeing the issues around the inequity that we have in access to what is it's an essential public service, that you have access to the internet for healthcare, for education services, for working at home. And it will continue to be the priority of this committee going forward, trying to break down some of these issues. I'll also say, for the committee's understanding, something I'd mentioned to Maria earlier this week via email is I would like to see our committee express formal opinion to folks in Washington, be it the FCC, the USDA, and share that background with our federal delegation, that we would like to see changes in some of these programs to better serve our state. And so that is a work in process. Feel free to reach out to me offline if you'd like to work with me and Maria, but I'd like to see at the very least our committee express an opinion on that to folks in Washington, and maybe we can even raise that to the level of the legislature as well, because I think I've, in the last week or so, I've heard from a number of House members with real concerns and want to see action on this, whether it's how we can help direct federal dollars that might be coming our state's way, and also looking ahead to the work that we're going to continue to do this summer and into 2021 on this issue. So obviously a lot more work to do here. Again, thank you everybody else for joining us. I'm going to bring the committee to a close right now. So thanks for joining us. Have a good weekend.
So Governor Phil Scott, thanks for joining me. Sorry, we've had a couple of technical hiccups in terms of getting started, but I want to thank you for joining me for a conversation about your experience leading the state through this crisis. And I know it's the end of a long day for you, so thank you so much for being willing.
Well, not the end yet, but that's okay. They're all long these days.
Yeah, and I think we all appreciate the time you're having to put in, the stress you're under. So thank you in advance of this conversation for all that you're putting into this. One of the things I wanted to start off with, many of the people who've been watching my videos, I've been giving them the real-time experience from the point of view of a legislator trying to navigate through all this, but wondering if you could talk a little bit about when you first realized that we were on a collision course with a state of emergency. What was it that started to send a signal to you that we were heading into that territory?
I think all of us were watching what was happening in China at the time, and certainly our healthcare, our health department has raised some red flags, and we're monitoring the situation. And then started to see it migrate into the U.S. And then we saw Washington State, of course. And so it started to get a little bit more real then, but that's all the way across the country. And surely, I mean, from my standpoint, I kept thinking, well, typically, you see a wildfire start to grow, and it goes from one end to the other, but didn't anticipate, I guess, or should have, that with travel the way it is today, we're so connected. But for me, I think it really hit home when I received a call from Governor Sununu on, I think it was on a Saturday or Sunday morning, I can't remember. And he said, I just want to let you know, there's a chance we've had our first outbreak, and it involves Vermont. And it was in Hanover at Dartmouth. There was a doc there or a resident. And he had been in Italy and had come back and had the symptoms and was told to isolate, which he agreed to do, but he didn't adhere to it. And he decided to go out and go to the engine room in White River. And there was probably 175 people there. And so all of a sudden, when you thought, it started to unfold and thinking about the magnitude of that, not just the 175 people in that one room, this one person came in contact with, but also back at the hospital at Dartmouth. And a lot of Vermonters utilize the facility, and all the doctors and other healthcare professionals this one resident came in contact with, and tracing back. And all of a sudden, through one action, we're talking about 200 or 300 people. And so we had to spring into action. Our health department had to start doing some tracing. And then it started getting real for a business at that point too. The business had to shut down and then have its name put out throughout the media. And what a devastating effect that would have. And so that was the start, I believe, when it became real to me, and then from there, we didn't have any positives that we knew of at that point in time as a result of that incident. But then when we did get the news about our first positive case, then and there was two at the same time, it became real. So actually one positive case, then the deaths. So we had two deaths in the same time frame. So.
Well, I remember people were being encouraged to, bump elbows and not shake hands. The Commissioner of Health started to talk about more frequent hand washing and using, the alcohol-based substances to clean your hands. And that was probably in the days just before what you described. And it seems like a million years ago, but then within a couple days, it seems like of that episode down in the Upper Valley that you're describing, the requirements of our social activities changed very quickly. Had you appreciated at that moment what it would mean to have to make some of the, a state of emergency declaration? We're accustomed to doing that during natural disasters like Irene, things like that. But when you had to make the decision for a state of emergency order, had you anticipated what that might set in motion at that point?
Yeah, I don't think the rapid pace of what that would set in motion, that wasn't anticipated. I still felt as though, and I still feel today, that I did the state of emergency at the right point in time, trying to stay ahead of it, listening to the experts, because I think that was critical throughout this whole response, has been listening to those who really know what they're talking about, right? And trusting what they're saying, surrounding yourself with good people, absorbing as much as possible, and then trying to make the best decisions based on public safety and public health, not on politics, not on business, not on the economy, but really what is it going to, and I try and do that with everything that I do, but public safety is the highest priority of any government, I believe. And that's why many governments were formed, were just to protect people. Right. So this is no different, but I can't say that I anticipated the rapid fire from there, because it was quick. As soon as we did that, then all of a sudden we started seeing more cases develop, what that would mean, how, and then seeing how quickly that it would spread. That was alarming to me, because we had no immunities ourselves, and this particular virus spread like wildfire, both in Washington State, and again seeing in real time how people were being transported out of the nursing homes, how quickly they were affected, how many deaths, seeing that they couldn't even handle the morgue, became overwhelmed. I mean, there was just so many things like that that were so vivid at that point. And I kept thinking, we don't want to end up like that. We don't want to end up like Washington State. And then again, trying to think 2 steps ahead all the time. What is it that we need to do? And from my standpoint, it was all then about seeing what happened in Washington. Was we have to protect the most vulnerable, those with chronic conditions and elderly and so forth. That seemed to be who was affected first. And we didn't know much. We still don't know. We're learning every day about this virus and what it means. But right from the start, it appeared that was the critical mass that we need to try and protect. And so we some of the initial stages were difficult, like not allowing visitors in to see their friends and family in nursing homes and so forth, restricting access, trying to do whatever we could there. But still, in retrospect, probably should have been even more restrictive than what we did. But at that point in time, it seemed like unheard of. Imagine shutting down a hospital or nursing home so that nobody could go in and visit. I mean, it just was so counterintuitive to who we are.
Yeah, Paula and I have Paula's mom is in an assisted living facility. And so we were experiencing some of those restrictions, which put us in that category of people who probably had some of our normal daily activities restrained before many of the members of the general public, and started to appreciate how serious the experts must take it if they were telling us we couldn't visit someone who's 93 years old and who we visited every week. And as a legislator, one of the things, and sometimes the timing gets a little thrown off for me, but I felt like in those first days when it became more broad, the restrictions that were put in place, it was like a series of waves crashing over, with the school closures, childcare, then restaurants and businesses. And it's hard enough to make one decision, trying to take in all the right information. Obviously, those were a succession of decisions you had to make. Can you just describe what it was like, how many people you're listening to, how complicated it is to have to make what is going to be a very disruptive decision, one that you knew you signed up for, but probably hoped you didn't have to ever exercise? What was that like behind the scenes for you to have to contend with those questions?
Yeah, I mean, you're always second guessing and trying to determine whether you're doing the right thing. And I knew I was doing things for the right reason, for public health and safety and so forth, but I didn't want to, a knee-jerk reaction to something either. Wanted to make sure that we're doing it in a timely fashion. And then, my biggest fear, I don't fear a lot in life, but I fear hurting or having a detrimental effect on someone else in a in a real way, severe way, and in this case, death. So having that burden, I think, is something that I take very seriously. Obviously, we all do, but in this case, I'd rather err on the side of being too reactive, doing too much, than having to live with shoulda, coulda, woulda. And so we were able to put those into place. But, again, in retrospect, when you think about we closed the childcare centers 2 days before the first deaths that we had in our state. We're still trying to ramp up our testing all at the same time. Closing down the bars was the right decision to make because it was right before St. Patrick's Day, right? And I thought about that. I said, we can't allow this to happen. We can't allow people to go out and infect each other in a large way, but at the same time, big weight on that. That to me seemed like a big decision to make at that point in time. But in retrospect, it was nothing compared to what.
Of all the second guessing, it'll probably be the last thing on people's mind. And I still remember Mayor Weinberger here in Burlington had declared that bars would be closed, I think, for a 24-hour period for the same reason. Before that could even go in effect, we had made a statewide policy through your order. And I've actually been really impressed that people, when you issued the order, some people would be unhappy, and there's no question about that. But as a general matter, I think people understood that there's a reason this is happening. It's not because the governor, the legislature, anyone else wants to do these things. There must be something that they know, the risk involved with failing to take these actions. And, what was your, you're a human being just like everybody else. And despite being governor, information still filters to you from the public and friends and people that who you're still in touch with. What was the type of feedback you were getting directly? Mostly sympathetic to taking these strong measures, or
50-50. You're on both sides. There's some who still today, I think we're going too far, way too far, taking away our civil liberties, which I take very seriously. But taking those away, it's like shutting down the economy. If anybody had told me that I was going to be there shutting down businesses and the economy in Vermont a year ago, I would have said that'll never happen. I would never do that. But here I am after spending 3 or 4 years just constantly talking about the economy and how we need to grow the economy and how we need to welcome people in, bring more people to the state. And I'm telling people now, stay away and shut down your businesses. It's just counter to everything that I believe, except the fact that we need to protect people. And so I think being clear and concise and transparent, I think was more important than ever during this crisis. And I think that we've all had a part in that. Certainly the engagement with the legislature. I think the silver lining of all this is that people just put politics aside and we did what was right. We did that after Irene, but this is different than Irene even because Irene was, we did, all the damage was done during Irene in a 24-hour period. And then we woke up the next day and just looked at the devastation all over across Vermont. But it was physical. It was something tangible. You could touch it, you could fix it, you could build it. And then we pulled together and got that done. This is different. This is like, it's been raining now for about 8 weeks. And I don't know when it's going to stop.
Yeah, it's a good metaphor or comparison. I think that, a couple differences with Irene. Many communities were hit, but not all communities were hit by Irene in terms of damage. And
but the same here in some respects. I mean, when you think about, we're all affected by this, but there are some communities that are more affected than others because of the transmission and how quickly this happens, and certainly more in the denser populations. I talk with our other governors around New England and across the country quite a bit, staying in touch, listen, try and glean as much as I can from everyone, giving information as much as I can about things that may have worked or didn't work in Vermont. And so we share a lot. But I remember Governor Baker in particular talking about Boston and his first experience. And it was that Biogen conference in Boston. And it was 175 or 100, no, it was 200 people there, I believe. 200 people there at this conference for 4 days. And there was 2 people from somewhere in Europe who had come to be presenters, and they attended the conference. And as a result, it was like a week, 2 weeks later, 170 people out of the 200 were infected, were positive. And how quickly that spread in that short period of time. And then again, like wildfire with a dense population. And he finally saw, I don't think he shut down the bars and restaurants when we did. It was after the fact.
A little bit after. Yeah.
But he had seen pictures of his son. His son had brought pictures of them all out partying and going to bars and doing all these things after he'd put in place some guidance saying you need to socially distance yourself, you need to do this, and nobody was adhering to it. Nobody was taking it seriously. So that's when he put the hammer down, so to speak, and changed things. And
yeah, my parents lived not far from that hotel where the conference was held, and so for them it was very real. They're both in their 70s and obviously more vulnerable in terms of the impacts, and so it was very real to me when I saw that one conference, which was able to see this real serious problem. And I saw, the governor of Massachusetts, for those who don't know, was a health insurance executive for many years, and a good one at that. He himself just had his best friend's mother succumb to COVID-19, and it was very moving actually watching him speak about it at one of his daily press conferences in Massachusetts. So
I think this gets very real in a hurry when it's someone you know. And I predicted that, we would know someone who has been impacted in some way or some family member, and then it becomes real for each and every one of us. And for us as a legislature, Bernie Juskowitz was someone we all knew, served with. I knew his family members. His nephew is one of my best friends. So it got very real for me at that point too, when I saw what was happening to him as a result of the coronavirus and finally succumbed to that. So, but going back to the timeline, shutting down the childcare centers and so forth, that was like 2 days before the first 2 deaths. And that was another milestone. Those 2 deaths made it very real. And again, knowing that it was spreading quickly at that point, but it confirmed it was the right decision to make 2 days earlier with the childcare centers. So each and every time, we've seen some confirmation of why we're doing what we're doing and why we need to keep it up. And it's, we're somewhat of a victim of our own success in some ways, because Vermonters, even begrudgingly, even those who don't agree that we should be doing it, have been adhering to this. They've been doing a good job, and they may not like it, but they're doing it because, again, we're trying to give them all the information. But we've done such a good job in some respects that our trajectory is going, the modeling, we're doing better than our modeling showed. So that's good news. But as you know, with your parents living in Boston, what they're going through right now, last week they had 1,000 deaths in Massachusetts, 1 week.
Yeah, it's been.
So this is still growing.
No, it's brutal, and I think you're exactly right. It's a real testament to the people of Vermont that, like it or not, they have followed the orders and really respected the instructions that people have been giving, even when it costs them a lot of money that can't be recouped, and taking away activities in their lives which can't be reclaimed.
The economic ramifications of this are going to be far and wide. I mean, some of the devastation we haven't, I want to be optimistic, but we haven't seen the full amount of damage as a result of this yet.
Yeah, I think I worry that you're right. I think you are, which means we really have to be thoughtful moving forward. And of course, we'll have our debates about the best way to map the future for the state. But there are going to be things won't be quite the same on the other side of this economically, and that's going to not be easy. And there will be sort of the economic pain on the other side. When you were talking about the first 2 deaths in Vermont, I remember. The Senate, as you know, has been operating remotely. So we've got 30 tiles on a Zoom screen when we're meeting. And the first time we had a full Senate discussion the day after the first fatality in Vermont, we did a moment of silence and we acknowledged that there would be more people who would die. And we weren't sure of the numbers. Of course, we were very fearful the numbers would be through the roof. And one of the things that's always been challenging for me, and I have to keep reminding people, is the 40th person's as important as the first one. And so while we feel sort of optimistic from a public health point of view that we're going in the right direction, we have to keep having the compassion for people who are still suffering right now. So it's been that real, on a human level, it's like a balancing act of both being appreciative that our efforts seem to be working, while also acknowledging that there are still people who are suffering under this virus, and they've got families and lives and all that are at risk. And I sometimes wonder how difficult it must be. Being in a legislative leadership role has responsibilities, but it's different. I sometimes worry that people who do the work out in the field, whether it's mental health or physical health, get compassion fatigue. You can only take so much caring for others and just dealing with hardship after hardship. What are you doing to kind of get a little bit of stress relief, knowing the weight that's sort of on your shoulders in the the governor's role? If anything, I should say.
Yeah, I actually nothing at this point. From the first time when I received the message, I was at a Norwich University hockey game when I got notice of the first positive cases in Vermont, and we were going to have it was a Saturday night, and we were going to have a press conference the next day, and I took the call during the first period of the game, so I never did see the whole game, and that was probably the last time that I did anything outside of work, and it seemed like, I joke about this being living in his dog's life, like I'm in a time warp in dog years, because it really wasn't that long ago when you think about it. I mean, it was about six weeks ago, maybe. Seems like it's about 7 months ago. I mean, it just seems like so long ago. So I haven't let up since. I look forward to that at some point, but just continue to work every day, long days. But I worked in the construction industry for 35 years, and this is the pace. But you get a day off every now and then, usually like a Sunday, but that hasn't been the case yet. But it's the same thing, just a long day.
Sundays now, or might as well be a Wednesday. It doesn't seem to matter because the spread of the infection doesn't care about the calendar.
Boundaries don't matter. Calendars don't matter. Nothing seems to matter. It affects all of us, and so that's
how about sorry to interrupt. How about your wife is in healthcare? How have you had to shift just like everybody? Have you had to make some changes the way everybody else has? I've told you about, our visitation of my not quite mother-in-law. What's that meant for you guys?
Well, my wife is a bit of a germaphobe, so she's always been that way, and this has just heightened that. So if I come in, when I come in the house, at 8 o'clock, 8:30 at night, I have to go straight into wash my hands, make sure that, and I do. I've never washed my hands as much as I have today, dozens of times a day, but I have to do that, and then we really somewhat socially distance ourselves even then, and we have a plan put together. if either of us, we both take our temperatures twice a day. And because she's still in healthcare, she's a nurse, so she still goes in and works. And so if either one of us has any symptoms, we're going to separate totally physically and move into different spots because we don't want to infect one another. And because we both have important jobs to do. And so it's just important that we do that. So everybody's affected in different ways. And I just keep thinking about, again, in every decision I make, I try and put myself in the shoes or boots of someone else and think about how this decision, this policy is going to affect them. And it weighs on you because some of my best friends are in business in different sectors, and I've affected every single one of them, every single one.
Right.
And sometimes they understand, sometimes they don't. But they understand. They trust that I'm doing it for the right reasons, and that's what I keep trying to do.
Well, I want to set you back to work shortly, so I'll ask you just a couple more questions. First question, obviously the unemployment system got just completely nailed by a tsunami of applications. The pace of the speed with which the unemployment numbers climbed was just unbelievable. Then you had all the people who were self-employed and independent contractors who normally wouldn't qualify for any of that, but with the federal government saying that they were going to provide a benefit with the states running it, it created this double effect, if you will. Can you just talk a little bit about what it's been like knowing that you're on the receiving end of a lot of heat because of people's desperation to get the money they need to pay the bills, knowing that you're the chief executive of the state and the accountability, ultimately goes with the governor and through the commissioner of labor. How have you been trying to handle both the reality of the challenges that they face, getting things to the other side, and where do you see things right now?
Yeah, I think first of all, I handle it the way I handled other things, just being fully transparent about the issue. And taking responsibility for it. No, I wasn't going to blame someone else or some commissioner or some frontline worker. This is an issue that affected the system, and we needed to fix it. So I just put in place a series of initiatives where we're trying to track down what the real problem was, because initially, like everyone else, I just thought, well, they're not getting through on the phone lines. We just don't have enough people who are signing these people up. That must be the problem. And then I found that it wasn't quite as simple as that, because that's a simple problem to fix. Because I kept from the start, I said, well, we have people, the state employees and other departments, motor vehicle and so forth, in the health department, we have people that interact with the public all the time. We can just put them over in the labor department and fix this problem. Well, we did that. We put, dozens of people over there, but it didn't fix the problem. And I just initially thought that would solve it. But what I found was there are so many series of, with the old computer mainframe that we had as well, slow, and it's something that was not easy to manipulate, and there wasn't too many people that we had that could do it. But it was really like, if you can imagine, maybe a paper shredder, and some of the paper shredders, you can put like a dozen pieces of paper through, and then there are other less expensive models that you can put one in. Right. And when you put too many in, it jams up and stops and quits. This is what's happening. That was what was happening to our mainframe, was that they were trying to force too many through. So we extended the hours, trying to work around some of those issues. And then the feds had so many different restrictions that I didn't realize that would kick people out of the system and then force them to call in or do something to fix it. Well, that's when it started to fall apart because you couldn't get through the phone lines. And then people were calling hundreds of times and then tying up the phones as well. So it was just a disaster in some respects. And then hearing, knowing that people weren't getting money that they desperately needed, putting food on the table, paying their rent, paying their bills, whatever it was. We decided to as we discussed with you and the speaker, we're going to have to take some financial risks, some risks with the federal government to try and do some workarounds on these issues. And we decided to put people above policy, and we will deal with the political ramifications after, or the economic realities of them coming back in and saying, we don't approve of what you've done, and you're going to pay a penalty for that. But that, first things first, get money in the pockets of people so they can take care of themselves.
One of the strange features of the Trump administration is their goal has been to break down regulations and requirements left and right, and then just when we need flexibility than any time I've ever experienced in state government, to be hampered by some of the rigidity that's really more focused on isolated cases perhaps of fraud under normal conditions, and not getting money out the door to huge numbers of people who have clearly just been made unemployed for legitimate reasons.
And then to develop this whole new program, because never been done before, where those who are self-employed and independent contractors would now be able to receive benefits, tens of thousands of people. And there was no guidance laid out when Congress passed that, as well as no guidance as how to do it.
Just the promise of the money.
Yeah. And then we had to develop a program to actually be able to process it. So it's just been, that's been challenging, but we're getting through that. I feel pretty good about that piece. And we've caught back up with the work, a tremendous effort by the Agency of Digital Services, the Labor Department, different people, people on the front lines who were able to manipulate the system. We cleared like tens of thousands of people in a matter of about 4 days. When you knock away the regulation, you're able to get to something accomplished. And so I believe we sent out, I don't know, there's probably this week 40,000 at this point in time of checks. So the total of $52 million as of this morning. So and more coming.
It's an unbelievable change so fast.
To go from the lowest unemployment rate in the country, 2.1%, to this. I mean,
with an unemployment trust fund that was healthier by far than it had ever been in our history, and
we were one of the top in the country, and we were still better off in some respects than other states, because we'd done a good job, and we'd put money in reserve and built up the trust fund. So we had $500 million in the trust fund. So that should help us through for the next couple of months. So we should be set. Hopefully we can open up the economy a little bit, just a little bit at a time, open that spigot, just a quarter turn, and try and get us back to some sort of normal, whatever that is, some sort of normal. But we'll never get back, or I don't believe we'll get back in the future to what we were just 2 months ago.
Well, I've got one last question for you, and I'm going to caveat this by saying that the current president and his vice president, I'm not their biggest fan. I think many Vermonters are with me on that. There's been ample criticism of how the president has handled this whole crisis, the mixed messages, in fact, the messages that run counter to the right thing to do, the science and all that. But that's another story for another time. I do understand you did have at least one call with the vice president that you found helpful in terms of getting the state the resources that we needed. Just curious, how did that come to be, and what did it produce for people?
Yeah, interesting. Vice President Pence is a former governor, so he has at least he is at least accessible because of that. And I think it was one of the, and I'm very critical of the president, as you've seen over the last 3 or 4 years. But the best thing he did was put Vice President Pence in charge of this initiative early on, or not early on, not early enough, but he put him in charge of this. So we got to a point where we were down to about 700 testing supplies. We were going to run out within 2 or 3 days, and we had been promised more, and they weren't coming. So the health department came to me, Dr. Levine, and said, you need to pull some levers, do what you can. If you can call somebody in Washington, anything you can do to loosen up the inventory, because we're going to run out and we need these tests. So I decided I'd call Governor Sununu from New Hampshire to see if he had any extra test kits, because he was touting that they were doing pretty well over there in terms of testing. So I called him and he said, well, I'm not sure that we have enough to share, but let me check. And he said, I know we have enough for ourselves. Well, he found out that he had fewer than we did, and he has twice the population. So he was going to run out within a day and didn't know it. So we thought we better call the vice president. I knew Governor Sununu had his number. I did not, had more of a direct line, but we had a conference call, and Vice President Pence understood the issue. I told him that we were in desperate straits and we need some help. And he said, we'll get you what you need to get you through this. And he followed through and got us, I think, 1,000 test kits within a matter of 2 days. So, I give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I'm struggling to join you, but I do have to say I'm glad we got the kits, and if that's what it took.
Because it could have led to another disaster of hard to determine, because if you can't test, then it still continues to spread, and we've seen how quickly it spread. As we said in Massachusetts, in Boston, we could have had dire straits here as a result. So again, not always particularly grateful for some of their actions in Washington, but this was one that did work. I do want to say that our congressional delegation has been very responsive to everything. We talk a lot, and again, without them, we wouldn't be in the position we are either. So everyone across party lines have come together in this time of need. I'm very proud of each and every one of the members of the legislature, as well as those throughout Vermont who have done the right thing, and understood that we're in this together, and the only way we're going to get through this is to put things aside and do what's right, and they've reacted appropriately.
Great. Well, on these videos I've been doing since the beginning of this, I've really been focusing on daily updates, things like that. There have been times where I've had to not try to pretend to put myself in your mind, but help explain what I've known you to be thinking about, different decision making, and helping people understand what the executive orders mean and why they've been put in place. And I really appreciate your coming on with me today to talk really about what's going on behind the scenes as you have to struggle to make these decisions. I shouldn't say struggle, but you're forced to make these decisions with all the different factors you have to put into it, and wanted to give people an insight into, that set of responsibilities that we usually hope that a governor won't have to, have to use, but sometimes circumstances force it. And, as you've said, people have banded together, and it's been particularly, it's been a pretty remarkable thing that people have banded together so nicely to be able to provide the most unified front in terms of these public health measures as possible. So thank you so much for coming on, and I hope you will take a moment to relax a little bit, because I do think that that's important, and you got to stay fresh. And I know I'll be seeing you soon, but I want to thank everyone for watching as well. Hope you learned a little bit about the backstory of some of state's response to COVID-19.
Yeah.
So thanks everyone, and thanks, Governor.
Thank you very much for having me on.
to Senate Finance, everyone. We are live streaming. You can get us on YouTube. And I believe everybody is here. Yeah, if everybody mutes except when you're talking, we will avoid echoing, hopefully. Committee, I can't get enough tiles on my iPad, so just say Madam Chair if you want to ask questions, and I'll start after each presenter and have a time for questions. The purpose of today's meeting is to look at the broadband issues and how they're impacting remote learning right now. We've sent all the kids home from school. We've heard some schools, I know my grandsons came home with their own iPads and they're hooked up and they have class group meetings once a day and then individual meetings. But there are other schools that have not been able to do remote learning. So we are trying to figure out how big a problem that is, how many schools or how many children, sections of schools, and then why. Is it because there's no broadband going through the town or by the house? Is it because the parents can't afford to hook up to broadband service? Is it because the schools or the family don't have computers? I'm also trying to track down what happened to all the iPads the legislators turned in earlier this year, to see if any of those are still available. I've also heard that there are some community college students who do not have computers that will allow them to do remote work. So I'm trying to see if we've got a stockpile somewhere. And if anyone thinks the small cells will work on any of this, let us know, because we got lots of small cells left over from the last one. So the first one up is Heather Boucher, and Heather, welcome. Same routine, introduce yourself for the committee, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Dr. Heather Boucher, Deputy Secretary for Education. Good afternoon. Happy to be here with all of you. I apologize if you hear strange chainsaw activity in the background. It is not me. There are some public works going on that I have no control over. Hopefully you will not hear that. I'm also in Montpelier, Chair Cummings, so they're getting around.
Okay.
So I thought I would just start by, I sent to the committee earlier this morning our annual tech survey, which we do every year. I'm not sure it will get at exactly what committee members are looking for, but I thought it might be useful just to ground the conversation a bit. So we actually do an annual tech survey and do it in June, usually with a forecast by the schools, by the supervisory districts for what September should look like for them. So in general, I was just going to kind of go over some of the broad trends that we saw in 2019, the last time we did this survey. And then I also wanted to acknowledge our division director, Jess DeCarolis, who is also on the line. She is our division director for student pathways. And so she oversees the work on education technology in the Agency of Education. And she will be available and can potentially jump in for some of our questions. Most of our schools are, and again, this is at the school level, so most of our schools are pretty good when it comes to broadband speeds, both upload and download. In general, most of our schools and supervisory unions are meeting our targets. One of the things I want to point out to the committee is that virtually all of our schools have access to wireless
There are some challenges though. In some states and some colleges, I'm seeing this with some college faculty. One of the solutions if they don't have broadband access is to park outside in a car of some of the Wi-Fi hotspots, which the DPS, as you hopefully know by now, has put out a nice map on. I think from what I'm understanding that for some of our districts, our education districts, it's a little nerve-wracking to have that set up because they're concerned about security. So I think that's something we want to actually be thinking about, that you know, I think folks are like, well, why can't we just have that set up with education, and so parents could drive to the school parking lot and just use the wireless there. I think that we have to think about security concerns that are real that the LEAs currently have. When I say LEAs, I mean local education agencies, which for the most part is our supervisory districts and supervisory unions.
Okay, Commissioner, would the parents would drive to the school or a local hotspot, and then they would do what? They would do because they would get instructions or download homework or
all of the above, I would say. So this would be for families where they actually have already equipment in terms of a laptop or computer that could be mobile or an iPad. So one of the things that I was actually going to talk about a little later, but I'll jump in now, is that our districts are responsible for meeting children where they are. And so they really, if there are areas, which we know there are, where that last mile of broadband is not functioning, they really can't be putting all of their eggs into the online basket in terms of instruction. They've really got to be having what we would call both analog and digital methods of instruction and teaching and materials. So, so I think that's really important for us to acknowledge. And we are going to get, by April 13th, each of the districts has to submit to the AOE their continuous learning plan as required by the governor's directive. And so that will give us much more specific information about where those struggles are and what the plans are at that local level. The other thing I want to point out to committee members, which you probably have already thought about, but with our younger children, you can't have a sole virtual platform to really meet their teaching or learning needs anyway. You know, there's some work that you can do virtually, but our youngest children, they just don't have the attention or the cognitive capacity to do everything online as you might be able to, you know, do more functionally with, say, 6th to 12th graders. So I think that those are the primary points that I wanted to talk about. I do have some information on the primary internet service providers, again, that are based in our district statewide. I'm not sure that would be useful for the committee. There's a good chance that those would be similar to what's in the homes in those areas, but I'm not sure that's really, that would be helpful at this point. I know also Clay Purvis from the Department of Public Services will be also testifying today, and we'll have more of this information to talk about with you all.
okay, but what you've got right now is a survey that went out some time ago.
Yes,
an
it went out
survey to ask schools what kind of download speeds they had.
Correct.
Okay,
and
but
it went
you
out
have
last
nothing at this point about homes, how many students have the ability to connect online, how many don't, and where those students are located.
Yeah, we routinely ask that in our school survey, but we don't get a lot of information back on that. And I think part of it is, part of it might be sort of how do we best get that information? So,
Right.
so
But
our
you
focus
haven't,
is,
this is a standard survey. You haven't done anything since school was essentially moved to the home.
no, we have not had any capacity at this point to do that kind of a survey. We've been focusing on setting up nutrition, childcare, and some kind of continuity of learning, but it's a great question. And
okay, well, this
yeah,
is part of continuity of learning. So,
well, and as I said, we will be getting this information back when we actually get the plans that are actually happening at the local levels, and they're due April 13th.
okay, so you have got a questionnaire out asking schools what's happening at the local level.
Yeah, it's not really a questionnaire, but it's what their plan is, and so their plan has to address issues of connectivity in their region and their in the communities that they're serving. That would be something that if that were not addressed in the plan, we would send back and say we need more information on this. And we're happy after in mid-April when we get that information to come back to the committee and share those findings.
Well, in mid-April, the kids have lost quite a few weeks of school. So, committee, anybody have? Yeah, Senator Pearson.
Yeah, I think you covered this, Heather, but so are you saying that by mid-April, you expect to understand whether or not students have access to broadband at home, whether or not they have a computer suitable for remote learning? Is it going to be that detailed, or is it more like the survey you've had just about school buildings?
It's not really going to be a survey, so I want to clarify that. Each local education entity needs to do that work to figure out what is going to meet equity challenges in their community. So if there are students who would not be able to access education because they don't have broadband, they don't have access to computer platforms, then that's something the local education agency has to address. That's a do not pass go. That's a must. They have to address that. And that will necessarily look different depending on each of the communities that we're talking about.
But it doesn't strike me as terribly realistic that parents would drive with their kid to sit in a parking lot where there's a hotspot 4 hours at a time. Is that?
Yeah, so that was one option I said. In those cases, we would think that it's probably more likely that they would be doing some kind of paper packets and then communicating with parents via phone or other types of means that are available. And Jess, do you want to jump in here? It looks like you wanted to actually add something
Sure.
to that.
Sure. Madam Chair, may I get on the list also?
Yep. Okay. Do you have a question for Commissioner Boucher before we switch witnesses?
I think so.
Okay.
I'm just,
so Senator Campion.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I'm just trying to get a sense of, again, back to the technology piece. It seems as though you might be able to hone in where these surveys would be sent. In other words, I would think, in part what you're trying to do is identify where technology needs are, where there might be gaps. But I think looking at a lot of, connectivity map of the state, there'd be a way to get some of that information sooner rather than later so that we could perhaps help those folks. For example, down where I am, in terms of access to broadband, I think it's here, but I guess and I'm sort of thinking aloud, I guess you're also looking at issues with regard to who might not have the technology or be able to afford the technology. Is that correct?
Yes, that's part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm wanting the committee to kind of think about that. It's not just a broadband issue. Our charge is to actually best educate our students.
Mm-hmm.
And so even if we had perfect broadband across the state, that's not going to be the best solution for instance, our younger children. So that's why we're really relying on the local education agencies to really help inform us about what their plan is. I do know that we are investing in some state strategies to build up more of platforms so that if there are LEAs that have not been able to invest so far in robust platforms for education and learning, that we can give them some help. And I think that's what Jess might want to talk to.
Okay, the other thing I'd be interested in knowing, because you're talking about LEAs doing a plan, but you're the professional educators at the department. Are you giving them any guidance as to what a plan might look like? You're sending home paper material, but do you even know if all the parents can read and write? I mean, I know I can't do new math, and my husband is a professional estimator, but he couldn't do it the way my children were being taught to do estimating.
Yeah, so
what's happening there?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We absolutely are providing guidance and technical assistance to the field as they develop their plans. I do want to make sure that we're all on the same page around, in the context of this pandemic, we're not talking about just taking everything that would have been taught in the last 2.5 months of school and completely replicating that in an online or paper and pencil format. That is impossible. That is impractical, and that is not what we are supporting. Okay. What we are supporting is, please identify what the critical, essential learning elements are that students need from here on out to get to the next level when fall is here and school opens. So I think, and we're in strong agreement with the Superintendent's Association and the Vermont Principals Association on that larger vision. And so I have great confidence that that support that we're providing is going to be well received. I think if we're putting pressure on educators that they're supposed to be very quickly somehow completely redoing their entire latter third of the school year in a virtual or remote fashion, that's again just a recipe for disaster.
Right.
And we know that from research, actually, that's not how you do this.
Okay. Jess, are you next? I'm not seeing a whole screen. Somebody was going to be next.
That would be me, yes.
Okay.
Jess Journalist from the Agency of Education. I'm a division director who reports to Deputy Boucher. And I guess I just wanted to follow up on some of those items regarding the survey. So we do ask a question about whether the LEAs the schools survey their parents and families to find out about broadband access. However, that's something that they would need to do. We interface with systems. LEAs interface with families and students. Often we get an approximation. So we do have a back of the envelope understanding across schools, the estimation of percentage of families within communities that might not have broadband access. And that's something that we can pull together for folks. I'd also just point out that over the years, when we look at this survey, we also within the report speak about areas in which there might have been growth or contraction. And so this often can be a good estimate, as Deputy Boucher said, of what the future is going to bring. So I think that the 2019, the fiscal year report is actually probably a pretty good snapshot of current state. As previously referenced, I think that the two things that we have to contend with in a remote learning environment is that analog and digital divide. Deputy Boucher has done a good job in thinking about and explaining what is developmentally appropriate and not just a matter of resource. But I would say that when we're talking about expanding access to students to online learning, there are two components. One is about that broadband access, and I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to be like a drive to the parking lot and expand Wi-Fi. That can be a mechanism as a placeholder or intervening step to make sure that folks can access, analog materials. Get online briefly and download assignments or get a sense of what the week is going to bring. But I think that really addressing the infrastructure issue of cabling to communities is probably the most secure way that you can ensure that you're going to have that broad access. And I'm not sure if that's necessarily mediated by schools. I think also a short-term or a near-step solution can be adding cell phone towers to schools, which will actually significantly expand wireless cell phone access. And there's so many mechanisms by which you can access online materials through cell phones. So that's another step. As
Okay,
far
well,
as
I think that's what we're looking for is if there is some money that becomes available through all these plans that are out there at the federal level, what would be most helpful? And I'm operating on the assumption that this is probably not the last time we're going to see something of this scale. I mean, the experts have been telling us for years this was going to happen. It has. And I think we need, coming out of this, to know what we need so we're ready for the next one. And just trying to figure out what we need right now.
And I would say that in that advanced thinking, that preparing for the future and knowing that there might be multiple waves, making an investment in a long-term solution, like thinking about running fiber, thinking about getting to those communities that do not have the privilege of access. Every school has Wi-Fi in this state, but schools can't guarantee that every home has Wi-Fi. Right. That's the role of the state. And so I would say pursuing a long-term solution that sets us up for success, which allows us to at least expand online learning when it is developmentally appropriate for the learner or meets their particular need. And we also know that sitting any learner in front of a screen for 6 hours a day is not good practice. There is definitely
some of us are having a lot of sympathy with that at the moment.
Absolutely. And so the sort of state level solutions that we have currently been working on for the last 2 weeks, and I think we have really moved the needle, but we still are consulting with some of our stakeholders, including the VSA, is an analog solution leveraging Vermont PBS, who my team is actually meeting with right now. And we've had 3 very good conversations about being able to deliver a pre-K to 12 curriculum, 400,000 pieces of materials and learning and lessons that are all aligned to the Common Core state standards and the next generation science standards. So these are all standards-based curricula. Currently, both Boston and the Los Angeles Unified School District, which is the largest school district in the country, is using it. In fact, that school district actually owns one of the PBS channels, and it would actually provide for predictable programming on a weekly basis, parsed out pre-K to 3, 4 to 8, and 9 to 12 throughout the day, so that literally any home that's got a television would be able to receive lessons, engage in interactive activities, and we would be able to provide a platform through the AOE to bundle and allow for educators to use that material to deliver lessons that we know are aligned to the national standards in the 4 core. I'll pause there. I don't know if there's a question.
No, I was going to say that is the first positive thing I've heard in a while. So,
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question?
Yes, Senator Campion.
Jess and Heather, what are you hearing so far from teachers with regard to, again, what are they saying that they need technology for, in terms of what they're teaching? What are some of the needs that you're hearing out there?
So I would say that
I understand that part of it is instruction, but just generally, what are you hearing from teachers?
Well, I think the one thing that we, and I believe Heather referenced this, that we'd like to maybe get some greater insight about is, while the survey is pretty clear about the number of one-to-one devices that schools report, and they have different models in which they stay in the school, they're disseminated, but to what degree do educators feel that they're not sure that there's predictable device use. And we know that there is an opportunity for us to leverage some title funds to allow schools to rapidly purchase some devices to fill gaps where students might not have that predictable access. I think the biggest issue, though, is just knowing if someone can be online. There are additional issues, though, right? We know that there are probably students who might have some childcare responsibilities as families are still having to work.
Yep.
You know, if folks get sick, that will probably increase. We know that there are certainly situations in which students, you know, may or may not have a space in the home in which it is conducive to learning. So particularly, we know that, you know, families live in all sorts of different circumstances, and that not everybody has a separate space with a desk, gymming, and that sort of quiet. We know that there have been significant concerns around maintaining FERPA, particularly when you have others in the home and you're delivering instruction or you're engaging in direct instruction, and you might see, you know, a parent walk behind. So there's all sorts of considerations that are not related to instruction, but are related to how do you create the environment and ecosystem for students to feel connected, safe.
Sure, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I am putting this bee in everyone's bonnet, but I am concerned about the parents who we have now shut up in the house with children. We're asking them to either work or deal with having been laid off and the financial pressure of that, to be providing their own childcare and to be doing some providing of education. And it's sunny right now. You may be able to put the kids out in the mud, but that we need to be paying some attention to the just emotional health of our parents and giving them the supports they need to
absolutely.
carry this off.
Well, and that's another benefit of the PBS programming that we've been talking with them about, which is, you know, one is there are lots of activities that can be identified to support parents in supporting learning activities or actually engaging in them. And we also talked about some of their interstitial programming that can focus on some of those social, emotional, wellness activities in short bursts between some of the sort of content programming. A team within the agency is also has draft guidance around supporting the emotional and mental health of students and families, because we know that as a state, we're all going to be contending with loss and possibly trauma. And so we, you know, our educators are experts. They have been engaging in trauma-informed practices. They understand this work. And so it's just about figuring out how they can restructure it in that remote learning environment so that you can deliver it through an analog or a digital platform. I did just, and I will certainly get off because I know I kind of horned in on your time today, but we are also working on a state level strategy to scale online access as well. And so again, there's a few more folks that we need to consult with, but we have a fairly robust, roughed out plan to significantly expand, if folks choose, access to a learning management system that would support career technical education, work-based learning, dual enrollment, AP, the 4 core, and health and PE.
Madam Chair, let me just add one thing. It seems to me that we're dealing with a problem that has 2 parts. The first is the short-term part of dealing with the need to provide education with some immediacy. And I think the kind of plan that combines digital and analog makes a great deal of sense in that regard. But this is part of a larger issue. That larger issue, which we've talked about before, is a statewide telecommunications plan that should be looking ahead at how we deal with this more broadly going forward, because this is not the only time that we're going to have a need to be able to deliver broadband more widely throughout the state to every home, leave no kid left offline, and also to deal with our cell problem. And that's a statewide telecommunications plan. And maybe there of some part of the federal funding that we're talking about might help us get there, because this is part of the problem we're dealing with right now as well.
Right. Okay. Other questions right now?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Senator Pearson.
I have a question for Jess, and appreciate the great work you guys are all having to do and are doing and under quick turnaround. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit more about the educational expectations. Are you just broadly, are you thinking sort of a half day, or I myself have 2 elementary school kids here. If they were, and we have robust Wi-Fi, and but between my wife and I and the 2 kids, if we were all in a online curriculum at one moment, I don't think our system could handle it. And I'm just curious if you can talk about some of those logistics, or the best thinking that you've got at the moment in terms of some of those logistics, setting aside that there are a whole lot of other challenges which you've just covered.
Sure, and I think this is what Deputy Boucher was referencing with the continuity of learning tool that we put out, where there's a series of, we have sort of design pillars with kind of essential elements that you have to address and prompting questions underneath. And it's asking folks to think about that, because we know that as you break it up by, grade level, developmental level, that you're going to have to adjust. I think just very high level, making sure that you're limiting the synchronous instruction pieces. So that idea that it shouldn't be that people are online getting an hour lecture, that doesn't work in a remote education environment, and it's analog or digital, right? And just across the board. They also need to be designing their learning activities, not in that daily schedule. We should not be replicating and saying, however the school day was set up before, we're just going to replicate it here. It doesn't work. You need to allow for not only the medium by which it's being delivered, but also the current situation that we're in, which we know is going to tax people differently. And so at the higher grades, the older grades, I know of folks who are actually holding like synchronous activities in the evening, which allows for some older students to be doing some work with their younger siblings. We know that we might want to make sure that we're starting early with the littles, the pre-K to 3. But really this idea that the dosage should be pretty short bursts of synchronous instruction with much longer dosages of, student driven inquiry and exploration and work that often is also trying to use what is around them to engage them, so that they can feel connected to their home, connected to each other, connected to the team, actually sharing some of their experiences and building that into the learning activities. But we should really be thinking about this as like week-long chunks with expectations, short spurts of instruction, longer pieces in which people are doing some of that self-exploration and independent learning.
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? All right, then we're going to get on to Sue Zaglowski. Sue, are you with us? Thank you. Is Sue here?
Senator Cummings, Sue isn't here. She asked that Jay Nichols speak, basically.
Okay.
He's here.
Mr. Nichols, all right. Welcome.
Welcome, thank you. So I'm Jay Nichols. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Principals Association. And Sue thought that because it sounded like you wanted to hear about some of the operational concerns and some of the strategies to address those concerns, that it might be useful to hear from me. I found out
that sounds good.
in the afternoon. So I've talked to a number of principals in the last 20 hours. And if it works for the committee, I'd like to share some of the challenges and concerns that are out there. There's some of the things that people are doing, and then take any questions. Does that work?
That works. Works for me.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to share from you from what they've shared.
We just had a cat go through one of the screens.
I've got a boxer dog laying across my lap here, so I understand that. I
saw him too. As long as he doesn't see the cat, we're probably fine.
If she sees the cat, we're gonna have a problem. So for challenges and concerns shared from principals, I want to start by saying we need to remember that we're asking families to work from home if they can, to not have anyone help essentially because of the social distancing, and to oversee their kids' schooling for months. Parents are not trained for this. It's causing major stress on an already very strained family structure dynamic. We hear that repeatedly from principals. The biggest issue, as you folks have talked about, is home access for many families for internet. In some cases, and I think Senator Pearson just talked about this, families have the internet, but the parents are using the internet, or the college kid is using the internet. I myself have driven over to the Berkshire school several times to use their internet because my daughter has to be on the same time. I have the best Wi-Fi you can buy where I live in Berkshire, which means not very good Wi-Fi. And that's just the reality. And that's the way it is in a lot of places. So other families cannot get any internet out to their homes due to their remote location or very little internet. We also have families with no cell service or very little cell service. We have families who choose not to be connected, that do not want their homes to have internet installed in the first place. That is a minority, but we have some of those. It's important to understand that many of our households are overwhelmed at the prospect of navigating any new schedule. So we need to be really mindful of that with whatever plan comes forward from schools. People are losing jobs, they're stressed out, they're not in a position to really help their children with the schoolwork. Internet access or not, as you talked about, Senator Cummings. So for us, the most important thing most of our kids need right now are classrooms and schools with teachers teaching them, not the internet. And we know we can't have that. So the bottom line is, how do we know we can't replicate that. That's a simple fact. But how do we move forward in the best way possible to stay connected with these students, provide them with some academic support, help not to have a major regression during this time? At the elementary level, it's further complicated. Many parents do not want their children on technology by choice, or if they do, they want them in very small doses, which makes sense. As a grandfather of 8 kids, I totally get that. Many families limit screen time to 30 minutes as it is, so there's no way kids at the younger ages will be able to do, the screen time. So a lot of this leads to packet learning for many students, which we know is not a solid research-based effective instructional strategy, even with teacher oversight. It leads to worksheets, books being sent home, writing prompts, games, activities, directions. That's all stuff that can help. It can be a nightmare for schools to put it together and try to get it out to parents, and it's not the best learning. During this so-called maintenance of learning period that we've been in right now, it's sufficed for most places. We are worried about it as we move forward. A big concern is how to assess the work. And right now, there's no real good, safe structure to return work because of fears of spreading the virus. So if you're online with a kid and the kid goes into a Google Docs and shares information that way, teacher can provide feedback. That works really well. It's working for my grandson, who's doing a couple hours of work each day around my schedule, but it doesn't work for families that don't have internet, obviously. So it's going to be difficult to meet the needs of all of our kids, not to mention the challenges of letting work sit for days. So for example, where I live, the school's putting out a packet of work once a week. Some places are doing it every couple weeks. The kid does the work, somehow he has to get back to the school, and then the school has to find a way for it to get to the teacher who's working remotely, so the teacher can look at the work and give feedback to the kids. In that time, oftentimes there's a lag of 2 weeks, which makes it pretty hard for the teacher to give timely feedback to the student. So that's an issue. We're also seeing, and these are reported from principals, school refusal rates are increasing. A lot of kids are saying no, and a lot of parents are saying, no, I can barely survive right now. I can't sit here and try to make my kid do homework.
Okay.
There's anxiety, depression issues, there's digital addiction on the rise, and we're worried that a lot of extra pressure from our school systems will make that worse for families. I can talk a lot more about this, but essentially what we think needs to happen is we need to give parents opportunities, give kids opportunities, try to make it as engaging as possible, but understand that not for every family is this going to work to the level that we want it to, and that's a reality. Our biggest concern is connecting with families, seeing what they need, and making sure we're getting them food, academic materials if possible, things that they need. I had one principal tell me today that they're preparing 275 paper packets every week for pre-K through 5. And then they're trying to figure out how to deliver those. And right now they've got parents picking them up at certain spots where they're dropped off. Then they've got places where they're dropping them off on front porches. And for some kids, they're actually mailing them or walking around the neighborhood and putting them in certain areas. That's not going to be sustainable as the COVID-19 numbers continue to rise. We have Chromebooks in a lot of our schools, but those, again, are not very practical for kindergarten through 1st and 2nd grade. So, in summation, in terms of the challenges, the lack of access to internet is in many cases symptomatic of several other barriers to accessing education for students outside of the school setting. So the solution isn't going to just be printing off packets and either mailing or delivering them. It's a complex issue, and it's one that's going to need to be solved one family at a time in many cases. We've also heard from principals that have some families that they cannot reach. We've got some kids that are homeless that schools can't reach. We have some kids that are living with grandparents because both parents are essential employees, and grandparents might not even live in Vermont. Those are minority examples, but there are some examples out there of small subsets of students. So what are schools trying to do? From what the principals that I've talked to said, some are working with VTEL to deliver routers. You heard just DeCarlos talk about that, to get cell signals to homes that need them. This is a slow process. It's going to take some time to have it happen. There are lots of homes without internet, and it's also expensive. Right now, VTEL is loaning routers to schools to help with cell services. But this is not an immediate thing. We're going to need infrastructure to construct 5G type of wellness. When just DeCarlos talked about internet and cell service across the state, that's really what we need to happen in Vermont. I think it's as principals, we think that is a real equity issue for the state. And if we don't tackle that, then it's going to be really hard to support kids if we go through another crisis like this in the future. Many internet providers are offering free services, which is great. Many schools have been helping families to navigate through the process, but in many cases, what has happened is families have had outstanding balances previously, and so companies won't work with them. Some superintendents and special ed directors are working with their school districts to find out if they can pay for that themselves during the period of closure so that kids can access free and appropriate public education. So we're hoping that's going to happen. We've also had a lot of teachers that are sending work to administrators via email, and then the administrators are making packets of work for the kids or with support staff. So it works literally on paper, but it's slow, doesn't serve the teaching and learning cycle with fidelity. I've already talked about that a little bit, so I can skip past this. One school has had the idea of purchasing flash drives and sending them back and forth, giving every kid a computer and a kid can put the work on a flash drive. But now there's health concerns saying, well, you shouldn't be taking anything back out of the school because it could have the virus. So they're not sure how they're going to address that. We're trying to work on that. People are trying to be creative, as both Heather and Jess have said. But we're still looking at a lot of students without access. The local access TV idea, the PBS type approach, that's a great idea too. If that's something that can be put on TV where parents and kids can have access to it in times that work for them. And for us, bottom line is schools and school leaders are being creative and doing the best that they can to provide students and families with learning in an infrastructure that, quite frankly, is built on inequities, and that schools have very little ability to change or even influence those inequities. One major thing that we at the VPA hope happens from this crisis as we start treating broadband and cell phone access as a fundamental right in a 21st century economy. By not having these fundamental global economic basics, we're putting our most vulnerable and neediest families and students at an even greater disadvantage. This is something the legislature should make a top priority. There should be no place in Vermont that does not have access to high-speed internet and cell service for all Vermonters. So I know Senator Bratt talked about that, and I really think as a state, that is where we need to go.
I know for this committee that has been a priority. All we need is money. So, but we're working on that.
Well, I think you're going to have $35 million coming, but I'm not sure how much control you have over it.
Well, we aren't either at this point, but once we find out, it will be helpful to make sure that we use it in the best possible way. And I think this crisis is just bringing home the inequities in the educational system when it comes to access. So thank you for everything that all of your people in education are doing. You did mention they're also being charged with providing childcare to essential workers, which I know has caused some disruption just by my email. So we are asking a lot of essentially a few people. Committee questions? Nothing.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Pleasure, thank you.
Okay, here we go. Jeff Francis.
Hello, committee. Jeffrey Francis from the Vermont Superintendents Association. I have with me Chelsea Myers, who's my colleague at the Superintendents Association. I asked her to join She's got a great educational background, and I'm having trouble with potential laryngitis. So if I have to stop, she'll pick up. She may have a few comments to add after I give my testimony, but let me just follow on Jay Nichols, who I thought did a good job with points that I could reiterate, and I'll try not to. I'll just give you some high-level observations from the Superintendent's Association. So one of the reasons that my voice is the way it is I've been talking more than I normally do, and I've got a reputation for talking too much. Since the 13th of March, your educational leaders have been pretty much working tirelessly during the period since the 13th, and I support them, so I've been right along with them. The first thing that I want to say is that we all recognize that this is probably the foremost crisis that society globally has faced during our lifetimes. I think that folks are doing a tremendous job in responding to it, but there's no negating the fact that the magnitude of the crisis is unprecedented. I look at the immediate challenge ahead, meaning the 10 weeks that children will be in school, as trying to do the best we can given crisis circumstances. As Senator Brock indicated and several others of you alluded to, there are going to be lessons that will come from this emergency response that will inform how we move into the future. And several of you also talked about how we can make the system more equitable over time. I think that that will be well informed by what we're experiencing over the course of the next 10 weeks. But the challenges that Jay articulated in terms of how we're going to provide education in the upcoming 10-week period, I think must be characterized by we're going to do our absolute best, but we have a lot of factors around the absence of equity in our system currently that we're going to need to contend with. So at the Superintendent's Association, I think that the leaders there have prioritized areas of interest that they are going to do their level best to respond to. And I think first and foremost, it is the health and safety and well-being, to the extent that school districts can contribute to that for children who they customarily see in school buildings that they now do not see, because these children are in their own homes. And for some of the kids, the best place for them to be was in fact the school. So there's a real interest in making sure that school districts do everything they can to reach out to the children in every home, but particularly in places where kids may be less well advantaged. The second mindset is, how can they provide services to children in the most equitable way? And that means taking advantage of technological capacity, but also making sure that when there is not connectivity in the home, that the children have continuity in their learning processes as well. The folks from the AOE alluded to that. School districts are hard at work in making sure they do their level best in that area, but it is not, and I know that you understand this, all online learning. So remote learning in Vermont in 2020 necessitates different ways of connecting with students beyond just utilization of technology. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute. We're trying to make sure that relationships are preserved. So when superintendents talk with their administrative and teaching staff, they are urging that folks use whatever methods they can to stay in regular contact with kids, because that's important not only for the educational continuity, but also for health and safety that I referred to. That shines a bright light, I think, on the fact that schools are picking up a lot of responsibility in terms of the health and well-being of children. you as senators know, because you've talked about it and thought about it, that over time, the requirements on schools, and this was in evidence, and we understand why and appreciate it. When school districts were asked to pick up childcare, schools are the hubs of their community. They have access to resources. They are in contact with families and kids. So it makes sense to put them in the position of all forms of support when in a crisis and otherwise. But one of the lessons that we'll take away from this crisis is that schools truly are carrying a lot of responsibility in normal circumstances. That's in evidence tremendously currently. We also know on the subject of your committee today, in terms of the learning process, that monitoring and measuring and supporting student growth is not the same when children are outside of school as it is when they are in school. So what we're urging, particularly for the next 10 weeks, is that everybody, educators themselves, families, legislators, the Agency of Education, understand that we are in a period of crisis response where we need to do our absolute best to serve children, but the expectations for the system cannot be the same as they would be under normal circumstances. And then finally, what we want everybody to keep in mind, and I know that you know this, it is that we are in a period of extraordinary stress on practically everybody. And if we can understand that stress is a dominant factor in terms of our collective response to this crisis, and understand that we need to operate in ways where we're going to try to alleviate stress rather than potentially induce more through expectations that may not match the crisis that we face, then we ought to do that. So those are just some general summary comments. I'm going to give you very briefly some specific information, and then I'll stop and answer questions if you have any. So when I heard about the invitation to testify today from Faith, I realized that the Superintendent's Association does not have information on internet connectivity school district to school district. The AOE talked about the fact that they've got it for schools and that they're going to try to get it for households. We did not have it, but we did poll 10 superintendents who are on the VSA board of directors. I'm in near daily contact with them right now. And I asked them the question, how do you assess the percentage of students within your districts that do not have access to internet connectivity? And what you won't be surprised to learn is that it's variable across the state. So in places like Middlebury and Thetford, for example, fewer than 3% did not have internet connectivity. And I did not ask to define whether there was no access in the community. Otherwise, in other words, internet connectivity was not available, or was it a circumstance where it was available and, as Jay indicated, the families may choose not to have it. But in those places, it was less than 5%. But in the town of Newbury, which is in the same supervisory district as Thetford, 30% of the students in Newbury don't have access. So you can see the variability. As Jay indicated, it's also not a question of whether you have internet connectivity. And Senator Pearson spoke about this too. You might have a connection in your home, but if all of a sudden during the day the home is occupied by 5 individuals rather than 0, because they're all off working or in school, the fact that you have connectivity does not mean that you have connectivity consistently for the learner. And there's a multitude of pictures of that, depending on what the strength of your broadband is, how many devices you have, and so on and so forth. The other thing that I would add is that although we do think very, very highly of the educators across Vermont, not every teacher, in fact, most teachers are not online educators. So the notion that we're going to move from a period where kids are in school to one where they're not and maintain sort of a high level of consistency in terms of educational continuity. That really does not consider the fact that this is a new experience for many teachers as well. So I'm going to summarize by just saying we've got 10 weeks left to go. I have every confidence that everybody's going to do the best job that they can. I think that we do need to treat it as the crisis that it is, have expectations to do the best we can, realize what our limitations are, but really significantly look at this period that we're going through and don't forget to record the lessons learned, because there's going to be a tremendous amount of useful information coming out of this crisis about how we shape Vermont's response to the future. So let me pause, or I'll stop there and answer any questions that you have.
Okay, and I think, you know, you may have 10 weeks in the school year left, but, you know, again, we don't know how long this crisis is going to last. We could have another flare up next fall and be starting out the school year in the same place. And all of these kids are going to have to go somewhere this summer. And unless things change, the places, at least the more affluent of them, go, town pools, camps, playgrounds are going to be off limits. So I think we're all just trying to struggle to figure out how we take care of our children in this.
Right. And if I may, I could not agree with you more. So I'll just talk a little bit about how my work is organized right now, because I think it's indicative into how we at the Superintendent Association are starting to think about this. So the last 2 weeks was basically spent supporting school districts in contending with the 3 requirements that came from the governor's order. So the first thing was food, nutrition, because school districts are pretty adept at that. They've done a great job with that. Then we grappled with the requirement for childcare. And then we moved into continuity of learning. And it was all in the sort of inconsistency of capacity and under an immense amount of pressure as our communities watched the COVID virus dynamics unfold. Now we're in a phase where I'm not only continuing to try to provide those supports, and the reason that I'm speaking in the first person is just as an example. It's really the organization that I serve and the other education organizations as well. Now we're trying to keep pace with the legislature, which is looking at legislation that they had available and moving through the system prior to the crisis. You can't stop your business. And you're also taking a real interest yourselves. So we're paying attention to what the legislature is doing, including sharing with school leaders what the likely financial dynamics or fiscal considerations are going to be coming out of this, because dire is what I would say. So we're trying to alert the educational leaders to the fact that it will not be business as usual coming out the back end. Then when you go back to the education side of it, it's not only the next 10 weeks, but as you say, Senator Cummings, a lot of these schools are involved with all forms of summer programs. And then what does the restart of school next fall look like? So those are all things that are sort of percolating in the education community. Many of them don't have answers yet, but we're thinking about all of them. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Okay. I think Chris Recchia's pet wins the beauty contest, and it just got shut off. Committee questions. Okay, I think we're getting more challenges than answers, which puts us in the same boat as everybody else. And I think also that if at any time you find the legislature is keeping you from doing your real job, let us know, because we're we're trying to stay informed and figure out what responses are going to need legislative activity to help us combat the present crisis. And once we do that, I guess we all hope we'll return to normal and become our usual annoyances. But right now, nobody ever hesitates to tell us that you really need to do your job, and you'll send us an email sometime when you get a few minutes, because we are trying to be very respectful of that.
I have tremendous respect and admiration for you and the job that you do. Never more so, I think. I mean, always, but this really brings that right into very, very clear view. As I indicated, Chelsea did send me a text while I was talking, and she said this: can you please say that there are immediate tech needs that districts are facing, midterm, summer, and long-term emergency planning and management? Each of these have associated technology goals and challenges. Since you have some of the internet providers with you watching, I wanted to say that. I'll also say, and I meant to say this in my testimony, every day I'm getting requests from superintendents. I got 2 today. One was, would I lobby the legislature to see if they couldn't put into place emergency broadband connectivity for families that don't have it but need it over this period? My response was, well, it may be more complicated than that, but I'll pass that on. And then there was a question that came from a superintendent today asking for, and let me get that up, I had it a minute ago. It'll take me just 1 second to get to it. It says, we have about 40 students that don't have internet service at home. Approximately 75% of these homes could be served by VTEL wireless at a cost of approximately $60 per month. In a state of emergency, would the governor have the authority to compel these companies, including VTEL, to provide these services, or should the school district pay for this and track the costs? So that question came from one superintendent, but it probably could have come from 25.
And I think that's also what we're tracking. We know that the grants coming to the state. So there's apparently going to be money coming directly to schools, we think. Don't know any of the, you probably know better than I do, any of the strings attached to that. We do know that any money coming to the state can't be used to fund shortfalls in our revenue, which right now look significant. But could for new response activities. And I think part of the question is going to be, could some of that money be used to get people connected or get the wire? Yeah. But right now we're just trying to figure out, if you've got, a significant number of students, then that school district has a real issue. If you're a school district and 1% of your kids aren't connected because the parents don't believe in being connected or they can't afford to be connected, that's another issue. So right now we're trying to figure out if there's a problem, what it is, how big it is, and then what solutions there are out there. Committee, any questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. I'm trying to figure out I'm not seeing Senator McDonald, but you're on the phone. I know that. All right.
I'm here now.
Okay.
Thank you very much, committee. We're going to head off to House Education now.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yes, I think I'm supposed to be on that too with health and welfare at 2 o'clock, but they scheduled that after this one. And I don't think I can be at 2 conferences at once. All right, we're going to move on. All right, Chelsea, did you have anything to add?
No, I don't think so. Jeff and I weren't sure yesterday who was going to be delivering most of it, so we put both of us on the witness list. But thank you very much. I've enjoyed listening to you all and hope to meet you in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
So next I've got Clay Purvis. Clay, are you with us?
I am, Madam Chair.
Okay. So
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can the rest of the committee hear Clay? Okay, I think we can hear you loud and clear.
Great.
So
Thank you
I guess we're looking at what, if anything, is the department doing in trying to help us in the schools figure out how many children are really being denied the ability to do online learning, which I think we've heard where not ideal, especially not ideal for young children, is better than sending home packets and then having to arrange to get them and pick them up and get them graded, at which point, especially younger children have probably forgotten what the question was by the time the teacher told them they got the wrong answer. So, you know, at least it's a little more immediate. I know my grandson gets some kind of a group thing with his classmates every day, which helps with some of that social isolation. So what's the department up to?
Sure. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate the opportunity, and it's been fun to Zoom into committee meetings. I think your previous guests have already laid out the issues pretty clearly. With regard to connectivity and students, you have two basic problems. One is the service is not available at the student's home.
Right.
And then two, maybe it is available, but for one reason or another, this student's family does not subscribe to the service. In that subset, the biggest problem is affordability. The household can't afford the service.
Right.
Madam Chair, may I ask a quick question while he's on that?
We got a question, Clay.
So Clay,
Sure.
what's the breakdown there in terms of availability versus access?
On availability, I can tell you with a great certainty that a little over 6% lack broadband of any kind that we're aware of. That's what we do, a lot of mapping around that. You've seen our maps many times. We know town by town where they are. The affordability issue.
But I'm wondering, what's the breakdown in terms of, so you're a family that could access it, but you're not accessing it because of either financial reasons or something like that. What percentage of people out there fall into that category? You're living in an area like where I live, but you're not accessing it.
Right. There isn't a whole lot of good data around that. There are a few programs designed to bring broadband to low income. The biggest is Lifeline, and what we know about the federal Lifeline program is that it's undersubscribed. So anyone who has who receives SNAP or free or reduced lunch could be eligible for Lifeline. And when you compare the SNAP recipients in the state with the Lifeline recipients, it's well below who could be accessing that program.
Would you send us some of those numbers?
Yeah, I'll try to pull some numbers together for you.
All right, Clay. When I think of Lifeline, I think of telephone service. We said you had to be able to call 911 essentially, or call out for emergency. So if but has that been expanded to any kind of cable connection? Or are you saying that if they had phone connectivity, they could do dial-up service?
No, the Lifeline, the federal Lifeline program has been expanded to include broadband. So there are broadband eligible Lifeline carriers. And
Maybe we should get that information out to the school superintendents to get out to their people.
Certainly we can have that conversation with AOE.
Yeah.
We've been in touch with quite a bit in the last week and a half, and DCF as well. But you know that unfortunately it's a program that the FCC has been slowly choking. You know this well, for reasons that I think everyone's probably aware of. But you know, it's about 2015 or 16, they expanded it to broadband, and Burlington Telecom is a broadband only Lifeline provider. So if you're in the Burlington area, you have that option. I believe Consolidated is probably the biggest. TracFone is a wireless carrier, and under that, the service actually costs the same as the Lifeline credit. So it doesn't actually cost you any money to get the service through some of the wireless carriers.
Okay. Okay, that would be good information if somebody's got it, you know, without a whole lot of effort to get to us. Yeah.
We'll get you some information on Lifeline. The other is that since the pandemic has occurred or really got underway, several carriers have made commitments to provide expanded services to people with school-age children in the home. So Comcast, Charter, EC Fiber, and Consolidated are 4 companies that have offered new services that are either free or very low cost to the consumer. Many of them are free for 60 days from March 13th when they've made the commitment. So there's some opportunity there. A lot of companies have waived data caps and have increased bandwidth for families with students, and they've also suspended disconnections. So they are providing relief, and we've been organizing that information, and it's available on our website, and I can send you a link to that as well.
Okay. At one point, we did get a list of what various providers were doing. So having that up, knowing where we can get that updated is also helpful.
Okay, I'll send that your way. And then the last is a map. We've produced a map and a list of publicly available Wi-Fi hotspots, which we're updating weekly. I know several have commented that, well, is it really realistic to receive, you know, just to have to drive somewhere to get an internet connection? And we understand and sympathize with that, but we thought it would be better to provide as much information to the public as we could on available internet connections, so that if you really are stuck without internet, you could go to schools in your area or libraries. We've started adding, you know, downtown Wi-Fi's and some private establishments that have made their Wi-Fi available. So that is something that, although not ideal, could be helpful to people that absolutely need to get online.
Yeah, I think that could be probably not real good for doing school lessons, maybe getting your homework, but I can see where if you needed to check on family members, needed information, that would be a good place to go. Okay. So your basic information says you've got about 6% of your students. Is it students who do not have Wi-Fi service available to them? Is that, or was it 6% of the state?
It's 6% of the buildings in the state. So there, it might not be a one-to-one, but it's probably fairly close
All right.
to which students have it available.
Well, we'll assume they live in buildings, but not always.
True.
Let's see. Once again, I suppose we'd have to get it from individual carriers. You know, a map where there are roads in a particular town that do not have any lines. Something like that. I just trying to figure out, you know, something as vague as 6% of the buildings in the state doesn't really help me start to zero in on if we come up with limited dollars.
Right.
What do I do with them?
So we do map broadband. So we have data from most of the carriers where they have service, where they don't. And we do map it by building location. So we could produce a map for your town, showing you exactly which locations are reported to have broadband and which are not. We use that data for our connectivity initiative grant program. So we don't fund projects to buildings that already have broadband. We're starting with buildings that do not have broadband, and that is typically the end of the road. Every town has got some percentage of broadband, and almost without exception, the village center has connectivity, and it's the edges of town where the density is lower and the buildings are further apart and there's less of them. That's where you have the issue. So it is a matter of expanding existing service. With the passage of Act 79 last year, the state strategy has shifted a bit to developing and nurturing communication union districts. So if you hear from EC Fiber, that's one established one, but we have others that have just started. But you know, that's a long-term strategy.
Yeah, that's not going to get these kids schoolwork in, you know, if we have a flare up in the fall, which some people say we will, going by past patterns, then, you know, that's not going to get, we're probably not going to get broadband to a whole lot more kids this school year, maybe a few. But I'm trying, you know, just to wait for, you know, Central Vermont Fiber to come online right now is not, you know, most of these kids will probably be in high school. So I'm trying to figure out if there's an, you know, can you do a map for us for where the greatest density of lack is? I have a feeling.
Yes, we can. I know what you mean, and yes, we can put that together.
Yeah, I mean, where is there the greatest need to have lines?
Absolutely.
And see if we can go from there into trying to do some problem solving.
Well, again,
certainly some
old issue here, and that is what we do in the short run to deal with the emergency we're facing right now and the longer term issue. To the extent that we are determining where we have good broadband service on the basis of carrier maps and representations, a lot of times we have found, I think, well, we talked about this in committee previously, that many of the carrier statements as to where there is good broadband are aspirational at best.
And
Certainly mapping, Senator Brock, to your point, I can't disagree with you that that mapping, broadband mapping, whether it's at the federal level, which is really bad, or at our level, which isn't perfect, that it certainly creates problems. With that said, the maps do highlight areas where there is no service, and you can be certain that areas that don't have service don't have service, that don't have service on the map don't have service in real life. And this is a problem that Congress has recently addressed with the enactment of the Broadband Data Act, which was signed into law, I think, last week. Mapping is the gateway issue for solving this problem. With that said, Vermont has better maps than most states, and we frequently get asked by other states, how do you make your maps? We want to do what you do in Vermont. So it's not perfect, but certainly it's better than what we have available in other parts of the country. And it's a good basis for starting to decide where you want to put service. To get service to the areas that we know lack service today, you have to cross the areas that have some amount of broadband service. Extending that line down the road, if you're creating a communication union district, if you are trying to get a co-op, electric utility co-op to do broadband service, in almost all of those instances, it's going to require some amount of overbuilding of existing networks. So, you know, you gotta cross the road to get to the other side, in other words. And so as much as our maps, people disagree with, you know, their individual location, they do provide a good rough sketch of where we have broadband and where we don't. And that would be the basis of any state strategy for solving the problem.
Madam Chair.
yes, Senator Pearson.
Clay, are you guys working with AOE? It strikes me we're trying to figure out a top-down system of ascertaining where kids are going to be in homes without broadband. But what about just opening up some process where families can tell us, and then, you know, there wouldn't be a one-size-fits-all solution, but in some cases the school district would be able to come create a hotspot. We could work with the carriers. You know, it doesn't all have to be a robust built infrastructure. Some of it, as you referenced, VTEL wireless option would be a good one. That requires an installer if they're in the right geography. So has there been discussions across the administration around something like that?
Yes, we are working to put together a short survey that families can take. Obviously, the problem is it'll be online, so if you don't have the internet, you have to go somewhere to take the survey. But we've been in touch with AOE about this issue, and we're going to get their input. But it's something that starting at the end of last week, we started work on. So we hope to get that out soon. We'll let you know when it's out, and encourage families to take the survey just to get us a rough idea of what the issues are and where folks are that lack the internet.
You've pointed out the problem. If they don't have internet, they're not going to take your survey, which is designed to find out who doesn't have internet. It might be better to set up some kind of a hotline where somebody could call in and say, this is my problem. You know, I lost my job. I can't pay for it. I've canceled the service because I've lost my job and can't pay for it. The line doesn't go by my house, but if we had a hotline, even if it's only open a couple hours a day or a week, we could start to at least reach those people who would like to have their kids have internet service available, and start, maybe problem solving some of the issues that are there. I mean, we're having trouble figuring out what kind of programs are available. There's probably a whole lot of people who aren't spending 8 to 10 hours a day trying to stay on top of things, who know less, and they may not know that their carrier is offering this or that program. So that might be something to think about between the agency of ed and the department. If we couldn't get something like that set up, so at least there would be a helpline for families that probably could be eligible if they just knew what to do at this point. So
Yep.
I'll just throw that out for consideration.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take that up with AOE and see if there's that would be helpful for both of our agencies to do. So it's a good idea. I think going back to Senator Brock's comment about short-term and long-term, that's a good short-term solution. On the long-term, the telecom plan has us working with AOE on this issue, and we'll certainly be doing surveying around that in anticipation of writing the telecom plan. So that's another area where we'll be focusing, and certainly I sense that for the telecom plan, a pandemic theme will emerge as we're putting it together. This is very unfortunate circumstances that we're in. It's causing a lot of harm, economic and both to our health and safety, but it's also highlighting where we need to be focusing on our long-term planning.
Mm-hmm. It is. Okay.
May I ask
Committee.
another question?
Yeah.
And this is for Clay, since we have you here. We've spoken with you previously just about the state of telecom generally, internet connectivity, and so on since the virus crisis has emerged. Is there any update? Are there any issues that we ought to be aware of regarding difficulty of maintaining or getting adequate communications?
Thank you, Senator. That's been a question that we've been thinking about every day. We get asked that a lot. We've been in touch with most of the carriers, all the major carriers, both wireless and the cable and DSL providers, and they all report that they are seeing an increase in traffic, that their peaks are higher, they're longer, and they're at different areas or different times of the day. But they are managing their networks just fine. They haven't experienced problems yet. We've certainly heard anecdotally from people who, mostly on DSL, who have had issues not getting the speeds that they're paying for. But those are problems that existed before the pandemic and will exist after. I would say that many of the carriers have done things like increase bandwidth for consumers on a temporary basis and also remove data caps. Throttling bandwidth and imposing data caps are two network management strategies. And so that signals to me that so far they don't have a concern about their networks, and they're willing to increase the amount of data and the rate of data for their consumers.
Okay. Other questions? All right. Thank you, Clay. And if you could get back to us and just tell us, you know, what the best thinking is now, how, assuming that we might not have everybody back in school in September. You know, what are we going to do if this turns out to be longer than 10 weeks? And see where we go. All right, committee.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next I have Gordon Matthews from VTEL. Gordon, are you on?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I am. Thank you. Thank
Floor
you to
is
the committee for
yours.
thank you for the invitation. I'll give you an overview of what VTEL has been doing over the past several weeks, trying to figure out the best way to support our customers during this emergency period. We've taken several steps. Initially on March 13th, we notified all customers, that's residential and business customers, that we would not disconnect any customer due to non-pay for at least 60 days. And we also, that's consistent with the FCC's Keep Americans Connected pledge, and we've signed on to that pledge on behalf of both Vermont Telephone Company and VTEL Wireless. So that's kind of a broad stroke to give our customers some assurance, you know, in the event that they're having employment challenges or other challenges, that they will not lose the existing service that they have with us. We've also, in support of remote learning, reached out to all the school districts in Vermont Telephone Company's service area to see which students and how many students they've identified that are either unserved or underserved in terms of broadband access that they need to support remote learning. We're currently working to connect about, as of today, about 65 students with fiber internet connection in our service area that otherwise wouldn't have broadband access for remote learning. We've also started reaching out to school districts around the state to offer wireless service where we have good, strong wireless service available. In both cases, we're offering to provide connection and broadband access at no charge through the end of the school year. So we're currently working on about 35 wireless connections for students around the state, and as I mentioned, about 65 fiber connections in our service territory. And then finally, we've turned up a new project today in Rutland, where we installed new wireless equipment to provide high-speed broadband and donated 100 wireless routers to students there working through the Rutland City School District.
Okay.
So our efforts thus far have been to contact the school districts, let them tell us who's in need, who's underserved, and then we're doing our best to support those students and get them service where we can. Right now, we're looking at the typical school year timeline, and where we can, we're providing service through the end of the school year.
Okay, that's excellent. And these are, I assume, students that don't have broadband because they aren't connected to the line going by the house, or are you actually stringing line up the road?
On the fiber side, these are students that we could have access to fiber internet, but for one reason or another do not currently.
Okay.
And
So
we're
the fiber is
we're not-
there, you're just hooking them up.
Correct. Yep. And we're, as I said, we're really relying on the school districts to tell us who they have identified, the schools we find are typically surveying their students to see who needs access, and we're relying on the schools for that data to see where we can reach students.
Okay.
And Gordon, how many school boards have worked so far in the state of Vermont? How many school boards?
Is that Mark? I'm just trying to figure out who's
Michelle
talking.
Guittet there.
So I'm trying to, Amber's with us also. How many
Okay,
school boards have?
I need you to identify yourself for the record so we know who's talking.
Oh, of course. I'm so sorry. So this is Michelle Guittet, and I'm in the room with Gordon, with Amber of our company. And as Gordon was talking about what we're doing, I'd asked to him which of the school boards. We wrote every school board in the state, as far as I know, and we heard back from some of them. How many have we been interacting with that have defined some addresses for us? I think 5 or 6.
No, I think, we're in touch with all the school districts in our territory. That's, I believe that's 8. And then we've got another 23, 24 throughout the state outside the VTEL exchange where we've been in touch with them about providing wireless access.
Right. And then we also had offered every school where we have fiber a 500% increase in internet bandwidth for those that need it at no cost. Saying whatever you're getting, we can multiply that by 500%. One major university really we found very gratifying when they were sending everyone home needed it. So we're really making a difference to thousands and thousands of kids for one school, but most came back saying we don't need it.
Okay.
And I think one small school said we need it, and one giant university said we need it, and everyone else said we don't. But I think the thing that's more material from what you guys are looking at probably is the rollout of what we did in Rutland, because it really shows what the technology called massive MIMO with 5G is really going to be doing across America. One of the variables that we're all necessarily confused by, because the data isn't public, is what T-Mobile is going to do when they roll out their $60 billion in the U.S. To fulfill their commitments to the FCC with regard to bringing 5G high-speed internet to something like 85% of all rural homes in America. Whatever the promises are, they're all completely public, and you can look them up in the FCC under FCC T-Mobile Sprint commitments. but that's potentially a huge shift. It will probably take a couple of years to do it, but it's massive. And I think Vermont made a huge mistake by refusing to support that transaction when it was invited to many times, because we could have had a very, very inside track of exactly what they were going to do. But the good part, it all isn't particularly lost. And if you could take a minute and look carefully at the press release that Erickson sent out today, and we'll send a copy to you, or Gordon, can you send a copy of that press release to Ann? And you can see it, but that went out this morning. It's on Yahoo News and a bunch of things, but it's really material, because the new super high speed radios that we put in there that are the same things that are being put up in hundreds of sites around the world really are broadcasting a strong signal that should reach about 65 of the 95 homes without internet, and in all of Rutland, that for kids, and that should be for, if there's 100 homes without internet, that's probably 250 kids or so, and so this new technology is reaching with free Chromebooks the schools are providing from Rutland, is reaching more than 2/3 of all those, but reaching them with speeds that are, faster than most of you have at home, that most of you have almost anywhere in your lives. And it's really fun technology. T-Mobile's doing it everywhere in the country. We're doing it in Rutland. And it'd be 100 or 300 meg. And it's really, really interesting stuff.
Okay, we'll have to look into that. Thank you. Anything you can send us on that would be helpful.
Okay, so Gordon's gonna, or I can send it right now, Ann.
Okay. And if you just send that to our Faith Brown, our committee staff, then she'll get it out to all of us. All right, committee, any questions for the folks from T-Mobile? VTEL. Got T-Mobile on the brain right now. All right. Okay, don't see any. Thank you for hanging in there with us.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And now we're going to Chris Recchia. Chris.
Hi,
you
good
with us?
afternoon. Hi, can you guys hear me and see me and/or see me? No?
Wait, I can I can see you. We've been able to see you and your pet at one point.
Right. Oh, yes, the dog. Sorry about that, but yes, wanted to try her out. You could see she was working very hard.
Yes, I can see that. Most of the pets are these days.
That's right.
Can you just your sound is a little faint. I don't know if you could get closer to your mic.
Yes, I'll do this. I will hold the phone at my head. Is that better?
That's much better. Okay.
Okay. There'll be a little delay, but okay. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, for having me. I wanted to fill you in on what ValleyNet and EC Fiber are doing in this challenging time. What I guess I would start with is we had always thought that ultimately, when we finished building out our 22 towns, that we would try to figure out a way to make the internet more affordable for households that couldn't afford it. And then when this kind of emergency came up, we said, oh, well, we're just going to offer free installation and free internet for any students that are eligible for free or reduced school lunch or on WIC or SNAP. And we would do that through, at that point, it was the end of April. Now it's through the school year. We will offer that for free. We're also, of course, not doing any disconnects. And we have put in our newsletter that if any home that previously could afford internet can't anymore for, having lost jobs or whatever, give us a call and we'll find a way to make that work for them. So that's the main thing. And I guess what I would say is, we have 4,300 customers right now in our region that has about 12,000 households altogether. We're currently serving 13 communities entirely, meaning we can go to the last pole on any street. And I'll talk to you a little bit in a moment about a map that I have to show you. And we're currently building in 9 others. And wherever we've got access, wherever we currently have the ability to do so, we will provide that free internet service to households that are eligible. So that's kind of the main program we're doing right now. I want to say that we have speeds that start at 25 megabits per second upload and download. So that's our lowest available. And then we go up to 800. I had one household call yesterday who was eligible for this program, but they had 7 kids at home and 2 adults trying to work. And I said, just put them up to the 300 megabits per second. Don't have them try and use the 25. I probably shouldn't say this since this is a public meeting, but I also said something about maybe we should also provide a free 1.75 liter of gin to go along with that, but we didn't do that. Let's see. I wanted to try and show you that because we were talking about mapping, and I'll see if I can share the screen. Yes, I think I can. Can you all see this?
Something is coming up. It's coming. Yep, there it is.
Cool.
We've got it.
Okay, so this is our map that we've got on our website so people can see whether they are served or not. In general, everything you see here in green is built and operational, and what's in orange is currently being built, and what is in blue is expected to be built toward the fall. And you can zoom in on this map right down to the street level. well, I guess it's kind of taking a screenshot, so it's not filling in like it normally would. I'll go back out again. Normally what you would see here, oh, maybe it was doing it and it just didn't give it time. Yeah. So it actually shows all the premises on the
Oh, yeah, I can see
map,
them.
right? And then
Yeah.
on a green route, we can reach, even though the line maybe stops here, what that means is that's probably the last public utility pole, but we can reach these households via what we call drops, which is basically going from the utility pole to the house. So we have a map that can do that for everywhere in our district, in our 22 towns. And I'll pull it back out again so you can see where we are.
Okay.
So as you can see, we kind of started on outside towns like Granville, Hancock, Rochester, Pittsfield, Stockbridge, Barnard. Those are all completely built out. Berkshire, we just finished a little while ago, Stratford, Thetford. And we're moving our way into the centers where people probably had service from some other option, be it cable or DSL. But so we weren't trying to compete. We're really, with the public mission, we're trying to get it to unserved and underserved locations first, which often meant the most rural. So we've been building that out. And this is an example of a CUD that Clay was talking about before, that 44 towns voted in March to join other CUDs or form CUDs to try and provide this service. So I guess I could stop there and ask, and answer any questions you guys have, and see if there's anything else that you might think of that I can help with.
Did you get many takers when you put out your offer for
Right.
hookups for students?
Yep. We started it last week, so it hasn't been that long, but I have been in communication with the two supervisory unions and schools that are in our area, and I got a list of about 50. I want to talk about the list for a second. Don't let me forget where we were going. But one constraint we had with the schools was they couldn't actually tell me who was on free school lunch because of privacy issues.
Oh, that's right.
So what I'm doing is I'm telling people just self-declare. If they can, they've given me addresses to look at, but what I need the customer to do, or the household to do, is to subscribe so I can see their dot on our map, and then I can tell them if they're serviceable or not. As I said, I got 12 towns that are already, and then 9 portions of 9 others. So in those 9 others, they've got to kind of ask, and I can tell whether they are serviceable. But they have to, when they subscribe, I just said in our comment section, they can just put eligible for WIC or free or reduced school lunch, and that's good enough for the self-declaration for now. Okay. So that the schools don't need to compromise their privacy, but people, if they are willing, can sign up and tell us themselves, and that's really kind of where we are. So in the last week, I've had about half a dozen that we know we could connect with, that I've connected 2 or 3 of them in this past week, and we're speeding up to do more. I expect the lists that they gave me were on the order of 50 or 60, but truthfully, we think about 50% of our region is eligible for free or reduced school lunch. So it's potentially quite a few, and it hasn't been advertised very well yet. I put it on my listserv in Randolph. Some other people have identified it, but I am expecting it to be in the Randolph Herald this Thursday, and I would expect things to pick up from there pretty quickly.
Okay, that's a great service. Okay, committee.
Thank you.
Any questions for Chris?
No, thank you, Chris. It's great to see you.
Thank you. Nice to see you guys all virtually, sort of. Yep.
Yeah.
And
we're all still here.
yeah, I know. Well, Thank you all very much for what you're doing. It's an amazing time, and I wish you all well. And as I say, let me know if there's other ideas you have, or if I can help. Let me know. I did try and send Faith the press release that we did, which you guys would name the towns that were fully built in and what we're building in, and you'd see a little more detail. But unfortunately, I don't have an 8-year-old here to help me load that up. And the dog, even though she's 12, I don't know why she hasn't learned this yet, but she hasn't.
Well, we're all in kind of the same boat, I think.
I think so too, but
as we're a bunch of old dogs learning new tricks, but we're doing okay so far. So
yeah, you are.
Thank you. And so committee, no questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much.
All right, that takes us through our list of witnesses.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
there are,
do we have?
Austin is on the line who would like to speak from Consolidated Communication.
Okay. Yeah, okay, I apologize, Jeff. I thought I had updated.
No problem at all, madam. No problem at all. Good to see you guys, Madam Chair. How are you?
We're good. How are you?
We're doing okay, thanks. We're doing okay. Thanks for the time today. I thought I'd just give a quick overview, like the other companies, of what we're doing, what our response is, and how things are going out there, if that's okay with you.
That's good.
Great. So actually, I think Jeff Francis said it really well when he mentioned the magnitude of this crisis is unprecedented. So obviously, there's a lot of things that we're doing internally. One of the things that we want to make sure is the important part. Our technicians are out there every day in the field doing installs, doing repair, doing maintenance, building out broadband, expanding broadband. So it's really just making sure that they're safe, their families are safe, their communities are safe. So there's obviously we have to go in houses still, taking care of customers, repairs and installations. So there's a lot of operational things that we're working through here at this point, but we have an emergency operations plan that we're working through, and that's going well. And knock on wood, everybody's safe and currently sound here in the company, taking care of our customers. So to give you an idea of what we've been up to, like the other companies, we signed up for the Keep Americans Connected pledge. So we're not going to terminate any phone or broadband service for anybody who calls us, advising they have an inability to pay based on the coronavirus. Now, of course, the PUC took that one step further, and they've issued 2 orders putting moratoriums on involuntary disconnects of residential and business telecommunication services. So we're obviously following those. And kind of as it relates to the students and schoolwork and how everybody's dealing with that, we currently offer a student support program. This is it was originally put out there to support low-income students, and it includes 2 free months of home internet, free installation, no equipment fees, no contracts, no data caps. We don't have data caps, but no data caps. So that initial 2-week promotion expires today, and we're extending that 2-week promotion for at least another 2 weeks starting today. Great. The original program focused on, it was basically all students. It did not limit to low income. People would call us, they would self-declare. We worked with all of the school districts in our territory, sent out the information. The school districts then sent out the information to teachers and to all of the folks on listservs and tried to get it out into the communities. So there's a lot of activity on that. In the last 10 days or so, since we've done the promotion, we've received about 1,000 orders. So there's a lot of interest around the state. And we cover, 9,500 square miles. There's a lot of homes, out there. And so we've got a lot of orders at this point. That's double what we would normally see around this time of year. So those are just the new install orders. We also—
Jeff, how are you letting them know about this? How are you advertising?
So we're advertising it's on our website. Yeah. So you can go to our website and find it. And then we're just in contact with school districts. So school districts are sending it out basically however way that they can, so there's a lot of information on the school district websites. I'm sure that's posted. We've seen it on representatives' websites. So it's definitely being kind of expanded with the knowledge there that this program is available. So whether it's in new orders or upgrades, there's a lot of activity going on for sure, and trying to support our, the folks working from home. Like I said in the beginning, it was intended to be for new customers, but then through the process, we also included existing customers. So if you're an existing customer and you were having some difficulty paying the bill, or you were home and got laid off and you have students, we offered that for existing customers also. This promotion that starts tomorrow removes the existing customer part of it, and it's only for new customers, just so we can kind of prioritize for the new customers. So like I said, there has been a sharp increase in orders. There's been a sharp increase in call volumes. We are, some of the dates for installation are out there a little ways. Our normal time frame is about 10 business days. Some of them are out 15, some of them flirting with 20 business days. So that, even though it's going to take a little time to get some folks connected, that 2 months of free service starts when we do actually get it connected. So we're hoping that even though there may be some delay on the front end, that this will get folks through the school year and possibly through, part of the summer. So we have that program going on. And like I mentioned, a lot of interest there. That program will continue. And we've worked also, Senator Campion, you mentioned who we've talked to, also the Agency of Education. So we've also notified them. So we've tried to hit everybody we can. We've talked to the Department of Public Service, who's been very helpful. So there's a lot of information out there as we work through, this crazy pandemic here. So we've got that going. One of the things that I found from this call, and I think it was either Jeff Francis or that mentioned it, or maybe it was Jay Nichols. We do a lot of meetings with talk about broadband and talk about where broadband is available, where it's not available, what opportunities there are for public and private partnerships. Something that I'll take away from this call that was really helpful is we don't, usually in those meetings, we don't have representatives from the school district there. No principals, no superintendents. So as we're talking on a town level about broadband and public-private partnerships, they're definitely, through this coronavirus, there's definitely a need to incorporate everybody in the town. And the school districts, we will have to start incorporating them in these conversations. So I think that was thanks to you guys for having this conversation, because that's going to be helpful for us. And
you did one good thing.
That was actually very helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the conversation. So I know there's going to be, one of the things that we're still doing is we have a lot of responsibilities. We're still doing Make Ready. We're still out there turning up sites, building fiber, expanding broadband. Senator Campion, I talked to Caitlin Randall the other day down in Pownell. We turned up that site on Skippery Road. So we've got one more to do, but we opened that site for sale. So I talked to her and she's spreading the word. So the process continues, and that's what we're doing in response to the coronavirus. A lot of team effort. Like I said, we've got our operations folks out there every day, helping our customers with repairs and installations and making sure everybody stays safe.
Okay. Any questions for Jeff?
Thank you, Jeff.
Right.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks everybody for your time.
Well, thank everybody. Sounds like everybody is stepping up to the plate. So let's see if we can figure out where we go from here. Okay, committee. It is time for committee discussion. And I will throw it out to you. Where do we go from here? Is this something that maybe we keep in the back of our minds and see if federal money does become available? I still have a feeling that there's a couple school districts out there that are really stressed. And if we could find out where they are, maybe we could target some effort.
Madam Chair, do you mean specifically around lack of technology, lack of access?
Yeah, lack of access for whatever the reason.
Madam Chair, does the federal bill, do we know, have we heard from Joint Fiscal? And I'm sorry if this, but I should know the answer to this. Is there a component to expanding broadband?
I have not heard that directly at all. There is money that we coming to the states that we can't use to cover presently budgeted items, and we can't use it to backfill loss of revenue. So we're kind of putting other expenses on hold that are COVID-19
Related, sure.
until we find out the details. The place we do know we have trouble is in property taxes and tax scheduling and and we are going to go back to that on Thursday. I had tried to set up a joint meeting with Ways and Means, but they are meeting with Ed on Thursday afternoon, and Health and Welfare that I'm on is meeting every morning this week. So we haven't set anything up this week. But we're going to have on Thursday the clerks, the listers, the league, and the tax department to come in and just start to talk to us about all the ramifications of putting off those homestead declarations until July, all the deadlines that are in the present law for clerks, all the, how we go forward. We're all, joint fiscal is working with us today. Money Chairs asked them to put together a list of, if we do nothing as a legislature, what are the present emergency financial programs abilities in place. Joint fiscal has a certain amount of power to move a certain amount of money around. E-board has some certain powers. Those are really for when we're just not in session. So we're looking, there's some questions about, can we resend any money in last year's budget? And then we're down to the last quarter. So is there even money that it's worth resending? But we're doing that kind of just organizing and thinking while everybody else is trying to figure out how much money is coming when and for whom and what the rules are attached to it. And again, this happened very quickly, and things seem to change overnight. So we're going at it kind of slowly, it may seem, but we're trying to make sure when we do it correctly. And we don't rush out and spend money on things we could end up with warehouses full 10 years later, unused. So I think that is it. But dealing with, and I will ask the tax department also, they said in a few days they should know the volume of sales and rooms and meals tax that did come in on the due date. They were especially watching some of the big retailers, probably we can assume some online, that aren't being impacted like your local restaurants that suddenly have had everything cut off. So we're going to take a look at what that revenue looks like, and then working our way through, the probes is working their way through revenue streams, but also things we might do to supplement it and then get us through next year. But right now, probably the most pressing issue is the entire property tax system and how we get through the next tax year, starting late, assuming that many people are going to have a much reduced ability to pay, assuming that towns are going to want to give rebates. And I've also asked, and I think it might be Maria, but I'm not sure. I know towns can rebate they can rebate taxes. They have to pay the full ed amount due the ed fund into the ed fund. They've asked us if we could do away with that, because that's usually 2/3 of the tax bill in most towns. And so, and if they have to pay it in, it definitely depletes their already depleted resources. But most businesses, which are probably the ones the hardest hit right now, are not tied to the school budgets and the property tax. We set that second home business tax rate. So I don't know. I just want to make sure who has the ability to abate that or reduce it and what that process is. So we're working our way through the basics. Anybody else? Anything you want to add?
No, I'll just be curious to hear what kind of pressures, we have a sense of what they're all dealing with, but what they're hearing directly. I mean, I know I've emailed tax and other groups, other departments up there about the pressures that my constituents are feeling, and I'll just be curious to hear what they're hearing in general when we talk to them on Thursday.
Yeah, and I think, a lot of it is just settling in. Some people haven't been laid off long enough to miss a check, and I think we've been trying to get people through, and especially unemployment, other than the little phone crash last week, we seem to be on the state level in good shape for people that have been paying in. It's the self-employed folks and the small businesses who have suddenly seen their revenue go away, and that we're still waiting on the federal money and forms and stuff to come in. So and it's hard to tell people when, especially if they hadn't put away any savings to tide them over for a week or two.
Yeah.
And their rent's due.
Madam Chair, have you heard from other money chairs in any of your meetings? Is there any anticipated time when, I know appropriations, for example, said this morning that they're not going to meet until they have more direction from the Fed. Do we have any sense of when that might happen? When they might have that?
It's a work in progress. I don't think anyone's saying a date. It sounds like, that what they told us at the money chairs today is when we were dealing with ERA,
yes,
or we were dealing with Irene, there was basically one funding source who was writing the rules. And so we dealt with FEMA, or we dealt with the number 5 sticks in my head, but there are a number of funding sources, all of whom are, they put this thing together in 2 days, 3 days, and the devil is always in the details. And we're just kind of waiting for them to figure it all out. I think we're all hopeful it'll be in the next week or two.
Yeah.
But that we'll know when we know.
Okay.
For one thing, if you look at the federal bill as it's in gross, there's a lot of money in there that's relevant to what we've been talking about here today. For example, elementary and secondary education, $13.5 billion in formula funding directly to states to help schools meet the immediate needs of K through 12 districts to improve the use of education technology and to support distance education. That's directly on point to what we're talking about. In addition, another $14.25 billion for education generally, higher education specifically. So there are a lot of things, once we see the details, that may help us directly deal with some of the very issues that are most concerned right now.
And I think that's definitely what I'd hoped when we started this. And again, this problem is not going away in 10 weeks. We've got all those kids who will have to be somewhere this summer. And unless the emergency is lifted, they're not going to go to the city pool. Their parents may or may not be going to work. Their child care centers may or may not be open. We're going to have a fair amount of work to do. So I'm looking for somebody that can help us figure out a great way to start with the deadlines. Towns are still on different tax years. For local, we finally said all school taxes start July 1st, but not all town taxes do. They are on different payment cycles. And they are very proud of their cycle and very protective of it. And it costs time, money, and energy when they can't put 5 people in a room and stuff envelopes. So we're going to have some probably pointed, maybe difficult discussions with the listers and the clerks and the school boards to figure out how we set at least to get through this coming year.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I hear you.
When we meet on Thursday, we might ask the tax department what we can do to help them get the people in those towns that pay multiple times a year to incent them to put in their both pieces of paperwork they need to pay their school taxes based on income and to designate their residential property. Because the more, if it goes beyond the deadline, those people are going to be, they're going to take 2 hits. They're not going to be able to pay they may be short on their ability to pay their taxes, having lost work, and at the same time, they will not be paying based on income. So the
Right.
sooner we get that dealt with, the better.
I think we've got a couple problems there. One, I mean, we could just say everybody that filed a declaration last year, it's this year. And it's just considered to carry over. But we know that there were, right now, Mark, correct me, it's based on your 2018 income. There's a year's lag.
Yes.
So there are a lot of people that are declaring a lot more income this April than they're going to have to pay their taxes next August or November, because they may well not be working in those months, and they are not, under the present system, going to be eligible for paying based on income. They may well get an abatement from their local community, but that, will depend on if the community has to pay into the ed fund. I mean, we are right now in a position where no one has anywhere near the amount of revenue they had last year or they were anticipating last year. And we don't, at this point, have a prediction, a model to predict when it will all go away. So they're working on trying to get one together. And, if they come up with a vaccine in the next couple weeks, then the issue with another flare up in the fall might be really diminished. But if they don't, then the the flare up in the fall might be worse, or in the winter, or maybe there won't be one.
Madam Chair,
Solar,
this fall, people who owe money based on last year's earnings will likely not have as much money to pay what they owe.
that's right.
The following fall, people will be more able to, there'll be more people eligible for income sensitivity because their incomes did drop, and the revenues will be coming in short. So we have a 2-year problem.
We hope. I mean, what's going to happen to the world economy at this point is unknown. I mean, we're doing this day by day, problem by problem, and we just have to stay flexible enough to change when we need to change. So on that happy note, I need another happy note.
So, Madam Chairman, I have a happy note to
You have
conclude
a
with.
happy
This is
note? You have a happy note, okay.
Well, it's not a happy note, but it's not, but it's something we're feeling positive about, and it relates to what we did in Rutland. And what we see, and it's recognized around the world, but it's fun to see it here with our own eyes right in our own neighborhood, that the cost of using 21st century, 2020, really high-speed Ericsson-type radios to deliver massive MIMO data to homes is probably about 1/8 to 1/10 the cost of doing the same thing with fiber. You could probably cover the whole state with an incremental cost of probably $50 or so million. The cost of doing the same thing with fiber is something closer to $1 billion, 20 times more. It doesn't mean that wireless is perfect. It doesn't mean that fiber, if you could afford it, isn't the best thing in the world if you could put it everywhere. It simply means that if you wanted super high-speed data to be sent to most homes in a really reasonably reliable way, in a way that isn't really available across Vermont now, massive MIMO radio technology that's being just deployed around the world could work here for a cost of about $50 million.
Okay, that's good to know.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, committee. I will see you all on Thursday, if not before. I guess we've got an all Senate call tomorrow.
And Senator Cummings, you want to end live stream now?
Yes, let's end live stream. Faith, have you got enough to go for?
So thanks everyone for gathering. For those who are watching on the YouTube channel, we apologize for getting started 8 or 9 minutes late. We've just been waiting for the commissioner to be able to join us, having a tiny a video issue, and we thought it would be most helpful for us and for anyone watching to be able to both hear and see the commissioner. So we're in a bit of a holding pattern. Yes, and he's connecting to audio. All right.
Yes, okay.
Welcome.
I'm back. Thank you.
Great. So Commissioner, we've been holding down the fort here while you've rebooted. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely.
We were hoping, the speaker and I had spoken with the governor. We knew that you guys were going to be announcing some new efforts to help ease the crush of UI applications and the new federal program. And today was the day that made sense to have you come on and give us some updates. So I think if you can begin by providing the broad overview of what, where you see things now, what the new strategies you hope are going to achieve, and then we'll open it up to questions from the committee.
Absolutely. So first, for the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner of Vermont Department of Labor. Let me just first start by saying thank you to everybody on this call and even the members that are not on this call. I think I personally have received tremendous support from each of you in terms of just patience and understanding, but also in wanting to help and letting me know that you're here to help. So with that, I just wanted to say thank you to everybody. We certainly, like you said, have had a crushing few weeks here. We've processed about 65,000 individual claims or opened claims. And then the number of weekly benefits we issue grows each week with that. Our biggest issue right now, if I were to ask each of you, I can imagine that what you're hearing from your constituents is that they can't get through to the department. And they can't get through because everybody's trying to get through at the same time. The reason they need to get through to us is because about 1 in every 2 claims, so about 50% of the claims that are processed have what we call a stop payment issue attached to them. And that could be for a variety of reasons. It's a checks and balance as part of the federal program that this happens. And so during normal times, it works well to make sure that people those people who are truly deserving of benefits are getting benefits. But in a time like COVID-19, it just quickly overwhelms the department with a number of claims that have issues attached to them. So from that perspective, we have, well, at face value, the symptom everybody is seeing is that they can't get through to the call center, they can't get through to somebody to talk to them. The root cause of that issue is because there's an issue on their claim and they're not getting paid. And so we've got a number of different things that we're working on, strategies we're deploying to really shift our focus to clearing issues, which will in turn lessen the number of people who have to actually call or contact the department. Because the more issues we clear, the more people will get paid, or the more people themselves will be paid. So we've done a couple of different things just in the past couple of days, and we've got a couple more coming on. One is, you've probably heard me talk about soliciting proposals for a third-party vendor solution to provide additional call service. On one hand, this will bolster our call service. On the other hand, what it does is allow the vendor to provide the tier 1 service while taking our most experienced staff that right now are on the call lines 8 to 10 hours a day or whatever, and redirect them to issues clearing. So we can immediately say, we're going to take the 25 people or 30 people who are answering calls right now, we're going to turn them over to clearing issues. And by doing that, the call volume will drop. So there's twofold with bringing on that vendor. Another thing we're doing, and I announced it today, is, and this is voluntary, but asking people to to go to an alphabetized calling and filing schedule. Unlike other states, we're simply just asking this to balance the load out. So what happens is, for instance, the first day you can file your weekly claim is Sunday. And our system, like on Sunday, you can imagine everybody tries to file and the system crashes. So what we're asking people to do is, whether you're calling the claim center or you're filing a claim, we're just trying to balance that load out over the week. If someone calls and they don't have the right last name for the day, we're not going to tell them no. And we're not going to tell them to call back a different time. This is purely voluntary, and we're simply asking the public to help us so we can better help you. The other piece is, we've started to launch these special teams, we're calling them, and they are just work groups that consist of some workforce development folks. They consist of some tax department folks. They're going to consist of some additional folks from DMV eventually. And again, their focus is going to be on those issues clearing. So we're training these staff up to be able to remote into our mainframe, take a batch of issues, and be able to clear those issues. So again, our number one priority right now is issues clearing, because that's what's causing people to have to call. The biggest concern right now that I have is the pandemic unemployment assistance program, which we're talking about rolling out over the next 2 weeks. There'll be a phase 1, which is the application process. Then the phase 2 is the actual claims processing and payment process. But as soon as we open that door, I mean, we're probably looking at roughly 50,000, 40 to 50,000 additional claims that are going to come in from independent contractors, sole proprietors, and so on. So that's my biggest concern. Just again, because all those claims will again have issues attached to them. So making sure we've got the staff trained and committed to doing issues clearing will keep the volume on the lines down. So that's kind of a brief overview of where we're at. I'm happy to answer any questions, but we do have a number of people that we're gearing up, including some staff at the governor's office, to be able to access our mainframe and clear constituent issues as they come in. Many of you have emailed me and copied one of my assistants, Amanda, and we're having Amanda get trained in how to access the mainframe system and clear issues, so that we're not just passing them on down the road to someone else to clear, and that should help with timeliness as well. Just so people know, there's the $600 we get a lot of questions on. Those payments started going out this week. I think in total, and I'll pull up the number here, in total we have issued about 41,000 payments, and to the tune of about $25.8 million. Again, we update that on a daily basis, but we're also tracking how much we're putting out week to week as well. Again, those numbers will rise just as initial claims gets processed and people start filing their weekly claims. But that will increase our, just so the committee is aware, our trust fund balance as of yesterday was $486.6 million. So at this point, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Can you, Commissioner, can you begin by the third-party vendor solicitation? Can you just say something about the timing of both the selection and then when it will actually help lighten the load for the department?
Yeah, so we're expediting it, although, there was question early on about, do we do a sole source bid or a expedited bid process. To make sure we were eligible for FEMA money, we did have to go through a bid process. And so I believe that the bid request will be going out today, hopefully, if not first thing Monday, but I think we'd like to get it out today. And then we'll look for a few day turnaround and selection. I do know, one of the bidders is likely to be someone who already provides call center service to the state of Vermont right now. So that may be an expedited process depending. I think we would love to have a call center stood up. So part of it is the contracting, which is, relatively insignificant. The other part is the technology piece. And then the third piece is the education and training, or the rules generation for the logic, if you will, for how the call center staff will process claims. But I think we would like to have something up for the week of the 20th.
Okay, and then one last one before I open it up. When you described trying to train some of the people either in the governor's office or some of your more policy staff in how to address some of these cases, it raises the question for me of the large state workforce who are working remotely, some of whom have work responsibilities which have died down because people aren't filing permits or doing a lot of other things. Can you just say the extent to which the normal labor staff has already been supplemented by additional state workers before having to turn to an outside vendor?
So it's gone up and down over time depending on availability. It also has to be people who have access and are knowledgeable about computer systems. And I would also say that in ideal circumstances, it's helpful to have somebody who has unemployment insurance knowledge. So for instance, part of the reason tax was so appealing to us to reach out to them was because many of the tax professionals that are over there came from the unemployment insurance division. I think we can continue to lean on state staff, and I think we will, to get through these issues clearing. There's only so many people we can ramp up at any one time, so you'll see more of a phased approach. We also we're seeing again that shift from the people who were handling initial claims calls, which have gone down, now switch to issues clearing. So I think we'll continue to reach out to state staff. There's a couple different pieces that run into this. One is they have to be trained, they have to receive some type of security training from the department. They have to have access to our mainframe system. They have to be trained on our mainframe system. They have to understand at least a little bit about unemployment insurance to be able to clear these issues. It's not rocket science. It's just, it does take a little bit of time, especially when everybody is also remote. So now you're also doing a lot of it virtually. And I think we're also, I'm not concerned. I think we're just trying to be mindful and very deliberate about how we give people access to our mainframe system, which also holds a lot of confidential information. So we are also trying to pull on groups of people who already handle personal identifiable information in their regular jobs already. So that's why you see DMV folks and tax folks are really been the first ones we've leaned on.
Just in terms of scale though, how many additional people have been brought to join the normal Department of Labor?
Sure. So we probably ended up with around 20 to 25 people through GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont. We then added somewhere between 8 and 10 DMV staff. We'll have another 9 tax staff that start on Monday, and we have 17 workforce development staff that started today. That's on top of essentially taking every other function that we do in UI and dedicating our full UI staff to both calls and issues. So some of those are focused on typically on the tax side or the auditing side. Those people are shifting over to claims and issues clearing. We have some of our finance staff, and we also have had some additional workforce development staff from the beginning who came from UI. So it was really easy to just give them access again and get them working. So I would say we, in total, we probably have close to 50 or 60 people who are working on this, and we'll continue to add these specialty teams ongoing.
So if committee members and Marcotte and Sorokin, anybody who has questions, just if I can visually see your hand, I will take it in order. Senator Ballant, then Johnson, then Sorokin, then Long.
Commissioner, thanks for spending some time with us.
Absolutely. I have to apologize. I think I have an email in my inbox that I owe you a response on. So.
That's all right. I know you're putting out fires. In addition to not being able to get through, the other issue that we're hearing about is the issue of the Social Security numbers. And so many people are saying, I filed all the paperwork, I thought everything was fine. Then I got a letter saying my claim can't be processed because they can't find my Social Security number. And so I'm just wondering, I've been telling them that it's a glitch in the system because it's happening so much, it can't possibly be particular to that person's Social Security number. But I'd love to know if we could get a little bit more information about why that's happening and how quickly that will be resolved, if you know.
So yeah, so there's I don't know if it's a glitch. I think what we're trying to discern, because it happens a number of different ways, is that so if someone is determined to be not monetarily eligible and then they try to log into the system, it's not going to have them in the system. That's one thing. If they have an issue on their account, they're not going to be able to log in with their Social Security number. So I think part of what's happening is it's not that the letter they're receiving, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not that the letter we're receiving is that your Social Security number can't be found. They're getting a letter that says there's an issue on your claim. And then I believe what is happening is they're going to the claimant portal and they're trying to log into the claimant portal, and it's saying, we can't find your Social Security number. And at least that's what we're hearing. And part of that is because their claim is not fully processed yet. So again, that's where if we can clear some of these issues, then they populate into the system and they start getting their weekly benefit amount, and then they can log in with their Social Security. So it's not, that's what I'm hearing is the biggest issue right now.
And that's why they need to speak with someone to clear that up before they can get to the next step.
Yeah, so let me give you an example. One of the special teams that we're starting on Monday, so the GMP number that people are calling, we're calling it a supplemental number. They were originally getting predominantly, I need to open my initial claim and I need someone to help me do that. Now they're getting a lot of, probably 60% of the calls they get are, I need to reset my PIN, or the system's not recognizing my Social Security number, or something like that, right? People are just dialing every number they can find. Yeah. So we've got a group of 12 or 15 that will start on Monday on the GMP line, where the GMP folks can literally pass those people on. But when you dial our supplemental line, it'll say, to open a claim, press 1, to reset your PIN, clear an issue, get the status of your claim, press 2. And now we've got people who are able to handle that issue there. Okay. We also, what happens is we've got other issues and we divvy those out to the various teams of people, and they literally start calling the people on the sheet and say, I see, for example, one big issue we get is Senator, if your last day of work was Tuesday of this week and you filed your initial claim on Wednesday, then when you go to file your weekly claim the following week, when we ask you, did you earn any wages day by day and did you work any hours day by day, people are just either leaving it blank or putting in zeros across the board. And the system is smart enough to say, wait a minute, you told me your last day of work was Tuesday, so you should have had hours and wages for Monday and Tuesday, and you shouldn't be reporting zeros, right? So it immediately sets it aside as what we call as an 81 issue, right? So we're giving this batch of 81 issues to this team of people, and they're literally calling people up and saying, hey, I see you got an issue on your claim. Let me solve this claim, and if you missed a week, let me go back and fix that claim too. So they're fixing every issue that's on the account.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Speaker Johnson.
Yeah, there's a slew of questions that came from House members, but while we're on some of these first-time filers, because I think, people are, as you well know, really panicked about not having any income, about not being able to buy groceries, pay for bills. And I know you appreciate that. It's a concern we all have to make sure that everybody's stable and has what they need during this time. But this issue with PINs, if we're getting multiple messages that saying they've been trying to get through for days. They need a PIN number in order to file an online claim. But so is there a way to get a PIN number online, or does that have to do with the 50% that got tossed into the problems pile?
So again, I think what's happening is someone is getting, so we don't send PINs to people, just so you know. So what happens is you essentially open an account or a profile on the claimant portal and you set up your PIN. And what happened is people aren't able to get in to set up their PIN because there's an issue on their claim. We're also getting some where they need a PIN reset, and we're trying to work through why that is and why there's so many. Short of resetting everybody's PIN, part of that is why we're having this group begin to handle phone calls about PIN resets. But I think what you're hearing about is one symptom. When we actually drill down, we're finding, oh wait, your account had an issue on it, and that's why you weren't able to get in and set up your account or set up your profile, because so they're thinking, well, I just need a PIN and then I can get through, when really it's, nope, you had an issue on your account and you're not even able to set up a PIN yet because we don't have you in the claimant portal system yet as a claimant. But it is something we're hearing a lot about. And as I think pretty much everybody on this committee knows, part of this is how the mainframe has been hard coded over the years. And so it's a COBOL mainframe. We literally have, one person who is really familiar with the system, and he works tirelessly to keep it, one, operational, but two, trying to find workarounds about how do we, can we batch release some of these? Can we clear a simple issue on a group of claims as opposed to having to go one by one? But it's very minute by minute, and it's touch and go depending on what we can actually maneuver the mainframe to do. But yes, the PIN reset is another one. That's part of the reason why we have this other group coming online to be able to help with that and expedite some of those.
Okay. One member had a terrific suggestion. Obviously, the uncertainty in all of this is a huge part of the problem. And people just not being able to get through and not knowing what the issue is. And so a member suggested having a flow chart that's just up there saying, here are the steps. If you're getting this message, it may mean this. And and just to create a little predictability so that people don't feel like they've hit a brick wall and can't go anywhere, and that they know what the next step is and they know what issues to look out for. Just to try to create a little broadly accessible information about the predictability of the system might go a long way in helping people. And I'll just one other quick one before I'll then jump to the back of the line. What about back claims? If people can't get through for a few weeks, they'll still be able to file back claims for previous weeks that were missed?
Yeah. So I love the idea of the flow chart as a step-by-step process. So I'll definitely look into that. I think part of that too is maybe reassuring people that they're not the only one with the problem. So if we recognize it as a common issue that people are running into and we let them know we're working on it, but here's the process to follow, it may let them know that, okay, it's not just me whose social security number isn't caught in the system while everybody else is getting through. And then with the back claims, yes, everything will be backdated to the data separation.
Commissioner, before I turn to Senator Sorokin, one question that has arisen is, people who have been encouraged on the one hand to fill out the initial enrollment form if they're self-employed or independent contractor, then receive a letter in the mail saying that they've been denied, and they then get confused, call the number, can't get through, worry about benefits. Is there a reason why people who are being encouraged to fill out that form are getting any sort of automatically triggered form letters?
Yeah, so the system is set up so that what they're getting is what we call their determination letter. So for most people, when they file, it says, you've determined to be eligible and here's your maximum weekly benefit amount. And so again, the system does a calculation somewhere between $1 and $513 of what someone is eligible for under UI. What some people are getting is you're not eligible for unemployment insurance. This could be something as simple as if they filed as an independent contractor and they have no wages in the system yet, then it's just going to say you're ineligible. Now, we've been trying to communicate via email and some other forms to let people know you can file as an independent contractor. It gets your information in the system. Just know that it is going to kick you out as not being eligible until the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program is stood up. Other things, again, may be that somebody was already temporarily employed and they didn't actually have a loss of wages or a loss of they weren't eligible because they were a temp employee or a part-time employee. Something else, it came up just the other day. We had someone who called and said, I want to file as an independent contractor. I also have a full-time job working for X company, but my independent contracting job has slowed, so I want to file for PUA to get those wages back. And obviously, we said, listen, you're not eligible because you still are earning full wages from your other employer, your full-time employer. So again, there are a variety of scenarios.
If I can maybe just put a finer point on it, because I think in your opening remarks, when you indicated that having a third-party vendor might take a couple weeks to have, well, you said that the federal program for self-employed and independent contractors might not be ready for a couple weeks, which means that all the tens of thousands of people who might soon wish to see benefits are going to be contacting the department. It does seem that if people enter the Labor Department website, where it encourages them to put in an initial thing to start the process, that the system should not be sending them form letters of any kind that are discouraging at that point. Even if we know there's another step, it just creates more calls and more confusion that your people have to handle. So I'll just flag that for you. You don't have to respond further, but I would think if we're encouraging people to go halfway there, we shouldn't then send them a letter that confuses the heck out of them and results in more work for you.
Yep. Thank you.
Senator Sorokin.
So the issues the three big issues that I've seen is one that Senator Ash was just talking about, and the Social Security issue and the inability to get through and there was I had some communication with your office this morning. And by the way, thank you for all the work you do. I can't imagine. But what is, and I heard back from Jessica Vittner that it's still under review as to what the best advice you can give to claimants who have gotten this letter that you were just referring to, saying you're ineligible for benefits because you have zero earnings as in our system. You're an independent contractor. So I don't know what to tell people, whether they should call back again, because the message has been that you will get in contact with those people once the pandemic assistance program is up and running. Is it smart to rely upon you getting back to them? Are they going to complicate things further by following up and filing it again or getting in touch with you? What's the best course for those people?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. So if things didn't get complicated, if they weren't complicated already, the the feds have not done us any favors as they built the pandemic unemployment assistance program. So one of the requirements, which we learned about this past week in a webinar with USDOL, is that in order for somebody to be eligible for, our hope was we build the pandemic unemployment assistance program, and we literally open the door and say, file your claim through the PUA program, and we'll start issuing, we'll make determinations on eligibility and start issuing payments. Well, this week we were notified by USDOL that everybody initially has to go through and be denied unemployment insurance under the general program before they can be eligible for the pandemic unemployment assistance program. And so what that actually does is it's going to create, unless we can work something out with USDOL, and we plan to reach out to them over the weekend, but unless we can work something out with them, it just creates a two-step process and delays payments to people who need it. But they're essentially saying you've got to submit a regular claim first, be denied, and then you can file your pandemic unemployment assistance. Our hope is to be able to push back on that. What we have told people, getting back to the senator's question, what we have told people is that if you give us your name and email, we will let you know when the program is up and running. But we have had people who have applied. I think what I took away from the pro tem was that, I don't know whether or not we can recode the system to not send, because they're not, in the original application that was created, they're not actually indicating that they're self-employed. So it's just showing that they're not monetarily eligible because they don't have wages in the system. But just because you don't have wages in the system doesn't mean you're automatically self-employed. So we can't just turn that feature off, because there are some people who just literally are not monetarily eligible and they're not a sole proprietor or self-employed individual. But what I think we can do is provide more information about one, we hope to have, starting Monday, a page that starts off the application that allows somebody to select, I'm self-employed, I'm an independent contractor, I work for an employer, right? So there's multiple selections that send you down a different chute, and that will allow us to cater our messaging on the back end to them. So when they receive their confirmation email, it may say, you may be found to be ineligible for unemployment insurance, but you are eligible for pandemic unemployment assistance, right? So that now we can begin catering the communication that's going out.
So just to follow up on that, what should somebody do who's filed before, who's a self-employed individual and got back a determination that they're ineligible because they had no earnings? Should they wait for the new program to start up and contact you, or will you be in touch with them?
So it'll be both. We are sussing out or pulling out as many of those, because many of those people, when they had to put in their employer, they put self or myself originally. So we are able to at least sort by employer and pull out all the ones where someone listed self-employed. And it's about 7,500. So the good and the bad is that the bad is they got that letter that said they weren't eligible. And hopefully we can find a workaround for that. The good part is their information is in our system, and they've actually, without knowing it and without us knowing it up front, completed the first step in the process, which was they were denied regular UI, which now makes them eligible for PUA. And so those people can be immediately shifted over to the PUA program for processing there. So when you're hearing from people like, what should I do next? If they are self-employed and they've submitted an application and they were denied, we now have their information, we have their email address, we know who they are, we will instruct them in terms of next steps as to the pandemic unemployment assistance program. I think our hope is that somewhere between Monday and Wednesday of next week, we're able to at least launch the application process. So the first batch that will likely go in are the 7,500 that submitted their application already. And that at least just allows them to go into the PUA application, fill out some additional questions that are federal requirements. And then the second phase, which would end up being rolled out sometime during the week of the 20th, would actually be the processing and the payment issuing. So that's why I said a couple weeks. It's going to be, phase one is going to be sometime next week. Phase two would be the following week.
It might be helpful in this particular context, given that there's so many people in this boat, to maybe on your webpage have some link to a frequently asked question.
Sure.
Walk somebody through, because there's so many people in that category. I also just wanted to follow up on the new organization, the new company that you're putting out to bid to help you with these things. It sounds to me like you were going to move 25 experienced people, 25 to 30 experienced people who are now potentially taking calls, and move them to issue resolution and backfill with this new company. Is that the size of employment that you're looking for from this vendor? Because I have a concern that it sounds like things are sort of frozen now, that people can't get through and things like that. And it helps to get 25 or 30 new people in with the vendor, but that's coming right before this onslaught of self-employed and independent contractors. And so we're getting more help, but we're also getting a bigger problem coming. So don't we have to just not replace those 25, but maybe put 50 people in place?
So I think we're looking at what will be the call volume that we'll need up front. So again, it may be higher than 30 people for this vendor. And it may be more than just turning those 30 over to the issues resolution. To give you an example, I mean, at our call center, we process, because you can only process so many claims in a given day over the phone, because each issue takes X amount of time. We end up processing, I think, somewhere around 600 calls out of our call center a day. But I think with that same group of people, if they were on issues clearing, we could probably clear 1,500 issues a day, if not more. So we can double or triple our throughput, if you will, by having them focus on the issues. But I do agree. I mean, I think we're going to see another surge when the self-employed comes through. The good part about the self-employed is that we're building the system so it's predominantly self-service. Doesn't mean that everybody will be self-service, and some will want to get through to the system, but there's new system is way more robust than I'm being told than our current mainframe system. But it may be that we need to start off with 40 people at the vendor call center, and we would have to be able to staff up and staff down, and we would look for a vendor that can do that depending on what the volume is.
Senator, let me, why don't you save some of the other questions? I just don't want to miss the chance for others. Representative Long, I think you had your hand up before.
Yes, and Senator, thank you. Senator Ballin asked my first question about the Social Security. So I'll just very quickly, and this might be an easy answer. I have been fielding quite a number of questions from constituents who actually are employed or have been employed in more than one state, New Hampshire, in my case here, and Vermont, and them running into some significant issues about, even not having income coming from another state being included in anything. And I'm just wondering whether you have any advice. Of course, these same people are having a really hard time getting through, have been. So maybe it's just a matter of we just need to speak to someone. But do you have any advice for those folks who have mixed income coming from more than one state?
Yeah, it creates another piece of the complex puzzle. They certainly should be filing in the state where they are doing most of their work. But if over the course of either they're working in two states or they had partial wages early on and then switch states, that can also play a role. There's a program, I think it's called Sides, that we run, and it is a cross match between dual state wage earners. I don't have an answer to your question, and I'm happy to follow up on that, but it is something that is on our radar and we are aware of it.
Okay, great.
In terms of status, I wouldn't be able to give you that right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other hands of questions? Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, a question came up in committee the other day concerning people that are partial UI because their hours have been cut back. Are they eligible for the federal $600 also?
Yeah, so the last I heard, or the way it was phrased to me, is if they are eligible for at least $1 of UI, they are eligible for the $600.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
We didn't design it. We're just
well, and luckily we don't have to pay it either.
We don't design it. We just take the heat from constituents who wonder how that made sense.
Yeah.
Was that Becca? And then Mitzi.
Or Mitzi can go since I already spoke. I'll come back to me.
Dick Mazza, was your hand up just now? Okay. Mitzi.
Just one quick thought on your FAQs that somebody suggested. If you could somehow clearly define an independent contractor versus somebody who is self-employed, I think that would help a lot. I have two separate things. There are people that have been able to file their initial claim, but then they still haven't received the paperwork or determination letter that was supposed to be sent to them. The DOL website says that should take 3 or 4 days from processing, but for some people it's been weeks and they haven't received it, or there's been a problem because there's a backlog at the business that has to confirm something and the business is now shut down. Can you talk about that process a little bit?
So I can talk about the process. I may have to look into the issue. So my understanding is there isn't much of a backlog in terms of initial claims that weren't processed. There's a couple different scenarios that fall into that, or caveats, but we also are not waiting on businesses to, typically, if I filed a claim, opened a claim against a business, the business would have 10 days to respond and contest the claim. We are still allowing businesses to contest claims, but we are not waiting to issue benefits for that contestment. So we are moving forward. And then if the business contests after, we can move to adjudication of the claim thereafter. But it's not holding up the process. So if someone has opened an initial claim and has not yet received their weekly determination, what I would be curious in knowing, and if you'd be willing to just send me an email, I would want to reach out to that person or have someone reach out to that person to find out what the actual holdup was on that account. We're trying to do some spot checks. So when we see anomalies in the system, the easiest way to do that is to talk with the person and say, okay, how did you fill this out? Did it accidentally complete the wrong information? Was there not a complete social that was put in, and therefore it didn't even get processed because there was incomplete information? So if you'd be willing to email me, I'm happy to do a spot check on those people and see if it's a bigger issue that we're just not aware of.
Sure. And if somebody is self-employed and that's the process that it's going to take another couple of weeks, because there are some people that have tried to, but they can't get on because it doesn't recognize their business because they haven't paid into the system before. So that's just that's if you're self-employed, then you're going to have to wait
Yeah.
until that system gets set up.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine. I mean, it feels like we've been living COVID-19 for a month, but it's only been a week and a half, or it's actually only been a week since the actual federal guidance on pandemic unemployment came out. So it's been 2 weeks since they delivered the CARES Act, but the guidance on PUA only came out last Tuesday. So part of, the reason it feels so long is because we've been waiting and telling people it's coming, but we've only received the guidance less than a week ago, or roughly a week ago. So I think we're actually.
It just has been that long for people that have been living without employment
exactly,
and a paycheck.
Exactly. Yeah.
Other questions from committee members? Sorry about that. My computer was a little busy. Becca and then Dick.
So I've got a couple questions from senators who are watching. Just to follow up on what you were just saying, when can we tell Vermonters to expect that the system will be set up to process these additional claims for $600?
The $600 is being processed already.
You already are. Okay.
It started Monday of this week.
But maybe the question should be clarified. That 600 is going to people who are
already eligible
for conventional unemployment.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So if we're talking about self-employed, independent contractors, sole proprietors, it will be, we should be able to start processing actual claim, like weekly certifications and benefits, starting sometime during the week of the 20th. And those will include the $600 in those as well.
And just to clarify something earlier, do you still have an active appeals process that is up and running simultaneously? I know the volume that you're dealing with is incredible. So it seems like it's all one big pile of people that need to be addressed, but I'm just curious what's happening with folks who do want to appeal the decision that came back.
So we still are functioning in appeals process. I think my hope is, but I think we've got to be prepared for the alternate, is that given the fact that it's really hard for somebody to be denied right now, in that we've loosened the restrictions, that there are going to be fewer appeals. There may be more employer appeals than there are claimant appeals, depending on the employer, but at the same time, the employers are also being relieved of charges. So there's also that counteracts that. So there is still an appeals unit. There's still part of what we also are going to need to get back to full time, we're still doing it, is adjudications. So it's the same part of the appeals, but it's the first step in the appeals process. So when there's a contestment or a conflict between an employer and an employee, or let's say someone, we need to do some type of a back audit on someone's wages that they've earned, it may go to adjudications. And so again, we're trying to clear the low-hanging fruit first, which we can expedite, but some of these will have to be formally adjudicated. And that is still happening, but the volume is going to quickly overtake us.
Thank you.
Senator Mazza.
Thank you, Commissioner, for doing all this, and I appreciate it. But what happens if an employee decides they do not want to work, and if they're collecting, let's say, $300 a week unemployment on the state, and the $600 from the government, that's $900 a week. Can they choose not to work, or do they have to be officially laid off by the employer?
So they have to fall under one of the requirements that I believe came out in H742, which was, they choose not to work. It's because they have a documented health concern. They've been instructed by a healthcare provider not to go to work. It could be that they are taking care of a sick family member or somebody with a compromised immune system or childcare issue. So as long as they meet one of those requirements, they're eligible. In your case, it sounds like maybe the person is eligible, and then the employer opens back up for business and says, hey, I'm ready now for you to come back to work once the restrictions are lifted. Under standard UI law, if you have a job to go back to, or if you are offered gainful employment, you are either required to take it or forfeit your unemployment insurance benefit.
Okay, because I'm fearful that some might, decide,
Yes.
hey, I'm making $1,000 a week.
Yeah, right.
Well, why do I want
So
to go back to work?
it is a concern. It's come up a couple different times, but if
Okay.
that employer offers them full-time employment back and they refuse it, they're at risk of
Thank you.
being
Appreciate
ineligible.
Okay, I think one of the instances where that is most likely to be a practical issue is if there is a kid home because school closure, and maybe both parents don't necessarily normally need to be there for the childcare purposes, but could elect to both be home utilizing the flexibility that's been granted.
Yeah.
That's probably maybe the most frequent thing that will probably pop up. Representative Johnson.
Yes. So one quick thing, a House member wrote in saying that they had a constituent that was told by a DOL employer or a DOL employee, that her only option for registering was by a computer. So is there a way to register for this by phone for people that don't have internet access, don't have a computer, or struggling with technology?
Yeah, so we're talking about where we are right now with traditional unemployment, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so so it's all electronic, but what we did with bringing on Green Mountain Power, I'm looking up at my wall up here because I have the numbers and where everything is at. But with Green Mountain Power and Vermont Gas and Efficiency Vermont, that was a way for us to help bridge the gap. And so someone can call that supplemental number. We're calling it the initial claims number or the supplemental initial claims number. It's on our website. And there actually is a person on the other end who answers that phone and literally just fills out the form, the electronic form for the person. So if that's what they heard, then either something was lost in translation or there was miscommunication, that because it is electronic, but there are support services to help people bridge that gap.
Okay, it may have been a question from a time before you brought on those additional people.
Yep.
And for people that own their own businesses that have employees, they will eventually, those business owners will be able to qualify for the self-employed when it comes online. Yes.
If they are if they've had to close or lose. So I mean, in most cases, if they have employees, they're likely not considered a self-employed business or an independent contractor because they have their own employees. So they're probably some type of corporation or LLC. And so they would not fall under that self-employed, but if they saw a reduction in wages, then they would be eligible too under this. If for some reason they were considered self-employed but had employees as well, then again, they would, for all intents and purposes, would be eligible. I'm talking in generalities because there's a couple other factors there.
Right. But for, so let's scrap the self-employed part of the question and just, so for a business owner that has employees that's required to close or sees a drastic reduction in business,
yes.
Can they now apply for current UI, or or they're not part of the category that can apply in a couple of weeks?
Right. So if they were an employer and they closed, and just because they were the owner, they're not disqualified or negated in any way. So they should be able to apply to it as long as there's a bunch of eligibility requirements. But my understanding is that they would be eligible.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions, Senator Sorokin? After you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay. So a quick question is, the $600 check, does that get added to the regular UI check, or is it said separately?
It's added.
It's added.
Yep.
Okay. And I for one would just like to encourage, to the extent possible, that we side on the on the side of hiring more people or starting up with more people with this vendor than less, because even though it might be proved to be overkill, I can't emphasize enough the messages I'm getting about how frustrated people are that they can't get somebody on the phone. Even if that person on the phone says, we'll have to get back to you, or I'll pass it along to somebody else. Just having a live person on the phone and having more lines, I think will help with the angst that's out there.
Great. I've made a note. Thank you.
Commissioner, I'd like to echo that because of something I hadn't quite appreciated until you mentioned a new platform or whatever for people who are going to be applying for this second new kind of benefit from the feds.
Yeah.
And I thought your honesty revealed itself helpfully when you said that it should be easier and should be self manageable. And then you said something like, I hope, or so I'm told. And I think all of us in state government, just like most in the private sector, know that web systems don't always go according to plan. And I would hate for us to not skimp, but to go on the conservative side of the number of bodies to assign for this task, basing that on a belief that this software is going to do the trick, only to find that it has glitches all over. And then we're dealing with all the people upset at the same time we're trying to find another solution. And there is an amazing amount of goodwill, I think, towards the department and towards all of the other departments in state government right now because of what you're going through. And but we will be about if the April 20th date you mentioned holds, we're talking 4 or 5 weeks since many people have earned a penny or received money, even if they might get made retroactive.
Mm-hmm.
The worry about paying bills is it's just growing with each day. And so I believe we should be treating it, frankly, just like we're treating hospital beds.
Okay.
With
Thank
surge
you.
capacity, so that we hope we don't need it, but if it's there, we have handled people humanely through what is, for some of them, the first time they've ever suffered this way economically in their lives.
Thank you.
Other questions in the few remaining minutes? Representative Marcotte and Representative McCoy, any questions? I don't want to miss you before. Senator Benning, I know you're with us by phone. Any questions that you wanted to add before I turn back to Marcotte?
Nothing further, Tim. Thanks.
Okay. Representative Marcotte.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, one thing we didn't talk about yet are the seasonal workers. And we have a number of businesses that are wanting to come back online, and they're not able to because they're not an essential business currently. And so how are we looking at those people that are currently on unemployment? Now they're going to be extended. Are they eligible, continue to be eligible for regular UI, but will they also be eligible for the federal $600 payment?
My understanding is yes. So the $600 should be applied to all. I'll confirm that and get back to you. We haven't really had a deliberate conversation about people who are already on UI, but they will also, if they're coming up on either their return to work date or their 26-week maximum, they will also automatically go into the extended benefits. That is the additional 13 weeks that the feds have created. I'll confirm the $600 for existing claims though for you, but my understanding is I believe they do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got time for maybe another question or two. Any questions? I'll close with one last question, Commissioner, for myself. Sorry, you were probably hoping you could.
No, that's fine.
Attend to. When people are putting in initial applications, they're submitting their email address, which is one of the ways they're receiving updates. why are they receiving any hard snail mail when you have the email address?
So part of that is because our mainframe system, so we are able to capture their email address separate before the claim goes into the system. The mainframe system is so old that email addresses didn't exist when it was built. So there's actually no spot left for it to collect email addresses, let alone know what to do with them. But it does have the automated process. So it runs a job every night, and that job may be to determine, calculate eligibility for 5,000 people, and then literally issue out and print out 5,000 determinations.
Okay.
Which then go to the post office. So part of that is just, that is how the system was built. Again, when we talk about modernizing systems, when we envision the next system, which we've done some of that already, it would be predominantly, it would be little to no paper and predominantly electronic.
Okay. With the committee's indulgence, I'll leave the last question to Senator Starr.
I noticed, thank you, Commissioner, for all your hard work and the people that work for you. They are really appreciated. I wanted to ask, I got some correspondence from the U.S. Department of Labor, and in that article, it says PUA provides up to 39 weeks of benefits to qualified individuals. So is it 39 weeks or 26 weeks that you can get unemployment assistance?
For a second, I thought you were going to tell me the U.S. Department of Labor was calling you back to service to help out with processing claims. The 13 weeks is the 26 weeks plus, or the 39 weeks is the 26 weeks plus the 13 extended benefit weeks. So it's the two added together.
So it is 39 weeks total then, 13?
Up to, yeah. So again, the program, even the self-employed program, many of the same guidelines follow the state's existing UI program. So the maximum benefit amount and the 26-week max. But one of the pieces in the CARES Act also allowed for what the federal government calls extended benefits. And so they simply just authorized extended benefits across the board. So it gives anybody on UI up to an additional 13 weeks of benefits beyond the 26 weeks, which hopefully will not matter to those people who are recently unemployed. And hopefully we're able to go back to normal at that point, but there will be people who remain impacted, and this will help them. But it also becomes critical for those people, say, in the construction industry, who are already maybe 10 weeks in or 15 weeks into their unemployment. And so that 26 weeks, they're already approaching the end of that 26-week period. So the 13 weeks makes the added 13 weeks makes a big difference to them.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, committee, for letting me ask that.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby. Well, I think that's going to be a wrap. That was the last question I had seen. Commissioner, if one of the things I think we all worry about, my guess is out of 180 legislators, almost all have forwarded a particular case or several to you or one of your crew. In a sense, it's natural that we would want to help the people who contact us. On the other hand, it's then putting them a leg up over everybody else. But what I'm going to suggest is if committee members have process suggestions based on some of the concerns we're hearing, and this applies to our colleagues who aren't on the committee, that's what we should primarily be focusing on sending to you and your direct team to solve the problem for many people if we identify something that we're hearing.
Yes, and I always welcome the communication. So please feel free to reach out if there's anything I can do.
Okay, great. Well, why don't we sign off then? And I think I speak for everybody that we appreciate just the unbelievable, unprecedented volume of activity in your department. Please thank all the people who are on the phones, especially whose jobs I cannot imagine how stressful it is because every person they're speaking to is going through a very difficult time. So obviously it can wear down even the most resilient person. So thank your whole crew and thank you.
I will pass that on. Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Michael.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good morning, committee, and good morning, everyone listening in this morning. I'm sorry we're late. We had some technical difficulties that we're not used to. Also, we have to change the order of the agenda because Commissioner Harrington needs to leave us early. And so I think we'll start with Commissioner Harrington, let us know what's happening there, and then in his department, and then probably, I don't know how much time we'll have for questions, but you can let us know. Michael?
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Michael Harrington, Interim Commissioner, Vermont Department of Labor. I only have a few minutes before I have to head over to the pavilion for the 11 o'clock press conference. I need to get there ahead of time. So I'll keep it brief so we can ask questions. But what I've been sharing with others is that there are a couple different things that are going on right now that I think are posing a lot of questions for people. But to just put it in perspective, in the past two and a half weeks, we've received more initial claims filings than we do in a given year. It's likely we're going to be up over 40,000 initial claims being entered in within that 2-week period. And we'll be able to release some more numbers starting tomorrow. Obviously, that has overwhelmed our capacity and our system, both on the technology side as well as the people side. So we have done a couple different things. We've tried to automate or make electronic options for people to open those claims. So there is an online form people can fill out. That creates a number of other issues down the road, but it helps people get their initial claims filed sooner rather than later without having to wait on hold. We have upped the capacity of our call center twice, if not threefold. And again, though, personally, I think we could probably add an additional 100 people to those lines, and we would still be overwhelmed with the number of calls coming in because the volume is just so high. And for instance, there are other states that have literally turned their lines off because they can't handle the load and process the claims at the same time. We're lucky we haven't had to do that, and wherever we can, we're expanding either capacity or times during the day. As the committee knows, we are pretty handicapped with regards to our technology that we use. We use a 30-year-old mainframe system that is monitored around the clock to keep it up and running. It does go down occasionally, and luckily to date, we've been able to bring it back online each of those times. But I think we're preparing also for the scenario should something happen where we can't bring it back online. This is also not unique to Vermont. We were on a call yesterday where other states are dealing with the issues that come with maintaining a decades-old system. But we were able to get through the bulk, and I would say most of the initial claims that have been filed have been put into our system. There are still a number of claims that have issues attached to them that need to be resolved, but we were able to start issuing payments earlier this week, and another bulk payment load will go out tomorrow. Certainly, there's a lot of frustration and concern, and rightfully so, from the public that can't get through. We're making every effort to get people into our queues and process those as quickly as possible. So to make room for more people calling in. But wherever we can, we're trying to do that electronically. We are looking at other options. We are partnering with GMP, Vermont Gas, and Efficiency Vermont to help defray some of those initial calls coming in to help people file claims. So the people at those organizations are literally taking calls and helping people complete the online form, especially for people who don't have connectivity where they live. And we are looking at other third-party options for call center options should we need to increase capacity even more. I think, we're all talking about how long COVID will last, but as a department, we're also looking beyond that to see what the long-term economic impact is going to be from COVID, and expecting a long run in terms of high unemployment and pressure on our system. So from that perspective, that kind of gives you our current state. We have a number of federal benefits that are coming our way. So I just want to update the committee on those. The high points or the most impactful are going to be the $600 that people are eligible for. People will begin to see that benefit in the next week or two. Remember, those benefits are eligible for this week, starting this week, but people won't file claims for this week until next week. So it will be 2 weeks or so before people begin to see those funds in their check. There's also a component in there for self-employed and independent contractors. We are telling people that is going to take a few weeks to stand up because that is like a totally separate unemployment insurance system. Separate and apart from the one we have, because our system does not contemplate self-employed individuals and independent contractors because they don't contribute to the fund. So we are working and we'll probably end up partnering with the tax department to roll out that program. In the federal package, there's also the extension of benefits. So you'll see that as well for people who exhaust their benefits. There is an additional 13 weeks of extended benefits should they need it. And then the other component that I think is impactful for people is relief of charges for nonprofits and municipalities who file on a quarterly basis. So we have the authority now to reduce those charges by half and are working on a way to implement that into our system. So that's the high level. There is a press conference at 11 that will touch base on all of those things. But I think from the department's perspective, just what I'm using every microphone possible to share is that I absolutely understand, but can't even imagine what it's like being on the other end of that telephone or internet when people are afraid and can't get through. And I'm just asking people to be as patient as possible. We have all hands on deck. And we are working through these claims as quickly as possible. I did hear on a call today that another state had a 5-week backlog. We're lucky in that we've been able to push through most of our claims, and only those that have issues on them are needing to be resolved. But it is a concern. And it is something we're very mindful of. So we even as early as today are talking about how to up our communication plan to get that word out to people so the public is aware. I'm also letting people know that just because there is a lag in our processing does not mean that's going to impact somebody's eligibility or impact the amount of benefits they get. It will only impact the timing in which they receive those benefits. And we're still keeping that relatively short. It's still 6 to 10 days roughly. But I don't want people to think because they couldn't get through this week that they're going to miss out on benefits. To whatever extent we have the authority to do so, we will make benefits retroactive for people. That's a quick overview. Happy to answer any questions for about the next 15 minutes.
Okay, great. Just one quick question, Michael. We've heard, I think many of us have received some emails from constituent businesses that are worried, especially essential businesses that are worried that this extra $600 is more appealing to people and that essential workers won't be available. Is the 600 a flat rate to everyone, or is it on a sliding scale?
It is a flat rate. So, I mean, we are aware of that as well. You know, in some cases, there may be someone who's eligible for the full state benefit of $513 and receiving $600 on top of that, making their total benefit over $1,000 a week. But we are looking at guidance, and there is federal guidance out there in terms of, should a company go back to work and offer employment back to their employees, if someone refuses to go back to work, they will have to be able to articulate and prove that there is a reasonable risk, or that they've been instructed by a healthcare provider or an authority to stay home. And if they can't provide that level of documentation or certification, then they will be ineligible for payments going forward. Or if they were paid payments, you know, after the fact, then they would be required to repay those. So, you know, again, we're still focused on getting payments out the door to make sure these people have the benefits they need. But yes, we are also looking on the back end of that to make sure that only in those very specific cases where there is a health-related concern or a directive from an authority, that those are the people that are able to stay home and continue to receive benefits.
Okay. Gene?
Gene, you're muted, I believe.
Sorry, I missed where you were posting any notices to independent contractors and such as to when and what's going on. Is it on the website?
Yeah, so as early as probably later today, what we're going to do is take kind of those 3 or 4 components that are significant to the public out of the CARES Act, and we will have information specific on our website. One of those being the independent contractor piece. What we are going to say is, you know, if it is absolutely imperative for that person to file a claim, they can. They may be eligible because they may have already worked for an employer in the past year and be already eligible monetarily. But what we're going to let people know is that it's going to be about, you know, a few weeks to stand up this system, and we will provide them with an opportunity to submit their contact information, and we will reach out to them directly to let them know when that program is stood up and ready to go.
Thank you
And they
so
can
much.
visit our website. Yeah.
One, I think you're doing a magnificent job in a really rough time. What more can the state give you? Can they give you more state workers? We've got a lot of remote workers with access. Is there anything? Is there anything we can do?
No, I appreciate that, and thank you for the support and the offer. As you know, this committee, probably more than any other committee knows, is that the unemployment insurance system is highly complex, and I think we've added to our ability any capacity that we need for kind of that initial call in. But really the calls we're getting now that are bogging down our system are people who have very technical questions about their claims. So we are looking at whether it's going to be a third-party vendor or whether we're going to provide onboarding and training for additional staff over the coming days and weeks. But these are what's called in the UI system unemployment insurance merit staff. So they are certified and trained and certified by the federal government to handle claims. So I appreciate that. We've had many offers for bodies, but really at this point, our focus has to be on highly trained people who have the logic behind, if I receive this question, how do I resolve this issue? And so we're working on a training program. As you can imagine, training becomes exponentially more difficult now that most of our staff are teleworking, and any new staff would be working from home as well. So we are trying to manage that component as well.
Thanks. Is anyone going to ask the question that we were talking about before we went on air?
I have 3 hands up now, so
good.
let's.
I'm off. Thanks.
So the next people are Charlie, then it will be Jim, and then Lynn. So Charlie.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Michael, for meeting with us. But a few quick questions. We're getting some as to the process of those $600 pandemic supplements to the unemployment. So is that just automatically going to be part of their weekly benefits so they don't have to do anything extra? Is it something you're going to administer so that they don't have to go to the federal government? How's it going to work?
Yeah. It's going to be automatically applied to their benefit again. So it will be applied to claims for this week. So again, it will be any claims that are filed starting Sunday and throughout next week for unemployment of this week. And that will be automatic. So people do not have to do anything. And that will be part of the guidance we put online, is that for that $600 to take effect, all they have to have is a regular claim in the system, and it will be added to those claims.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was about reimbursable employers.
Yes.
So we're getting a lot of emails, as you can imagine, from nonprofits that have been reimbursable employers to this date, and they're looking for some assistance with unemployment insurance.
Yes.
What is the department's stance on that, or what are you doing with that?
Yeah, so that was not an option prior to the federal program or relief package that came out. So it is part of the new relief package. And really it's us working on the back end in our system to devise the way to essentially relieve employers of 50% of those charges. And we're going to have to figure out how to do that, because charges are actually attached to the individual, who is then attached to the employer. And so essentially we're needing to say, okay, every person who worked for a reimbursable employer who filed, between as of this date for COVID related items, essentially will be relieved by half. And that, I believe, also took effect as of Sunday night. So again, it will be as of Sunday moving forward.
So just one quick follow-up, and I know you got to go. So that means that any employee that's been laid off by a nonprofit or a municipality, someone who is a reimbursable employee at this point, should still go through the normal process for filing for unemployment claims. And then you're going to work out with the back end as to, is that employer on the hook for 50% of the charges or for whatever percentage, correct?
Correct. That does, that should not, there's nothing that the employee needs to do. They can simply just file their regular claim. There are exemptions or exceptions in that, and that's what we're needing to work through. But for instance, like religious organizations are not part of, while they're nonprofits, they're not taxable and they're not considered reimbursable. And so we have had some concerns from the religious community about that. And I'll have to go back to the federal package, but as of right now, I don't believe those are included in that reimbursable 50% relief, because they are not considered, they are waived from the entire UI system. And so we'll have to go back and clarify that. Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Jim. Don't forget to unmute your phone, Jim.
There. Commissioner.
Yes, sir.
I've got a question from Nathan Johnson, the owner of Little Britain, about one of his employees, and I'm going to run it down for you. It's kind of complicated. He says he's got a question about an employee. She works 20 hours a week, single mother with a child in 6th grade who has an autoimmune condition. My employee is concerned for the health and well-being of her child and feels she needs to stay home with her. I'm trying to sift through the options for her, but there is a lot. Do I lay her off? Does that affect my unemployment insurance rates? Or does she qualify for unemployment on her own because she is staying home to take care of her child? Or am I now suddenly able to offer her paid sick leave that gets paid back to me from the government?
So there's a lot there, and there's a lot of, I could answer that with the standard, it depends, but I'll do my best to just give some general information. So depending on the situation, there may be some opportunity for paid sick or family leave there. The other thing that we're letting people know, part of the issue there, sir, is that so she's a part-time employee. So it's likely that she will not be monetarily eligible based on those numbers. Again, I don't know that without knowing how much she has earned in the prior 5 quarters. So again, she may not be eligible for standard unemployment insurance because of the limited numbers of hours that she has worked. What this employer should look at is, and this would be through the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, is that my understanding is that through the relief package and the Small Business Administration, employers are eligible for forgivable loans to maintain
if they keep them employed, yes.
Right. So in this case, it may be in the best interest of this employee for that employer to apply for a loan to maintain, to keep her on his payroll, even if he's not operating for the public, and then maintain her as an employee throughout this period and possibly be forgiven for that period of time. So that may be what's in the best interest of the employee. Other than the sick time, which is a little bit more complicated, and I can't necessarily answer that straight off, but there's a concern that she may not be eligible for UI given the limited numbers of hours that she has worked.
But in order for, what she's claiming is that because of her child's autoimmune deficiency, she has to be home with her. So therefore, how could she then qualify as an employed employee?
So my understanding is that we are still treating people. So if I'm an employer and I send my people home, as long as I continue to pay them wages, they're an employee. So I don't believe that the federal package requires them to continue to operate as a business, right? So let's say I'm a business that has 25 employees, and I say, okay, we're going to suspend work, but you're still going to get paid your wages. As long as you're paying wages, you are eligible for that loan. And that is because you're following the directive of the governor's executive order, as well as the CDC and other health advice, and she is as well. So if he's saying, listen, I'm going to continue to pay you as an employee, but under federal guidance and under state guidance, you're to stay home with your loved one, given the situation. That again, those are questions I would ask to the Agency of Commerce and to the who's initiating the loan. But my understanding is that it's not based on whether you're continuing to operate as a business publicly. He could simply be operating privately as a business, not open to the public, and continue to pay wages.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Last question, Lynn.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. We discussed earlier the forgivable loan, the SBA loan grant can be converted. And one of the questions was that if somebody chooses to not come back to work because they're making more money with this unemployment, when the employer wants to convert and hire everyone back, first of all, do they have to hire everyone that they had previously back? And number two, if someone chooses not to come back in and work and remain on UI, does that mean they're no longer eligible if they have an opportunity to be coming back to full employment pay?
So the general answer is yes. So if an employer opens back up, if the executive order is lifted, then they would be, and there's no immediate, no severe risk to the employee. So again, what we're trying to countermand that with is that under H742, which was just signed, someone who has a reasonable risk, and reasonable is defined as, should an employer not be following guidance from VOSHA or the health department in terms of operating, and that is putting undue risk on the individual, then they are able to refrain from working and remain home and remain eligible. So as long as the employer is following all best practices and is able to open back up and bring people back to work, should someone collecting UI refuse to go back to work, that would in and of itself make them ineligible to continue to collect benefits.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Charlie, Jim, and Lynn, can you drop your hands, please? And Michael,
Amy has to do that, please.
one last thing. In 681, we had some language that talked about businesses having to be compliant with OSHA COVID-19 rules. And if an employee felt that they were at risk, then that gave them, they could leave their employment and still receive unemployment. What happens if an employee leaves that employment and the business is compliant with OSHA?
Mm-hmm. So again, it may be that the individual, it will come back to the reason the person left, right? So under 742, if they left to care for a family member, if they left because they have a compromised immune system and were instructed by a healthcare professional to stay home, if they left and could demonstrate and that the employer is willfully, violating a best practice or a directive, then those would all make them eligible. If they simply said, nope, this is too scary for me, and I'm just going to stay home, again, that was part of our conversation. And what we tried to do in that bill is they have to ground that concern in some type of fact-based evidence, and so it would be incumbent upon the claimant to provide that evidence to support their need to stay home.
Okay.
And
now,
to make them eligible. Yep.
Right. Now, if they were found to be ineligible through state UI, would they still be eligible for the $600 a week?
If they were found eligible, yes, for the state UI, it's anybody who is found eligible for state UI is then eligible for the $600.
Okay. I'm cognizant of the time. Do you have time for one more question, or do you need to leave?
No, I can do one more question, and I would just ask Amanda if she'll just let the governor's office know that I'll be a few minutes late.
Okay. Stephanie, last question then. Thank you.
There we go. Commissioner, thank you so much. I have a quick question, just want a little bit of advice on seasonal businesses that are going to be opening up this summer. Specifically we have a lot of summer camps, children's overnight summer camps in our area. So where best would I send these people to discuss? They have some full-time year-round employees, but the vast majority of their employees are seasonal. And is it something that Department of Labor can help with, or should I send them to ACCD?
So it depends on whether the question is regarding whether their people would be eligible for unemployment, or they're asking as a business. We're happy to assist either way, and we can also direct them to the right place. But what I would say is, if they are contemplating laying people off, or again, maybe it's a summer camp and they're not planning to open this year, right. It really depends on a person-by-person basis, because you have to be monetarily eligible for benefits. So you have to earn a certain amount of money in the past 5 quarters. So if this person, only works part-time for the summer because they're a high school student or a college student, they're likely not going to be eligible for these benefits. So again, they have to have regular work, at least earning minimum wage, if not more, for a period of time leading up to the separation from employment.
Yeah, and in this case, in this case, it's the owners of the camps. There's 2 camps locally. It's the owners. So perhaps they're just.
So they are likely eligible as long as they were receiving a regular paycheck. I mean, part of what we're also going to run into, just so everybody is aware, is that many independent contractors and self-employed individuals typically record losses at the end of the year and on their taxes, and that is going to impact their eligibility for benefits. And it may not determine that they're ineligible for benefits, but it's going to put them on the lower end of the benefit scale rather than the higher end.
Interesting.
But they
Okay.
will still be getting the $600 on top of that. So again, that I think is designed to help defray some of that worry there.
Yeah, and I know there's a lot of resorts that are sort of seasonally open, and I think this is going to be a problem with. So, thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Sure. And so to answer your question, though, if they have specific questions about benefits, they should call our technical assistance line. The other thing they can do is, because I can only imagine the volume that technical assistance line has, is that if there's any doubt, they can certainly open a claim. We will process the claim and determine their eligibility after the fact, but I don't want them to feel like they can't get through and therefore that held the process up. They can always open a claim and then we can talk eligibility after the fact.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Michael, thank you very much. Please put forth our appreciation to all of your staff. Excuse me, you all at the department, I think, are doing a fantastic job. It's a very difficult situation to be in for Vermonters and for the Department of Labor. And we just ask that people have patience and it'll all work out. I'm sure that your staff will process as quickly as they can, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you for that, and I just appreciate everybody's support. Happy to come back to the committee at any time. But yeah, we have a great staff here. Many of them are not only participating in mandatory overtime to clear the backlog, but are even volunteering for additional overtime. So literally working 7 days a week, and giving up time with their families in order to make sure that people